Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are having a good day. Oh, man, we're getting a little bit of an early start here. Also, yeah, it kind of sucks. I tried to have both streams up today, but for some reason there is no access to even having the ability to do so. I tried two OBSs just to kind of test it, and it seems like YouTube is having an issue, or it's the thing I was talking about with the bandwidth. So, yeah, we only got the vertical stream up today, and if you guys are interested, oh, thank you for following over on Twitter, or on Twitch. Oh my god, I'm already doing it. No, thank you for following over on Twitch. Actually, I will just say, is it just you, or are you free? Wait, is it just me, or are you freezing? Like freezing, like it's not working? I don't know. Let's see. Me, or are you freezing? I will test it. Doesn't look like it. I think it's just you. You can see it? Oh, that's weird. Oh, cool. LT might raid. Sweet. Hope he's doing well. Here. Yeah, everything seems to be in the green here. I was just about to say, the reason, you know, with the bandwidth and all that, you would think that this would kind of cut that down, so YouTube might just be having issues, you know? I don't know. Today's one of the rare days that I didn't really watch anything. I think I might have popped into the Majority Report for like a hot second, but that was, yeah. What's your favorite bird? I would say the red cardinal. I mean, most cardinals are red. Well, no, actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. I think, what is it, the females? Oh, man, I'm not, like, that well-versed in birds, but, yeah, no. I think it's our state bird, too. Anyway, appreciate the question. Also appreciate you being here. If you guys are interested in watching the stream in a horizontal format, you guys can always catch it over on Twitch. Here is the link. Also, follow me on my socials. I have been posting a lot more. Yes, we are doing the Russell Brand interview. Come on. We cover Piers Morgan here, so the second that I saw that that made mainstream news, I was just like, oh, that's interesting. And then I saw that it happened during an interview with Piers. I was just like, well, I know exactly what we're doing. VA State Bird? That's Virginia State Bird? Wait, then what's ours? What is the... I thought ours was a cardinal. Illinois State Bird. Northern Cardinal. Oh, there are different types of cardinals. Yes, we have the Northern Cardinal. So yeah, it's kind of like... It looks like it's like a frosty-bodied cardinal with a red head. Like a bright red head. Most female cardinals are brown and tan. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. I appreciate the interest in the birds. Hope you are enjoying the show so far. I think that... don't recognize the name, so I'm just kind of curious how you found the show. Were you just kind of perusing Twitter and just... Or Twitter. I keep doing that. Twitch. Yay. Showing my... Every time I do that, I feel like I get, like, another patch of gray hairs, and I'm... Like, by the end of the show, I'm just gonna be like, hey, I was on the Twitter. I did it again. So glad you're here, Pep. It's Friday. Yes, it is. It is Friday. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, fun show yesterday. I also appreciate all you guys showing up for the special Thursday edition of Pep Talks, even though I do still have it on the schedule. I haven't fixed that yet. I don't think I'm going to, though, because, yeah, Thursdays, even with my gaming nights, I've been toying with just doing, like, you know, shorter streams, maybe like a 2-3 hour stream. I don't know. I'm figuring stuff out, okay? But that, as far as, like, making, like, small tweaks to the channel, that's the stuff where I'm like, all right, it's not going to be, you know, overwhelming when a change happens. So, got to get down on Friday. Hell yeah. Get the whole game crew to stream the game. That might be... I have one guy that I know for a fact he's actually a public figure. So he'd be down, but it's the rest of them. Yeah, there's two other... Well, no, because I got my buddy Sid that would... My buddy Sid would be great here. But I don't know. He does have a tendency, like, he might accidentally, like, he's out of all my friends, he's the only one that I don't trust and not accidentally dox. Where it's just like, dude, and like, he has this demeanor, and it's nothing against him at all. It's just the fact that he's just like, yeah, like, what? It's kind of like this one time that we did this, and then you know, are you going here after? Like, it would be something like that, or like, yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about the media training. Yeah, not all my friends have media training. You guys have met the two that do. If you guys met my friend Kat, who has her own channel, Kate Chaos, over on Twitch. You guys should check her out. She hasn't streamed in a while though, but she mostly does gaming streams. And then my buddy Kaz, who he ran for a local office, and he's an overall smart dude. One of my best friends. So. Yeah, you guys have gotten to hang with him. He loves doing that, but there's a degree of trust that I have with him. Also, you guys will likely meet my buddy Arcadian. He also used to stream. He hasn't streamed in a couple of years now. But yeah, he's been talking about wanting to come on. He's the guy that I hang out with on Wednesdays, and he's the guy that you know, I've been doing 420 with for over 22 years. Full disclosure, he was my best friend and roommate. We lived in two different apartments together for about, I think it was like 5 years, man. Like, it was fun, you know. Good old times, good friends. But he's expressed interest in coming and hanging out on the stream, so we'll be toying with that. Also, yes, the pep walk is going to happen tomorrow. I noticed that you were asking if it was going to be the poop walk. But no, it is going. The pep walk is going to be tomorrow. No matter what, I'm going to be going to the riverfront over in Elgin. I'm going to hit there first. Then I'm going to go hit my hometown and do a little filming over there. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to go live just because of, like, service issues, but I hope I can. I would like to be live for that. Yeah, we'll see. Cosmic Moth, thank you for the follow. Jeez, you guys are... I'm getting some Twitch action today. That's rare. Woody Red, hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for following Cosmic Moth. Really appreciate that. Also, yeah, thank you for... following me over on Twitch, because yeah, guys, like I said, if you guys are interested in watching this show specifically in a horizontal format, I try to do the dual stream on YouTube. Couldn't today, so that's exclusive over to Twitch. My VODs are only up for about I think a week, so if you guys want to view the show that way, you guys could also watch the VODs. It is. I said that it was a backup channel, but it's more than that to me. There are benefits with Twitch, but I don't need to really go into the pros and cons of each platform unless you guys really want me to. But yeah, I'd prefer not to. Also, yes, thank you, Unit. I saw that. No, yeah, Uni is with us in chat, I think. I know that she said she was going to watch the stream today. She might just be a little preoccupado right now. Last I checked, she was hanging with Stan and the cat. She took my co-hosts. Oh, well, seems that Stan's done. Let him finish with the, making sure that the front of the house is nice and patrolled because we got the windows open, so he's just gonna bark at everybody that's walking by right now. So this will be interesting. The Spider Queen is here. Yo, Televani Mage, the Spider Queen. Actually, there's a wrestler that is the women's champion in AEW. That's her whole gimmick is the Spider Queen. Oh God, I forgot her name. But yeah, she's cool. She does she actually like. Usually, I would think it's like cringe to do like the crab walk like as a spider, but it works for her. Like she actually knew how to do it. So, stole it from me. Yes. Are you Austrian by chance? Because I know that she's from Austria. It's always that one. Oh, you're Australian. It's just like, no, Austrian. Like German. It's just like, all right, that's a thing. I've had that happen a few times. We actually have a Austrian. God, I want to say he's an OG at this point. Yeah, he pops in occasionally now. But yeah, he always kind of gives me the details on what's going on in Austria. And mostly like the European news. So always appreciate when you guys do that as well. If you guys are from a different region than the U.S., I'm always interested to kind of know what's going on. Where am I from? I'm from Chicago, dead center of the U.S. Some call it Chirac when they have never been here. It's, trust me, it's nowhere near as scary as people try to make it out to be. Fuck. I was just reading up on how, like, we did one of, like, the coolest projects where we took a 2.7 mile stretch of old train tracks that were never going to be used again, and we created a long park. It's like a raised walking park where, it's one of the coolest things that I have seen in Chicago in a while. Thekla. Thekla. Yeah. Or Thekla. Yeah. No, that's exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah. 98 window monitor. Yup. I see you watch AEW. See, she kind of popped in out of nowhere. Like, I know that she was in TNA for a while, and, like, she also kind of toured the indies, and she's obviously made a name for herself, and for Tony to just, like, sign her and then pretty much just give her the women's championship, I was like, she must be a big deal. So he tends to do that sometimes, though, where you're just like, that was quick and I don't know who this is. Those are so effing awesome when bridges are turned into other infrastructure. Yeah, so like I was saying, the fact that it's like an actual park, though, like the way that they were able to incorporate a bunch of new wildlife again, and it's essentially the old L. It's one of the coolest things that we have in the entire city. And like I said, 2.7 miles. It also has like a spiral down to like another park. I'm telling you guys, there's nothing that I hate more than people that try to pull the Chirac crap and just try to like denigrate the city without ever having been here. Now, there are some times where, yes, I have to admit, like there's some sketch areas. The thing is, when you live here, you just know where they are, and you kind of know not to fuck with them. That's just a fact. We got the ganglands, but they're not as prevalent as people think. They're pretty much just like a few square blocks, and there's kind of spread out. Like you got some on the north side, and you got some on the west side. The west side's starting to heat up a little bit. Like that was a little weird. Because everybody like always knows they're like south side, yeah, the south side of Chicago. It's like actually south side of Chicago's pretty. It's getting pretty decent. I don't know. There's the areas that like got straight up gentrified though, where it's insane. It like all these apartments are completely empty. It didn't do anything for the community, and it kind of pisses me off. Pep trying to start selling real estate. If I was smart, if I was actually smart and like had really thought about something like maybe I would have been doing that. I don't know, man. Pep, hope you and everyone in chat is having an awesome day. Hey, I'm having a pretty good day. You know what? It's one of those nice ones. I got it. Yeah, Pepper Homes, where the where the harvest homes are. Yuck. If you know, you know. But no, I'm having a good day. Much better than yesterday, I will say that. I've been to Chicago before. I saw a belted kingfisher there. You are really into birds. Holy shit. Well, 1998 window maker. You would be proud of me. I saved a fledgling, a mourning dove fledgling yesterday. It was pretty cool, honestly, because yeah, its nest was in a tree that got removed by my city because it was dying. And obviously, you know, like so you know this. I didn't know this. I actually like learned this yesterday. That when they get pushed out of the nest, they live on the ground for a little bit until their tail feathers grow in, which is weird to me. Yeah. Because it's a not significant amount of time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how these birds are still like even here, because you got to think about it. The whole point is so like they can fly away from predators. These things are, for lack of a better term, sitting doves. Hey, dang. Live on the ground sounds like a cat. That's exactly it. And like, yeah, no, we got neighborhood cats. You know, although not as much anymore, because we had a city ordinance finally put in place where if you got caught letting your cat roam the neighborhood, that you would risk significant fines. Which, good. At one point, dude, we thought that like there was some kind of like teenager or like something like that. We thought that there was a disturbed individual that was going around decapitating rabbits and like small animals. But then we came to find out that it was a cat. It was a very, very aggressive cat. That was the weirdest part was it was domesticated. Turned out to be one of the neighbors, and yeah, they got in pretty big trouble for that because, dude, yeah. I guess once you have somebody in like the city council like taking a walk and they saw it, then it became a priority. Because I can't tell you how many times I called it in where I'm just like, yo, there's another dead bird, like just laying here and it's like torn apart. It's just, yo, we got it. And yeah, the rabbits was the one that got me, because I saw multiple rabbits, and at one point there was something disturbing. Like it, I was on a walk with my wife, and I just like pointed, and she was like, "What is that?" I'm like, "I think that's a rabbit head," because we thought like the way that it was sitting was it was upright in the street, so it looked like it was like a rabbit poking out of a hole, except it definitely wasn't. Yeah, that was disturbing. That was disturbing as hell. And yeah. That's so I started thinking like, man, is there something else going on? And then I started seeing in one of our neighborhood pages that people thought the same thing, where they're just like, does somebody have to have like a conversation with their kid or something about this? Because holy crap, this is just like, it's disturbing. Yeah. As I said, turned out to be a cat. I almost kind of feel bad for the cat. It's like not the owner, the cat. Because it doesn't know better. It's just doing its nature thing, you know? Damn. But yeah, I think that the bad part of the story is that the cat had to be put down because they didn't know if it had like diseases and all that stuff. And yeah, that sucks. But yeah, and that's another thing, by the way. I found another rabbit's nest in my yard, so I've been having to take Stan out on a leash, which, yeah, that's like the only benefit I really have to this property is the fact that I have a fence. So it kind of sucks where I'm just walking around the yard and the perimeter, and then he's trying to go to where they are. I think I found a fix though. I'm gonna get like one of those. It's almost like a chicken wire. Like little. It's like a little circlet. It's about I think it costs like $5 to put in. So I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Rabbit's nest, never heard of that. Or yeah, isn't that what they're called? Or a rabbit hole? Yeah, like he found a rabbit hole where it's a nest of bunnies. Like, Yeah, dude. Last year we had the horror. Like I had a nightmare happen yesterday. That sucked. Or yesterday, last year, where Stan, he's such a good boy, and he's a hound, like, you know, so he's got that, not only that nose, but he has, I call it like the hunter aggression, where he will never attack me, ever. But if he has something, for instance, like a baby bunny, he will not let go. And if you go towards him, it's a totally different dog. It's like, that's him protecting his catch. And it's like, okay, I will not fuck with you. Yeah, I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'll just say that he decimated 3 baby rabbits. And it was bad. Like it was bad to the point where I had to call a friend to come and help me do it, because like I couldn't contain myself. It was that bad. And he grew up in Arkansas, like just, you know, middle of the country, and dude, even he was just like, this is rough. This is rough, man. I'm like, oh yeah, man, I know. So, oh man, so sorry. But it is what it is. I kind of had to learn, like I had to have a learning curve with him, because I was kind of like, oh, he can have like that hyper aggression. So, that sounds like a job for Christy Nome. Hey, careful you. Watch it. That's Stan you're talking about there, man. Jeez. I just realized I didn't get my drink. But yeah. Anyway. Done talking about that. Because I don't really want to think about it. Either way. Stun lock came when I was saying that, yeah, I'm actually having a good day. It's a nice day out. Stan thinks he's doing good. The thing is, he was very, very proud of himself, which, good. You know what? It was hard to be mad at him, but now I'm prepared, because now I understand that, number one, I think it's because I have like one of the gated yards that, you know, they feel safe in. So yeah, I just realized that that's why they're coming to my yard. But either way, how's Stan doing? Is it cool? Yeah, you can ask right up until, you know, the day. No, he's doing good. He's actually doing like really good today. I have to take him in on Monday to get weighed, and we're going to figure out kind of where we're going with his treatment. Yeah, but just another thing that we're dealing with. But you gotta deal with it. It is what it is. It just sucks that, yeah, like with pets, there isn't much that you can do. It's not like the ER where they have to treat him. Like they could just say, "Oh, sorry, if you can't afford it, too bad." One reason why people need to research their dogs before getting them. So many people get dogs without realizing they are different with different needs. Yep. That is exactly. That's exactly how it is, and it's unfortunate, man. It really is. I wish more people would understand this, especially with huskies. Huskies tend to be the one where they're just so damn loud. It's like, yes, they shed a lot too. Yeah, like, how did you not know this when you were getting the dog? You know it. You know it. What up? How you doing? Good to see you. Always, Grandma Flatterson, good to see you. By the way, just kind of saw you guys popping in the chat here. People getting high energy dogs when they don't want to take care of that need and wonder why they have behavioral issues. Like, yeah, no duh. Well, also, you're gonna have like minor behavioral issues. Like, there's always gonna be something. For instance, my friend Kat. So her and her boyfriend, they had just bought a new house, right? And beautiful place, all new, like carpet, all this stuff. But they had just gotten 2 new dogs, and it was like right before they moved. So when they moved, they were having like, I don't know, they were having an adjustment, or they were having a hard time adjusting, I should say. And they decided to start digging into one of like the floors to the point where they not only like ripped up the carpet, but they ripped up the wood too. Like, yeah, dude, it was bad. It was bad. I kind of had that moment where I was just like, oh, I don't got that bad. Because, yeah, Stan, when he was a puppy, he used to like to chew like wooden corners of things. So, like, pretty much every baseboard in my house, like, for instance, if I go to sell this place, I know I'm going to have to replace the baseboards. That's a given. Yeah. And there's a few other things where it's just like, dude, why? Carpet was the big one, and it's not even him. It was my cat. I have a cat that is obsessed with just ripping up carpet. It sucks. And there's nothing I can really do about it. Somebody said like declaw, and it's like I can't. I'm not gonna do that to him. Also, like I know that they have the laser declawing, but they only do that in certain places, so whatever. In my opinion, I think you should research any pet you get. Yes, that's a great point. Also, thank you for the bits, man. Appreciate that. Always appreciate the bits. Appreciate all the contributions to the show. Everybody who contributed yesterday. Grandma Flatterson, special thank you to you for the $20 super chat yesterday. Really, really appreciate that. And I wasn't sure if I thanked you when it happened. So just wanted to make sure that you got your recognition there. Some ingredients were brown rice, cooked ground turkey, green beans. I don't know all the ingredients together. Ask about an alternative thyroid cancer dog. The thing is, Mitch, with all due respect, I'm gonna do that. Like, I will actually take your advice on that because like if these little bits can help. But unfortunately, thyroid cancer is one of those ones, and he has the type where once it grows a little bit, it could be bad. So I don't know, man. Thank you for your work. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Declawing a cat is bad. Hurts the cat. Can leave even more behavioral issues. Cats need claws. Yes, but I don't know, because I had a cat for 16 years. He had the laser cauterized. Like, his were done with the lasers. So, like, he technically still had his claws. They just were, like, in the skin, I guess? I don't know. But I asked my vet about it. I was just like, is he suffering from this? Does this hurt him at all? And she's like, no. If anything, she's like, you did it the right way. So, but like I said, they don't offer it here. Like, we got kind of lucky on that one. But yeah, like this cat, there's no way. There's no way. Because like he's already so timid that if you took his claws away from him, then yeah, that would create a different cat entirely. So I would never do that again. The vet is not going to tell you otherwise, Pep. Yeah, I know. I'll drop the subject. Just wanted to make sure you knew it was an option. No, thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that. I'm not trying... Listen, this isn't like when somebody's coming in here talking about, like, holistic treatments for my wife's cancer. I'm open to holistic treatments more with animals than I am with humans. I know that might be weird, but it's true. So like I think I've talked a lot about this. So my yellow lab who died in October, she lived to be 15 years old, which for a yellow lab is insane. Like they gave her an 11-year life expectancy, so she definitely outlived that. And she had Cushing's disease, which is aggressive. It's super aggressive. I think that it's like it attacks their kidneys, and they're not able to produce the stuff that like breaks down like all the nutrients and stuff. So it's like she would just get rid of it, and like she got super skinny, and yeah, it was bad. But I found out that like through the mix of HMR lignans and melatonin, like for dogs, which by the way, melatonin for dogs does a totally different thing than it does for humans, just so you know that. Because I was like, oh, is she going to be sleepy? And my vet was just like, no, it does something way different. It balanced her, and she was healthy up until like literally, even like when I put her down, she was still like, I feel like she technically could have gotten a few, like maybe another week or two. But yeah, she started hitting that point of not eating, and I was like, okay. I think now's the time. And, you know, my wife was in the hospital at the time too, so it was a whole thing. But she also had thyroid cancer, but she had the one that was like it was movable. Unfortunately, it was Stan. It's not moving, so yeah, we're a little concerned about it. But I appreciate everybody being concerned, and I know that you guys. I mean, shit, you guys have gotten to know Stan. He's a damn good dog. Actually, come on, Bo. Let's see if he comes down. Yeah, he is. He's making his way. Sorry. It's okay. I'll admit that I'm struggling with this a little bit more. There he is. Here he is. We were just talking about you, bud. Here, let's get your camera. There you go. Did you think right here? Here, let me see. I gotta show you. Right here is where it is. This big lump. Yeah, you got a lump. You got a lump. Oh. Let's give you a little treat. Yeah, this one's on the house, bud. Just because you're a good boo. And this is the stuff, like they said, as long as he's doing this kind of thing, then it's a good sign. I just hope that he put on weight. That's the biggest thing that we are finding out on Monday, is if he put on weight, they think that he has a good prognosis. I hate that it's this simple, though. I really do. But, you know, at the same time, it was kind of nice that I didn't have to go through all these comprehensive tests either, just to, like, have a biopsy when even the vet was just like, I hate to say this. She's like, I can, she technically took a biopsy. But when she saw that it was pus and blood, she was just like, I am so sorry. And right there, I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, I'll admit, I broke down in the vet's office. Like, that one hit me where I was just like, and she's just like, will you be okay? I'm like, no. Yeah, that sucked. That's where I'm not sure if it was because of everything. Like, I did kind of have like a therapy moment there, and I kind of trauma dumped a little bit, but because I did that, I think it may have lowered his vet bill a little bit, and also gotten me a few extra little things, because she took him in the back and she was just like, I'm gonna take him back there and I'm gonna have a look at something, okay? I was like, oh, okay. She'd probably seen it before. She's been a vet for over, I think, 30 years. So yeah, no, she's, especially with his, like when she said it's his breed, she's like, I could see it when you walk through the door. I was like, oh, damn. That's how you know you've been doing something a long time, you know. But by the way, guys, yeah, she's vetted. Hey, zing, zing, zing. What you barking at? Like, he's gonna. That'd be funny. One day he's just like, shh, you know what? Mind your business. Whoa. It's kind of like the story of the donkey in the Bible, where the guy keeps beating his ass. And at one point he's just like, "Come on, go, go!" And then the donkey gets, God gives the donkey like the ability to speak, and he just turns. And he's just like, "Will you knock that off?" And he's like, apparently the guy was just not even fazed by it. He's just like, "No." God, that's a real Bible verse. This is one thing that a lot of people like to focus on, is some of the wacky shit from the Bible. Man, I have a lot of those. Like, I just watched a video on this last night, talking about how from the Latin interpretation, like from or not Latin interpretation, but like how they translate the Bible, and every time that they translate the Bible, they start removing things and whitewashing things. Like, did you know that God actually had his own little army of beasts and demons, and he like used them? Second Thessalonians is like one of those books where it's it's not an allegory, man. Like, technically, no, he had his own like little army of, and we're talking like fantasy beasts, dragons and shit. That story where the two bears show up to maul some kids for making fun of the pastor, the bald guy, yeah, for being bald. I was watching Holy Kool-Aid, and he covered that, and he's just like, how bald was this guy? kind of makes you wonder. And then he's just like, and I think it was like 42 kids. So he brought up the point where he's just like, okay, you know what? I'm not trying to brag or anything. Like, I was kind of popular in school, especially at that age. But at that age, there's no way I could get 42 people to come together and just be like, ha, 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 look at how bald he is. But yes. Yeah, the Lord literally, he took down a whole bunch of, teenaged, because that's the thing. There's a bunch of people that study theology that they will try their best to be like, well, it's kind of an allegory, but it's like, okay, if you're going to play the allegory game, doesn't that mean that the whole Bible's an allegory? Well, no. So maybe the story, okay, so the story was true. It's like, oh, wow. Okay, so you're telling me that God struck down a bunch of kids, because it says boys. It says 42 boys. And then this is where they say, you know what? Maybe boys means like teenage boys, It's like, that's not better. That's not better at all. Like, yeah, teenagers suck, but goddamn. Pep, you do good in a YouTube atheist debate sphere. Pep, you were a fun kid in Bible study. Yeah, I was. I paid attention to the weird shit. And also, like I said, so because my mom was very adamant about me being part of the Anglo-Catholic Church while simultaneously going to an evangelical school and another evangelical church, it gave me a perspective of the old Bible, the one that was not the NIV, which I had the Protestant versus Catholic thing in my own life, constantly. I would go to church. So my parents were divorced, and it was an every other weekend situation. So every other weekend I would go to mass with my mom, and I would come back, and every other Monday I would have a doctrine teacher. Oh, God, I wish I could say his fucking name. He was such an ass. Mr. D is... I'll call him Mr. D. Mr. D would be fucking just... He'd be waiting for it, because I think he picked up on the fact that it's just oh, so... and he even said this, and this is what caused me to have, a blow-up with this guy, where I don't want to talk about it too much, but it turned into something that could have easily gotten me not just expelled, because at one point he just said oh, I bet that your mother took you to mass again. You just have to understand that your mother is wrong. I was like, what the fuck? And then he crossed the line where he brought up my mom's mental stuff, and I was just like, can I talk to you? Yeah, dude. Yeah. I walked out into the hallway, and he actually followed me. And the second that he came out that door, I knew. I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm probably going to get expelled. Because, yeah, he doubled down. And next thing I knew, you ever have that moment where you just, something washes over you, like a blackout moment, and then the next thing you know, somebody's laying on the ground, and you're just like, oh, fuck. I ran to my principal's office to tell her what happened, because I was just like, I'm not going to let this little shit get his fucking 2 cents in before she knows what this motherfucker did. He crossed a line. He blatantly crossed a line. So I had a situation that, yes, we essentially raced to the principal's office. Obviously, he got priority, but like I was shouting what happened. Like it was like, stop interrupting. So my principal, she knew my mom, like, and like they were friendly. So she knew like it was a very sensitive subject to like bring up my mom's BPD. And like especially her schizophrenia. But like even the bullies at my school didn't touch that one. They knew not, like they just knew. They were just like, yeah, we'll make fun of you for everything else, and we'll even make fun of your mom for, you know, being a little kooky, but they never took it to those places. So yeah, he goes into my principal's office, and I'm just waiting there. You know how it is, except ours wasn't like a normal high school. We only had 3 seats because we were a very, very small school. So I was sitting in the middle seat, just waiting, just like with my head down, like, oh, fuck, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Because without saying what happened, I put hands on somebody. You know, I threw hands. It was not great. It's not my proudest moment. I really, God, I was so scared, and it definitely reflected on me in the future. But I get called into my principal's office, and she like calls Mr. D back in after I sit down, and she's just like, Mr. D has something to say to you. I was just like, oh God, and like he apologized, and he was just like, oh, I was out of line. I'm sorry. You know, as the authority, I should have handled that better. And then she looked at me and she's like, now, do you have anything to say? I was just like, I guess I'm sorry. I crossed a line. And she's like, you certainly did. But he did too. So what we're going to do is we're going to, you guys are going to shake hands. You're going to go back to class. And you're going to be a diligent student. I'm like, oh my God, it washed over me. I'm like, am I getting away with this? I was like, holy shit. And she's just like, I have to call your father, though. I was like, oh, crap. No, don't call my dad. Fuck. I'm like, don't do that. Because, oh, God. And sure as shit, dude, I got home and he's just like, you hit a teacher? I was like, yeah. Just shaking his head at me. He's like, you got away with it? I'm like, yeah. Like, had to do with your mom, right? He knew exactly what was going on. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure that became a legendary day, though, because most of the kids, like, I had one of my friends just say, dude, that was wild, because they had a TA there that kind of, like, floated. So if like a teacher got sick or something, then they could kind of substitute on the fly. So TA comes in, it essentially just makes it a study hall. Mr. D comes in, and then I'm behind him, and I felt everybody's eyes on me, just like, what? And when I sat down, because they thought like my buddy, I'll just say, yeah, I can say his name. So my buddy Mark, because I'm gonna talk about like my high school days, so I might as well just say, like, yeah, my buddy Mark. So he looks at me and he kind of leans in and he's just like, are you getting kicked out? I was just like, no. And I just sat there with my books, just waiting because it was near the end of the period. And he's staring at me like, how the fuck? How the fuck? Because they saw it. They like all saw it happen because it was right in the doorway. I support this one more than the hockey story. Yeah. Well, yeah, the hockey's, yeah. Well, no, again, the hockey one was, you know, there are reasons that you can't do that, you know. It's all right. I served my suspension. I knew what was up. When you clearly win the fight, you can stay. I was not expecting that in the slightest. Like, I was expecting to get expelled. Like, that entire time, like, I remember how scared I was sitting in that chair. Like, I had this pit in my stomach, just like, did I just fucking get kicked out of school? I'm like, what did I do? What did I do? I was so fucked up. And that's where I was also scared. I'm like, oh my God, they're going to call my dad. They're going to call my dad and tell him I got kicked out, which I'll tell this story later. I'll save this for another day, but yeah, that happened. It happened anyway, about a year later. So, but who cares? Stuff happens. Different. It wasn't for anything like that. It was actually kind of boring. It was more so, this is what happens when you go to a Christian school and you renounce your faith, like, publicly. I was being a little smartass, and, yeah, I stood up in the middle of doctrine class and just kind of told them, I'm like, I no longer am a Christian. And, yeah, there's nothing worse that you can say in a Christian high school setting. So... my middle school principal was my stepdad's great uncle. I got away with some stuff and with suspensions that I should have gotten expelled for. Yeah, I had a few of those where I was just like, I can't, dude, I didn't even get a suspension. So I obviously I had to apologize to him. Like, that was one of the weirdest mutual handshakes, though, because I did kind of accept his apology, where I was just like, well, yeah, I mean, it seemed sincere enough. Also, dude, seeing him have the little shiner on the side of his face, I was just like, that was a win in itself. But yeah, my Ukrainian wife would like to know why the U.S. lifted sanctions on Russia while her relatives are dying. I'm an American, but I'm not. I can't answer that as much as you can't answer a whole bunch of stuff like for your government. I'm not my government, so I don't know. You know what? Because Trump's retarded, dude. Like, that's why. Trump's retarded, and the people that support him are retarded. Is that what you want to hear? Or I don't know. But, David, I do appreciate you being here regardless. And I'm sorry that your wife is feeling the heat from the sanctions. But I'm literally a leftist. I'm a lefty from America. They think, I get called the enemy of this. Like, I get called an enemy by my own, people, which is fucked up because, all I do is just pay my taxes and just contribute to society. But somehow, some way, because I hold a different viewpoint on politics and policy, I'm somehow the enemy. We're in a really, really shitty position. And honestly, it's even worse where, like, you saw the title. A soldier he got arrested for doing the exact same thing that fucking Trump is doing today. This motherfucker, you know what? I'm going to go on a bit of a political crash out here for a moment. I am so sick of the media not waking up or purposefully fucking not waking up to the fact that Trump every goddamn Friday has showed up and gone, we might have a deal. Have you not noticed that? It's every fucking Friday. It's blatant market manipulation. And I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of the fact that we are sitting here paying federal taxes while these assholes get away with just blatant corruption. And then on top of it, we have their shitty supporters coming in and being like, Leering Center, oh my God. Well, technically, there's some fraud going on. Oh, Doge. Oh. While ignoring the blatant corruption that these guys are committing. It's the same thing with Nancy Pelosi. You even mentioned the fact that they're insider trading. Boom. Immediately it goes to Nancy. Oh, like Nancy Pelosi and her husband? So angering, where it's just like, I'm over it. I'm over all these assholes not having a single fucking consistent bone in their body. Because Trump wanted to help the world oil prices. Yeah, that's exactly what it did. It does it for the fucking weekend. So you do understand that they're fucking placing bets, and he's telling all his friends, hey, why don't you sell on this one, and then buy. You know, like NSYNC said, buy. You gotta buy very soon. You gotta buy. Make sure you do it by Sunday, because come Monday at the opening bell, you guys are going to be very rich. And I can't fucking stand stand that people are just sitting here with their thumbs up their ass, just like, yeah, this is totally normal. Fuck off. $40 trillion. We are at $40 trillion of debt. Which, again, I thought that deficit hawks actually cared about that shit, but no, apparently not. Apparently the deficit only matters when a Democrat's in office, which this is why I am starting to do these types of like crash outs, and I'm starting to talk about this more, is because we do need to fixate on this shit. The Democrats need to fixate on this shit. There's a reason that they're not focusing on the insider trading aspect, though. It's because they are doing the same shit. Not as egregious, though. I'm just going to say that much. Like, this one's literally just like, holy crap. Like, they are fucking... they are going for it. Sent to Chile. Hey, thank you for the gift there, Isaac. That's cool. What the hell is that? Okay. How's that work? What was that? Hey, I'm the YouTuber here, and I don't even know what the hell you just did. What service on the debt? 1/3 of the budget? I don't know. I don't even care anymore. Everything's too fucking expensive. Everything is... Dude, I went and got lunch today, and it's borderline unaffordable. Oh, it's because we were talking about Subway. Yesterday, I went and got missed the $5 footlongs, because that would have been that back in the day. Hey-o. But, yeah, spent fucking almost $8 just to get a 6-inch sub. What the fuck? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing as a nation, just ignoring how much they are fucking us? We are just, we're getting fisted. Just, it's not even just like here. They're not, there's no lube, no nothing. They are just fucking gaping us and just, blah, 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 Superman punch in the anus. Fucking A. Going fucking elbow deep, and and still somehow, some way, it's just, you got some people that are just like they feel it tickling the back of their throats, and they're still like, yeah, it's okay. It's for the betterment of America. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. Yeah, it's gonna get I don't care. You know what? Fuck it. I'll go graphic with it, because apparently that's what sticks in people's minds, is now every time that you think of a gaper, you're going to just be like, yep, that's what's happening to us. Or the economy. Not so fun fact, Trump and his team did actions that indirectly or directly caused the extinction of around 3,000 animals, disrupting tens of thousands of ecosystems. Yep. 1998 window monitor. Do you already follow Sandy and the Environmental Coffee House? I think you would really dig her. She's part of a conglomerate that I'm with called This Space. She is one of the talent. Oh my God. Bye, Ron. There we go. Look at that. I just realized something is not great. I wasn't subscribed to her channel. Now I am. That actually kind of sucked. Here. Her name's Sandy. She's awesome. I just feel like, actually back to the whole gaper thing. I always feel bad when I like do that stuff, but then I think about like the other people that I work with on this space. I'm just like, oh, well. But then again, Andrea goes on some pretty legendary tangents, so I think that I'm all right. Yeah, if you guys don't already follow This Space, you really check it out. I have 2 shows, both called Pepaganda, but I have 2 nights, I'll just say 2 shows. I do 2 hours on Tuesdays to start off the week, and then I also do an hour on Wednesday nights, just to kind of have some fun, mix it up, do some primetime coverage. So definitely check it out. Yeah, sorry if none of the links are working. I don't know why all of a sudden YouTube has decided to be like, no, you can't do links in chat anymore. But, yeah. Alrighty. like I said, though, follow Sandy and Environmental Coffee House if you enjoy hearing about the birds. FDT, yes. Gregory. Greg. How's it going, Greg? Hope you're doing well. Also, yeah, dude, I'm right there. Fuck him. Fuck that sleepy asshole. This fucking sleepy bitch. This motherfucker's out there falling asleep, not making any goddamn sense ever. Always just pivoting. I do the pivot and the swerve. I'm confusing people. It's not that he's confused. It's not the fact that it's the 5D. Enough with your 5D chess. Enough. 5D chess. You know what the funny part about 5D chess is? It doesn't fucking exist. That's why it's a great analogy. He's doing something that doesn't exist. Like, you know, his 600% bullshit. The fact that he doesn't understand basic math, that your 9-year-old would be like, that don't make no sense. Is it the president? 5 dementia chess? Yeah, no, hey, I like that. Yeah, 5 dementia chess. It's just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous how people keep trying. Like, it happened today. I had somebody trying to fucking gaslight me into being like, well, the gas prices fluctuated technically. They're down by 20 cents. Up $30, and they're celebrating 20 cents per barrel. Sorry. Let's just do the average. Okay, you're celebrating a $2 more average across the country. And then you're sitting there rah-rahing like, yeah, 20 cents. We're getting back there. It's the same way that RFK. And it makes so much sense because look at all these Riris like out there fucking doing the same fucking bullshit. Fucking RFK out there. Oh, actually, it is 600%. You know. 5D chess with multiverse time travel, whatever. But he was sitting there just like, beef prices dropped by 1%, actually. It's like, they're up 20%, numbnuts. Okay, so 19%, you're still fucking doing a victory lap? Go eat another raccoon, you fucking weirdo. God. The fact that, again, the right is sitting here just like, why would you make fun of RFK? It's a medical condition that he can't control. Then you have people on the left saying the same bullshit. Fuck his medical condition. He's a weird motherfucker. I can't stand the sound of him. And you know what? He's one of those people where it's like, well, at least that happened to him. God damn it. Yeah, he fucking sucks. And I do kind of have this attitude of like, how is the guy in charge of Health and Human Services a guy that sounds like it sounds like he's mid crap? You know, you ever like had like severe constipation? Like severe constipation. That's what he sounds like all the fucking time. Just yeah. Or actually, no, it kind of sounds like he's just getting gaped the same way, but you know. That's what we're just going to talk about, like, all stream. I'm going to just keep bringing it back to that, because, yeah, guys, we are getting fucked. Like, fucked. I think I just lost monetization on that last one. Spicy pep, yeah. It's okay. Might not monetize this one after all. I prefer gas prices than the country going down. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He saved us from the evil Iranian. You're a fucking idiot. The fact that you're sitting here eating all that bullshit up, you're a fucking moron. And I'm tired of even fucking mincing words. Get the fuck out of my chat. There's no place for you here. There's literally no place for you. And I don't do this a lot, but there's no place for fucking just blatant morons. The ones that want to believe that he's somehow, some way saving the fucking world. You absolute retard. By the way, I truly feel this way. So, you said in the rules, both sides get to talk. Yeah, no, you do. The thing is, I do have a limit on how stupid I'm willing to accept. So, if you truly believe this, I mean, I'm not banning you. I'm just saying that there's no place for you in this community. Like, Not gonna be nice to you just because. But also, the fact that you buy it, the fact that you still believe anything that shithead says tells me how much of a shithead you are. Like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of mincing words with you dumbasses. You guys follow the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. He is doing a horrible job, but you still have to try and find something where you're like, well, he technically saved us from Iran, which wasn't a fucking problem. But whatever. Is the worst of the right, that's a fact. Okay. Oh, all right. Are we talking about Donald Trump? Yes, we were talking about Donald Trump and how much of an absolute buffoon he is, and just how you, like, not even half of America, because that's being too fair at this point. The guy has a 30% approval rating now. He's got the lowest approval on the economy of any sitting president. Isn't that fun? He actually beat Biden on that one. Love it. But, yeah. I'm kind of tired of the idea that we sit here. Yeah, liberals are weak people. That's the one thing I will agree with you on there, Pete. Yeah, liberals do suck. Liberals suck because they would rather sit here getting mad at me for using the R word too much, or like being a little too, risque with some comments, or like, it's always word policing and all. It's always making sure that they, like, again, microaggressions, bullshit like that. Yeah, they suck. They fucking suck, and they need to fucking wake up. There's enough people out there that are so sick of doing this shit. Yep, the president of the USA is one of the dumbest mother effers alive. Shouldn't be the same. Yeah. Wait. Yep, the president of the USA and the dumbest mother effer alive shouldn't be the same person. Swiss Michael. Good comment. I appreciate that. What are my weak views? Texas, you're the only one that has weak views here. You're the only one that is constantly still standing up for someone that, like, and policies that are failing everybody. Nobody likes you. Independents hate you. You only have your own little cult that fucking still believes anything that you fucking say here. So keep going. I'm Mark safe from microaggressions. Yeah, me too. Thing is, I think that everybody needs to stop with that shit. God damn, dude. Pete learned one adjective in school and never stopped using it. He doesn't know what an adjective is. Come on. Put a poll in the chat of who's with or against Donald Trump. No. I will do this poll, though. By the way, Chaos Moth. He's taking He's gonna set stepping stones for the next people in the right. No, he's not. Cosmic Moth. I'm gonna try my best not to be mean to you, because you actually seem like you're kind of genuine in how you feel. All right, so number one, apologies for going a little too hard at you. All right. I'll admit this. Went a little too hard. But doesn't mean that I don't think what you said was any less stupid. But this last one, do you genuinely think that he's actually setting up for the next person? What? Most people on the right accept that he's a fucking, like, he's so self-centered that it has nothing to do with the right or the Republican Party. He doesn't give a shit about any of the parties. He only cares about him and his legacy, and that's it. He doesn't give a fuck about you. He doesn't give a fuck about his base. He doesn't give a fuck. He wants his goddamn arches. He wants to feel important. He's a fucking man-child. He's the worst. He's Homelander. He's a failure. He's a weak man. He's a bitch boy. He can't stand criticism, so he has to silence the media. He has to say everything is fake, anything that's bad about him is somehow fake. Then this motherfucker comes out, he's just like, you know what? The world is a casino. It is what it is. Let me explain myself a little, because it sounds a little weird to most people. You are correct. All right. There's the weak man coming out? What? Pointing out how you follow a weak man, or you're sitting here thinking that everybody that hates this weak man. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Grandma Flatterson, Twitch is seeing some action today. It is, actually. Yeah, I don't know why my Twitch all of a sudden is picking up. It's been, dare I say, kind of just there. But, hey, I'm happy for it. Why are you here? Oh, because he wants this. He doesn't get engagement from anybody else. If he has kids, they hate him. They don't even talk to him. He doesn't have friends. He doesn't have a wife. He doesn't have anybody to talk to. So he comes on here to spew his bullshit. It's realistically what it is. Like, dude, I don't care if you call me weak. The fact is, you're pathetic. All right? But keep going. Gee, don't give a fuck about half to 3/4 of his own. Yeah, he doesn't even. Dude, Tiffany, who the fuck is that? Like that. I swear to God. He doesn't even know Tiffany exists. And when he does get like reminded, he's just like, oh yeah. He's on other left-wing streams too. Is he? All right. That kind of makes sense. Typical hate watcher. I don't need to make assumptions. You've been here enough times, so I don't. That's not a thing. Tiffany probably prefers it that way, to be honest. Do you think, is she gonna keep the name Trump, or did she keep the name Trump when she got married? Which I love when like they made that announcement. Even Trump kind of sounded surprised. He's just like, I didn't think that it was gonna happen. It's like she was always out of all my kids, she was the fugly one. She was definitely the fuggliest. Eric is a close second, but she's definitely the fuggliest. She kind of looks like if you took Sydney Sweeney and an actual pug dog, and then you just decided, you know what, screw it. She gets none of the better qualities of Sydney Sweeney, just the blonde hair and the weird eyes, and then put them on the derpy dog's face, and there you go. You got my daughter. Michael. Wait, Mike. Where's Mike? Or is that Mitchell? Against my best interests. Oh wait, Trump is. Wait, okay, so here we go. Trump is a bad leader, and it will show the public that the next leaders. It'll show the public and the next leaders what not to do. We kind of knew what not to do. Like, dude, this is the thing, and it's a very, very unpopular opinion. But I think that Biden wasn't that bad. Like, I hate to say it. He was old. He was half dead. But you know what? Things were quiet. All the loudest shit that you had was the shit that the right had to make up to be mad about. Everything else, it didn't impact the markets the way that this bullshit is. Despite some of the fucking conspiracy theories out there, he didn't create COVID to fucking fuck over the economy the way that all these idiots believe. He wasn't the most corrupt fucking president, and if you guys believe that over what Trump is doing in the open, you guys, there's no saving you. There's literally no saving you. That's why I'm kind of putting my foot down where I'm like, this is my line. You either admit that he's a corrupt motherfucker and you support him regardless, or you are disingenuous, and I do not have the patience for this anymore. Like, I've always said that I will accept both sides here. I'm happy to have a discussion, but it does always reach a certain point where I'm like, no. If you cannot admit that you're at least a little bit wrong, fuck off. I want to talk about weak men. Weak men sit there thinking that they're right all the fucking time. Never adjusting their positions, never looking internally and saying, oh, you know what, I guess that is a good point. That's why there's literally no point in debating, you assholes. Well, Trumper assholes, MAGA assholes, not you. You're my pep talks assholes. You know, you guys are fun. Should we invade Greenland? No. The fuck are you going on? Dude, I mean, I can already kind of tell, like, if you like the UFC enough to have that as your handle, I don't know, man. You have an affinity towards watching brain damage way more than I do. Maybe that's why. Like, I don't like. That's why you would try not to assume. Try not to assume. No, we should not fucking invade Greenland. Why? The fuck is wrong with, like, do you think so? Jesus Christ. Let's create more geopolitical destabilization and, you know, for reasons. You think that it's winning, but you don't understand how we've kneecapped ourselves on the world stage. We've essentially ceded all of our ground to China. Like, I know that you guys can't see past your own fucking noses, but yeah, some of us can look and just see where this is going to end up in the next, like, 20 to 30 years. And, yeah, it's not great. It's not fucking great. Once these assholes are all dead and gone, their little legacies will fucking live on through their fucking shitty kids that get to inherit all their bullshit money, and the cycle continues because we're never going to tax them because we can't tax the job creators. Fuck off. It's the same thing with the inheritance tax. They made that about, like, the lower classes instead of just putting it, like, you know, into perspective and being like, yeah, but estate taxes, like, on somebody that makes, like, you know, $1 billion, that would probably pay for a lot more stuff. And yeah, shit, yeah. So it's never like where we can talk about a policy where it's like, okay, there shouldn't be an estate tax on anybody that makes, you know, under $500,000 a year or whatever the fuck. Hell yeah. Thank you. Trump said we should do it. Daddy Trump, I'll invade Greenland if he tells me to. Oh, okay. Are you in the military too? Like, are you one of those guys? Because did you just figure out that you can't even do the same things that Trump does? Because he, like, you know that guy that just won $400,000 off Kalshi betting on the operation that he was part of? Yeah, it turns out that he's going to jail. Tax code was written on to benefit the rich. Nothing you can do about it. I mean, there is. It's a very uncomfortable thing for people to talk about. Because it's also like how the PSYOP. I think January 6th was a PSYOP to make sure that the left never did it. Because they see that the left cares about, like, moral consistency and actually, like, trying to govern, you know, and make things a little bit better. So they know that it's going to, like, the first mental hang-up is going to be, well, we can't do that because we don't want to be seen like, you know, we don't want to be seen like them. Damn prediction markets are for rich people. What was that guy thinking? I mean, yeah, that was kind of funny. The rich is better than you, lib. I'm not a lib. And Mike, you don't make enough for you to even make that criticism. I can tell you right now. You're in this chat right now. You don't make enough. And if you do, donate right fucking now to prove me wrong. Otherwise, you are just another fucking bitch boy that's in the blender. But keep thinking that you're better than the libs just because you support him for reasons. You don't even know why. You're getting fucked. Hey, Mullet Mike, you got a truck? You got one of them diesel trucks they told you to get? Or did you get a Cybertruck? You know? One of those gay-ass electric cars. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. You guys did that thing where he told you that electric cars were cool now because somebody that paid him said electric cars are cool now. You don't got a car? You fucking loser. Let me guess. You don't have a car, but you somehow have multiple DUIs. Am I wrong? But anyway. Lick the boots. Oh, yeah, dude. That guy's definitely going to get one of those cancers that's tied to, like, the turpentine and boot polish. Anyway. Watching the poor lefties whine. Yes. The thing is, Texas, most normie Americans are starting to kind of pivot. That's why things like Breaking Points are, you know, one of the top podcasts. That's why most of the right-wing podcast hosts and all these shows are starting to see dwindling numbers because most people are kind of realizing that they have been led astray because most people actually care about, like, you know, the economy and shit like that. But whatever, man. Keep ignoring it. You know, 30% approval rating. The fact that he keeps just hemorrhaging support. The fact that anecdotally in my area, the people that used to fly their Trump flags, they are not they're not replacing their Trump flags. The one guy put out a 250th anniversary flag, and the other guy just put out an American flag. Keep commenting, pay the pet bills, help feed the algo. Much appreciated. I don't think he understands what he's doing. Dems have won almost every contested special election since Trump took office. Trump is single-handedly dragging the entire Republican Party down with him. But it was a rigged election. Don't you know that? Anything that Trump loses is rigged. Anything that anything that doesn't go Trump's way must either be rigged or there must be some kind of scheme against him. It's never the fact that he's just a failing fucking feckless motherfucker. Not my best insult, but Pete sounds like a cute femboy that wants to kiss men. He's got his little cat ears on, sitting there in his maid costume, self-hating. Just wait, cat ears on a MAGA hat. He's got cat ears on a MAGA hat. Hey, Pete. Oh, I don't want Pete to get all, hot and bothered, you know what I mean? Trump is a big warning sign of what not to do on the right. The thing is, Cosmic, if you're still here, yeah, sorry, I haven't been seeing your chats. I just realized that my multi-stream's not on. Here we go. That should do it. Or not. It's like literally affecting this too. Fine, I'll just move Twitch over here. All right. Biden also had a pet bird back in the 60s. He's cool in my playbook. Man, you really like birds. Damn. What do you think about penguins? You a big fan of penguins? Do you like flightless birds, or do you just like birds that fly? You're still here. All right. Yeah. So Cosmic. Are you one of these guys that are you like a Republican classic? Are you one of those dudes that you kind of liked the neocons? You think that you should go back to being like the party of Bush? Like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, I'll just, I'm genuinely curious about this. So penguins are sick. I don't discriminate. Actually, did you see that whole thing where, the emperor penguin is edging closer to extinction because they had a mass die off of their latest their hatchlings. It sucks. I just read that the other day. I was just like, oh no. But you're a classic conservative. Do you feel politically homeless with Trump, or is this one of those things where you're starting to kind of see that maybe pivoting a little bit left isn't the worst thing, and that you've done this thing where it's arbitrary? I could admit that I would probably start pivoting right if they started making, socialized if they took our positions and just slapped the right wing on it, I probably would start going that way. But that's kind of the bitch of this, though. They always steep it in racism, bigotry, all the hate. They like to use hate, whereas most lefties and liberals even, they come from a place of acceptance, which is also why they don't get they don't go for the fucking mean jokes. That's why, as I said earlier, they'd rather get mad at people like me for using the R word or saying something shitty in a tweet 10 years ago. Because if they focus on that, that keeps them from actually realizing how bad it is. What the fuck was that? I swear to God, I just saw Stan on stream, but he's not in here. You guys did... way back. Anyway, 420. Texas Pete. I have solace in knowing that independents and centrists hate you. But independents and centrists also hate preachy left-wingers, too. So. It tends to be a thing when you condescend and constantly have this attitude of, oh, you don't know, like, God, what's wrong with you? Like, that only works for, like, you know, Road Dogg. Oh, you didn't know? If you know, you know. Or you don't. Stan mentally sending his support from upstairs. You don't give a shit who... you don't give a shit who hates you. Keep telling yourself that to cope with your kids not calling you. Oh, we know? Nerfin Strikeberg. What? I was on time for the 420 today. Yes, you were. Hey, welcome. If you guys are just joining us for the show, by the way, if you guys are new here, yeah, if you haven't figured out, little 420 friendly, celebrate the local, and we do a little thing called Happy Time Zone. So if it's your time zone, just shout it out in chat, and we will do a little cheers. Also, I do appreciate you guys being here. If you guys are of a different political persuasion, actually, Cosmic, I do want to sincerely apologize for kind of flipping on you. You were the subject of my ire for a minute there, and I yeah, man, you know what? You didn't deserve that. I don't want you to think that all lefties are just meanie bobinis that are, you know, that crash out that way. Even though, especially in the online sphere, I could see how that could be totally perceived that way. But we're not. Well, at least I'm not, and my community's not. Like, we try, man. Like, I'm trying to reach out to, like, across the aisle. Ugh. I'm just trying to make most people understand that it's like, dude, you do understand, like, you know that if we just get away from some of these social issues, the broader, like, problems and, like, the broader issues, like, if we tackle those, then you will be better off and you will be happier, and then you can focus on the other stuff. But the right-wing government that is in power right now is just focused on nickel and diming us until we're dead. Plain and simple. And they have no plan for us except take our money and make sure that they don't have to give any of it, which is so fucking weird that they have this hoarder mentality because they have more money than they literally know what to do with. They could not conceptualize how to spend as much money as they make. We are at this point that it is beyond broken. I hope you also understand that we are at a point where, like, the haves and the have-nots it's so, like, separate that it's historic. Like, we have let them do the fucking deep state stuff, and the people that defended him, like, defended all of them the most, were the people that were just like, we gotta tackle the deep state, because you were convinced that it was somehow liberal politicians instead of looking at the billionaire motherfuckers that were manipulating you. Like, that's honestly that's part of the sunken cost fallacy, but it is also part of just not like, wanting to recognize that you're a rube, that you got lied to and you bought in just to every single bit of it, which is technically part of the sunken cost, but I get tensions are high right now. Well, yeah, and you can't just sit there blaming fucking libs. Like, dude, daily this motherfucker goes out there and manipulates the markets with his poop tweets. It's insane. But whatever, man. Really like mauve and plaid, so a shirt with both was amazing, and a mauve over shirt that went over it perfectly. I bet they were from the same owner. What? You were... I'm glad that you found your perfect fit. That's actually kind of cool. Hey, there's nothing better than when you're shopping and you're just like, ooh, I like that, and then it fits, and then it's, you know, it's affordable. Yeah, man. There's something about that. I had a pair of shoes like that where I was just like, oh, hell yeah. Bought and built every structure on it with my bare hands. Yeah. You know, nobody believes your bullshit, right? I don't get why people blame the other side for the faults. Wait, of our side? Wait. So, right now, you do understand that, like, the only people that are blaming, like, specifically, like the other side for like our ills, are the Republicans. As far as like the ones that don't exist, you know, like apparently trans being in sports is why inflation is high. You might as well just say it that way, because that's how fucking stupid it is, and that's how fucking stupid they think you are. But whatever, man. Like Cosmic, you gotta feel so odd being a conservative man. I'm guessing. Sorry. But you gotta feel weird being conservative, a classic conservative that does not support Trump, but also like not like, is there anybody in the Democratic Party that you can look at and just go like, all right, that guy's all right? Like I can say Thomas Massey, you know what? Good for him. He's consistent. If anything, yeah. So what? He votes with Republicans 91% of the time. Okay. Means I would never vote for him, but he's one of those politicians that I can at least admit where it's like, at least you can fucking work with the guy. Jesus Christ. The other side of this is ridiculous. You liked Obama? Oh, okay. All right, yeah, Cosmic Moth, I just kind of realized that you're probably a little bit older than... That's weird. I think that's because I have like the Twitch brain thing where I just kind of assume people that use Twitch are a little bit younger. But it's okay. God made rainbows to make this world look beautiful, not to represent any illness. What do you think? I think that you're retarded. Man, I'm just letting it fly today. Whatever. I think that's like the 8th one. But whatever. Oh yeah, you are spamming. Okay. Jesus, I didn't realize that it's already been an hour and a half. Cool. I think I beat your ass if you said that to my face. Wait, what? Pep voted for Rauner? Haha. No, I didn't. No, I voted for Daniel Biss in the primary, and then I voted for Pritzker. Rauner was a fucking terrible governor, by the way. Love how, like, Republicans love to focus on how bad J.B. Pritzker was, but how, yeah, when Bruce Rauner was in here, he didn't do shit. If anything, he actually made it consistently worse. But whatever, you're in your 30s. Okay, yeah, so we're about the same age. Oh, fuck, probably older than you. I'm edging that 40, man. Like, literally, yeah, I get to enjoy my 30s for like another like 6 months or something like that. Something like that. 8 months. I'll never go get over how many we will never get over how people come in here and say the wildest shit and demand you take it seriously. Yep. Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, kind of like I was saying, and I don't like playing this game, but guys, I've gotten chastised by like libs, like older libs and tankies more than I really do MAGA. Like MAGA just, they kind of annoy me. You know, just in their existence, but when they're in chat, yeah. Like you guys know the rules, and once they start like being just overtly hateful, you know that you guys can pull the trigger on that one. But Ronner was awful. I'm 59. We don't get a raise for 3 years under that asshole. I mean, but no, I didn't vote for fucking Ron. What? Well, Todd, all right, so you're an Illinoisan. Are you an Illinoisan or a Chicagoan? Let's differentiate on this one. You probably have pronouns in your bio. No, I don't. I could have. As much as I listen, the reason that, all right, this is gonna come off weird, but I'm just gonna be honest. The pronoun game plays into the microaggression game, which I think is stupid because I think that people are looking for things to be offended by, and you know, Whereas, well, no, because there's the other side of that. Because you got the right wingers that just fucking they use it for such hateful shit, and they just. But realistically, it's kind of giving them the ammo, you know. Like, for instance, me, I'm going to respect your pronouns no matter what they are, even if I think that the pronoun game might be stupid. But I think it's just no. All right, cool. Whatever your pronouns are, let me know, I guess. But yeah, it's just... It's the microaggression bullshit. It really is, though. Like I was saying earlier about this, like, that's where we on the left, or just everybody that watches, this type of content, they would really benefit from just fucking pulling the stick out of their ass a little bit. Realistically, because it really does take the focus off of other things. And like I've been saying, I understand where it's like we kind of feel so powerless that we might as well just like try to argue with our side because we're trying to perfect our opposition instead of just realizing it's like, no, you're doing this because it's therapeutic. You're doing this because you don't want to go and have just a shouting match with MAGA because you understand that they're just dickheads that have no sincerity, so there's no changing them. But it's also like you can't acknowledge that because of that you shouldn't even be offended because that's just them. Save your offense for people like that truly are just like, oh no, I guess you could save it for them, because like realistically I don't know many liberals that kind of play that game, but you know, in the mainstream media, they try to make it out like, you know, that's what's happening with Gavin Newsom and some of like the Democrat positions. Like Rahm Emanuel came out and said it, where he's just like, yeah, we need to like we need to stop with the trans shit. It's like, what? What, defending it? It's like, fuck you, man. Fuck you for focusing on the marginalized group in this, and also the fact that it, like, instead of just saying this is a disingenuous position that we, like, honestly, it's a very small group of people that we are hyperfixating on because it makes people feel weird. They can get over that. We're not going to litigate this because we are serious. We want to actually bring prices down. We want to not get people killed in a war that, you know, was started because the guy is just dumb. Like, either way, just call it common sense. LOL. Well, I'll just say, sometimes people try to use that and twist it. It is whatever. Wow, LARPing is successful. That's sad. You're a Biden love and bitch. What? Can't even type, Ken. But I'm not a Biden lover. Why are you guys so like? Why you're such simpletons? What's up with this? Why are you so simple? Is it like, why do you keep proving us right? Just keep your mouth shut and we might have to get, like, you really do, like, embody that whole saying of, like, yeah, you know what? You'll find out how stupid somebody is when they open their mouth. Well, I'm going to go now. Hope you see a pretty bird today. Thank you, 1998 window monitor. I appreciate that. Also, yeah, come on back. Sorry if this was... Actually, you know what? I hope you guys understand this is a little bit more amped up and heated than I usually get. Just because I'm so sick of, like, the blatant corruption that I keep seeing. And the soldier getting in trouble for something that Donald Trump is, like, very guilty of doing. That kind of, that made it so obvious that I'm like, nah, this is the time to kind of get this angry and hope that some on the right wing see that it's like, this is a perfect example of how they don't give a shit about you, and they are fucking you. And if you try to say, well, the fraud, you lost all your leg, like, you have no legs to stand on. Like, they literally kneecapped you on this. And most of you didn't even figure that out. Yeah, better to let people think you're an idiot than to open your mouth and prove it. That's what it was. Yeah, my mom used to say that. You know. All right. Here, let's get to some news. I went off on a tangent, dude. But I hope you enjoyed it. Also, if you guys are just joining us and you haven't already hit the like button, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. If you guys want to see me get a little bit bigger, then you can say that you roasted Pep Talks, even if you don't like me. Stan barks in agreement. Yes, he does. He also, have you heard the news? The funny part is, I don't know anymore. I did an hour of show prep. You would think that I heard the news, but did I? Did I? Is there breaking news? I don't know anymore. Let's see, is there breaking news? They did this yesterday. No. There's no breaking news, so there's nothing going on. Oh my god, it's one of those guys. What now? Whatever. Some of these like trolls, I'm not even sure if I can call you a troll. I don't know anymore because some of y'all are just weird. We had this happen last night. We had somebody come into chat that was definitely inebriated, but also they were getting angry at the weirdest shit. Breaking news, there's negotiations with who? Who knows? No, there's not. No, there's not. Jared Kushner and what's his fuck with the kid that just got busted for like doing a bunch of coke. They are not meeting with anybody. It's all a lie. Every fucking Friday, if you haven't figured this out, then I'm sorry. You guys might be too lost to really we might not be able to get out of this because if we're seriously losing the objectivity to see what happens every fucking Friday where these motherfuckers go and play the market and they're not even trying now. Now they're just using the same playbook. Hey, WILCOCK and Kushner are going to Pakistan to go and talk to Iran. And, oh, you know what you guys got to do? We got to see oil, we got to see crude go down, and we got to see the S&P go up. The second that happens, then they're like, okay, close the markets. Let's go into the weekend. Once they open up on Monday, guess who's getting rich, baby? It's blatant market manipulation. Look at the people that are fucking making the money on this. And the thing that's really driving me nuts is some of the crypto bros and some of the fucking stock bros that are trying to convince me that it's like, oh, you're just not buying on the dip, bro. It's like, neither are you because you don't have insider information. Fuck, at this point, they're banking on you to speculate even more. That's why you go to these speculative gambling markets. It's insane. It's insane how they fucking work everybody into just willfully, essentially just giving them all of their earnings. I'm telling you, man, when the fucking markets crash, they're gonna make out like bandits. That's why they got their bunkers, guys. I don't think that it's anything like, I don't think it's the big boom. I don't think it's any of that. I think it's when they do the big rug pull. I think that January 6th, they know that like on a scale that if they do the big rug pull, that would look small scale. But that's what they're scared of. But that's also why they're banking on a whole bunch of their idiots to stand there and run interference for them. You understand that the first people, like, if you do understand that they're like, you're their sacrifice in that regard, right? Like, come on. They don't love you. Donald Trump does not love you. He doesn't care about you at all. As an American citizen, as a person, as a supporter, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care about you. Plain and simple. What up, Anna? How you doing? Man, it's so good to see you. I know you've been busy, but I hope you've been enjoying the show. You got any, Anna? You got any opinions on this? Because God, yeah, today is definitely one of the days where I had it. I fucking had it. When I saw the stock market doing the exact same thing again, I was just like, again, another week, another fucking, might have negotiations. Like I said, sell. Buy, sell. Make sure you got the right ones. What do you mean, Baron? Baron is a wonderful, smart kid. He doesn't have any information that anybody else doesn't have. He just happens to be on the perfect, literally, he's speculating on the perfect assets. That's all I can say. How do the Democrats win back the swing voters that voted for Trump? There's a lot of us. I think that, honestly, this is their strategy, Josh. Also, welcome to the program. Hope you're having a good old day. So I think that they already are in the way that, like, even these like smaller elections and like primary elections are kind of showing the turnout where you have a lot of people that hate Trump right now. And it's not just lefties. You have a lot of people that feel betrayed by him. Like, they're underselling how much of the base is not there anymore. You know, this isn't the election season. And they're still banking on that, dude. They're still banking on people thinking like, oh, this could still be Joe Biden's fault. It's like, no, most people have gotten over that. Most people are now used to Trump being in office and making horrible decisions that have impacted their lives in a negative way. Oh, sorry, headphones crapped out. Oh, I was just saying, what do you think about the insider trading stuff that's just blatant, and also just how have you been feeling about the political atmosphere? I haven't actually gotten like your take on any of this in a little bit, so I value that. Not by calling us idiots, that's for sure. Well, all right, fair. Because I do have a thing about, like, how the left can be condescending, and I'm not going to... All right, you're not... Listen, just because you made a mistake doesn't mean that you're not... you're not going to see past it. But that's also part of it, is, like... Insider trading is not real. Whatever, fuckboy. Uh-huh. I bet... that whole thing with Nancy Pelosi and her husband. Yeah, you were totally not using that as a talking point. Shut up. I'll vote blue again, but if you put RFK and Tulsi on the ticket, no. That, really? Did you watch any of RFK's hearing? You want a president that comes out there, my fellow Americans, I got kicked in the balls before I came out here, and I also ate some raccoon testicles. They're very good and high in fiber and protein. I also wanted to make sure that you guys are on your felching schedule. The First Lady and I were felching. Wait, that wasn't the First Lady. That was one of my many harem. Yeah, RFK doesn't give a shit. No, he doesn't. He doesn't give a shit either. What he gives a shit is being a preachy asshole. He's the worst. He really is. He's the fucking worst. He's the dumbest Kennedy. I love how you guys are... You get, like, America loves them a fucking dynasty. For every shithead that was just like, we can't vote for Hillary Clinton because I don't want a dynasty, got behind Bush. And then RFK. We need another Kennedy. Why? Objectively, the two that were here, what happened to them? Didn't exactly end well, you know what I mean? Fucking Christ. Wow, the wealth class has solidarity. They care nothing about us. Yep. Meanwhile, you got idiots like JJ Love here talking about, trans issues like it's fucking clockwork. Like, gotta fucking change the subject. We're getting a little too close to that. Like, making people want, like, this guy. This guy just said that he would vote blue if you had Tulsi and fucking RFK, which, again, we get it. You watch Joe Rogan. You might want to lay off a little bit. You don't want us back? Just say it. No. The thing is, dude, I'm not trying to. I have nothing at stake about changing your mind, Josh. I really don't. The fact is, if you're not there already, I don't know what's going to change your mind. But realistically, I'm also acknowledging that, yeah, the left can be a little fucking annoying. If anybody ever tries to tell you to go read Karl Marx and, like, do your own research, they're just as bad as a fucking MAGA. It's just like, go read the Bible, do your own research. Like, I do have a problem with some of that. Especially if they can't just explain it to you. Love Joe Rogan? Yeah, tracks. This is called having a conversation. Yeah, they don't know what that is. Notice how they're coming in here with their, like, bloviating bullshit. Pep, I think you misunderstand RFK. I really don't. I don't misunderstand him at all. The motherfucker is a weird dude. I don't care how many podcasts you saw him on. He might have a few agreeable takes, but you know what? Not enough for me to ever think that I would ever get behind voting for him. He's a profoundly weird and corrupt motherfucker. He's just as bad as everybody else. That's why he's in the Trump administration. He's not blowing the whistle on shit. He's not doing anything. He's an idiot. Like, dude, the fact is, he buried a COVID study that provided counterfactuals to what he believed, where he personally was just like, I think that vaccines cause ball cancer. I don't even know, but for real. Strongly disagree respectfully. All right, you can disagree with me all you want. I still think the guy's a fucking moron, and everybody else tends to think that he is. You know? People on the right are even kind of starting to see it. They're just like, oh my God. That's also why he didn't have any support. Realistically. He didn't go anywhere on the national fucking stage, so sorry. I don't care. RFK's a country boy like you. Oh my God. The absolute fucking gray matter that is seeping out of these people's ears is just insane. I just hear, like, I heard that splotch all the way from over here. Just... Holy crap. Yeah, he's not in a he wasn't an elitist fucking, you know, dynasty. He's not part of a fucking dynasty, a political dynasty, you know. JJ Love, you're here spending your time doing this, so... How much of a loser are you that you need to come in here and spend your time doing this? Kind of shows me that, yeah, your words mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, hey, look at that. Just a little another binary code. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. It's right winger crash out day in chat. Yep. It's kind of fun to watch. I'll admit that. I don't like RFK, but I think he got 11% of the vote, better than most independents. Yeah, because I think 8% is like the general. Because I know Jill Stein at one point, and I hate Jill Stein. Trust me, I have nothing but disdain for that woman. That fucking Russian plant. But yeah, she got like 8%, I think. No. That's nowhere near. No, well, no, Ross Perot is still the GOAT as far as like getting more votes than anybody thought he would. But then you had fucking Ron Paul. Ron Paul was actually, you know, he was pretty popular. I think that he got over the 8% hurdle. I think that he made, wait, what was Ron Paul's vote percentage? Let's see. What was that? That was 2012, right? So it says he had 190 delegates. What? Damn. Okay, yeah, he actually did really well. At the closing, it says that he had close to 30%. Holy shit. Here, let's see. Money bombs, media coverage, lawsuit. I don't care about that. Here we go, electoral results. Paul placed second in New Hampshire, blah, 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 blah. Totaling with 22%. Okay, he had 22.9% of the vote at the end of the election. That's not nothing. 22%. Sorry, I was off. It was 22%. But, yeah, hey. I know I can block people. Trust me. I know. You guys can block people too. You listen. I'm a growing channel. I'm a growing boy. I need, this is the equivalent of like the shitty vitamins that you just got to start taking where you're just like, it tastes like rocks and soap. It was good for you. Actually, it's not even no. It's good for a growing channel, let's put it that way. Yep, Ron Paul still does a weekly report. He's still alive? Wait a minute, what? That's crazy. COVID killed millions. Everyone was lucky enough to even have access to the vaccines. It's sad and disturbing. People are anti-vax. Yep. Well, now we're just seeing an influx of stuff that didn't exist in the 90s. I hate to say it. It's that simple where you got a bunch of millennials that were just like, dude, you know why we know that these vaccines work? It was fine for us. Did you get the flooding? Kinda. I didn't get flooded, but my there was a area, actually my hometown. Like, you go about 30, 40 miles away from where I'm at. Yeah. They sold the vax as a perfect solution. No, they didn't. They never sold it as a perfect solution. They even said that, okay, we're figuring this out, but they trusted the mRNA vaccines because they had already done the trials with cancer studies. The fact is, it's as simple as spiked proteins working a lot better than just doing the live virus stuff. Because that was the whole bitch of this. This specific, novel virus, we could not figure out why there was no herd immunity. Yeah. Yeah, you sold it to yourself. I'll try to remember we no longer question anything and just trust the experts. That's not true. That's not true at all. It was one of those things where you were no matter what, honestly, I give people that took the vax a lot more credit because they are the ones that had the balls to test something. It's kind of funny because the same people that bitch about the vaccine took ivermectin when we knew that wasn't even close to being effective against COVID. And also the dangers of taking something like that because it's a worm killer. It's a dewormer, which ironically, your boy RFK could have used a lot sooner. But is Palantir monitoring your mic? More than likely. I mean, dude, I literally self-surveil. I'm a fucking streamer. Lockdown was a joke? Not necessarily. I mean, realistically, we needed to lock down a lot sooner. That was the bottom line. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. And honestly, dude, you know what? Isaac, for real, you're I'm gonna just say this much. You're lucky it wasn't the Motaba virus from fucking Outbreak. You're lucky that it wasn't we bleed out of our ears and our eyes and we just, it had a mortality rate of fucking 100% or whatever. You're just lucky it wasn't that. Because after seeing how people responded, we would not be here. Plain and simple. And that's what pisses me off the most is how many people kind of proved that no matter what, they were willing to, they were more willing to take a chance at hurting people that they know than even thinking, hey, maybe I could look into this and, try to understand it a little bit myself because realistically, It was so much easier to just be like, I don't want to get the Fauci ouchie, even though you know who Fauci worked under? That was another thing that really pissed me off, was the way that they fucking politicized Dr. Fauci during fucking Trump's presidency. Like, literally, it was, dude, Trump kept him on. He could have gotten rid of him at any fucking point. He's proven in this presidency that he could have done that. But somehow, some way, you guys never blame the orange man. You never blame him. You never blame him for fucking not doing the lockdown a little bit sooner, because then it would have ended a little bit sooner in theory. Or it also would have kept a whole lot of people alive. But whatever. I actually did my research like they all claim to. I read the studies. The vax was had very high effectiveness and extremely low fatality rates. And the one vax that did the most damage and was quickly pulled off the market was the non-mRNA vaccine. Yes, which ironically, that was the one that I know some of like the people in my life that were Republicans that did get the vaccine because they had to go to work. That was the one that they chose. But wow. Relitigating fucking vaccinations, you know what this does? Absolutely nothing, because you're trying to revisit something from fucking 5 years ago that obviously broke your fucking brains. I'm gonna just say that much. You know how badly the fucking the pandemic just broke people and they never recovered? Because now look at it, it's the same. You got people like Isaac, all due respect, you trust RFK still? What? Mike supports Mike Madigan, or Mike. No, I don't. Why are you trying to to make me a right winger from Chicago? I'm not. But I guess that's the troll thing. Oh, look at him, he's getting mad. I'm saying that he... No, you're just lying. Pap 100%, the pandemic forced people into an echo chamber, and most of us never got out of them. The truth about it would be nice. I mean, honestly, that was the one thing that I never got. I never did the thing where I was like, the wet market thing, the fact that it came from a lab. I never played that game because I was like, I don't know. That's part of why that's why it scared the shit out of me. Also, seeing how sick people were getting, I was like, oh, God, this is a lot worse than I thought. And then all it took was the first few people in my life to die from it, where I was just like, oh, damn. Somebody I worked with, her husband died from getting the first wave of the C. And man, that was kind of wild to watch her, because she was a die-hard Trump supporter. Die-hard. And all of a sudden, she went from red hats everywhere she went, fucking, all the bumper stickers on her truck. No bumper stickers, no more red hats. She would constantly be like, I'm not talking politics. She turned into an apolitical American all of a sudden. You're a nurse too, and you disagree with Swiss. What'd Swiss say? Pandemic destroyed too much trust in science. I mean, I guess. For some people, I guess. I don't know, man. The fact that people don't understand the science, they don't understand science themselves, and they want to sit here criticizing scientists. This is my biggest fucking gripe that I have with armchair fucking quarterbackers on every fucking subject. Do you know how many cunts think they know better than fucking somebody that went out and actually went, it's sovereign citizen bullshit. It's literally the mentality that leads to sovereign citizens, where they think they know better. They don't need no fucking law school. All they need is a Wikipedia and a bunch of fucking buzzwords, and they'll get out of anything. That is the same exact fucking mentality. And it's also this profound ego and arrogance of just thinking that you know better. I don't know, man. I live in a society where I know people that are smarter than me. I like to delegate to them. I know how to admit when I don't know everything. But a lot of people apparently are not that, self-aware. Apparently everybody, some of y'all are just geniuses, fucking just You need to be literally in the government telling us what to do because you guys are such fucking geniuses. Like, this is, again, my biggest gripe. Everybody knows the solutions, but nobody has the conviction to actually go and try to apply them. Nobody wants to fight for what they actually believe in. They'd rather fight online and then just kind of, it's all mental masturbation, guys. It's literally just like you're rubbing one off, and once you make the fucking cumsy, you're just gonna fucking go like, whoop. Oh, a little post-nut clarity. I'm gonna go play some video games. Dirty Dan. Listen, if you're just gonna say fuck the government, yes. Yes. 1000%. Oh my God. You know what? Thank you for that. Dirty Dan, comment of the day so far. Simple but effective, because you're right. You're right. The government sucks. You have, like, this is what happens with too much bureaucracy, but it's not the actual bureaucracy that's the problem. It's the people in charge of it. And it's always taking the guardrails off so they can get theirs. Like, this is my biggest problem, not recognizing that everybody, the second that they get into government, they're just like, yeah, well, I don't want to do that thing where I have to, like, actually put rules on myself because, like, these other people got away with it. I should be able to make this money. It's like, great. So nothing's ever going to change. Awesome. Isn't that fucking awesome? I just realized I still got the screen up. Sorry, guys. I was going to go to my watch screen. Give me a second. Let me do that. Oh, shit. Here. I'll do this. Because I am enjoying the conversation. I'm not going to lie. Like, if there was any day to litigate this again, it was today. Because... yeah, it's not the worst. Wait, the fuck? I swear to God. Let's get some news. I'm trying, actually. Right now I'm having a problem. It's not letting me load my screen here. I might have to reset it. Actually, that'll take me a minute. Give me a sec. We're on X. What the fuck is going on with this? All right, that's it. Okay, I'm just gonna reset this. Sorry, guys. This is infuriating. Anyway, here, fuck this. Go to the main screen. There we go. I'll be bringing the news up here in a minute. I have to reset my screen capture thing. There we go. This should work. There are 3 carriers now? Of what? Wait. I have to go to Chicago for a soccer game on Sunday? Nice. Are you, like, seeing the fire, or is this, like, for your kids? There we go. Woo! Got it. Yeah, I was right. I had to literally reset the entire window, so... or create a new window. That sucked. Just stop. You're anti-establishment, anything, we get it. Yeah. No dialogue with pros and cons in a real debate. Dude, there was so much fucking real debate. Shut the fuck up, Josh. No. Just because you want to No. I'm with them. Just because you want to rewrite history and you are just hot and bothered by the fact that a lot of us see it the same way, where a lot of you guys got your brains cooked. I think maybe you did have COVID, and I think you got the long form of it, and you don't even realize it. That's part of the problem, too, is a lot of you assholes are like, I never got it. Meanwhile, yeah, just got a real bad flu right around that same time, you know. It's just a bad flu anyway. That's what you guys like to say. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, your brain chemistry completely changed. So cooked. my main issue. I like to talk about it. You voted for Trump because of RFK. And that tells me everything I need to know, man. You don't actually care about issues. You care about people and perception. And you listen to liars, dude. You voted for Trump, who's a liar, because you trust RFK, who's a liar. But you, because you're so smart, you think everybody else was the liar. Dr. Fauci, liar. Like everybody that was in that government agency, except for Trump, apparently, was a liar. Do you understand this is why nobody is taking you seriously in this chat right now, Josh? COVID really messed up your immune system? Or messes up your immune system? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, so my sister, I think I've mentioned this before, my sister's immunocompromised. So, COVID was hell for her. And, like, that's also why I get a little pissy about this, is because for every cunt that wants to fucking sit here and... Man, I've watched way too much of The Boys. I just realized that. That's where this is coming from, by the way. It's all Butcher. It's Butcher's fault. All right, sorry. I'm going to stop. I need to tone that down a little bit. I absolutely dislike and do not trust the pharmaceutical industry or the medical industry. Then just die. From whatever disease that you don't trust any vaccine from, or cancer treatment, or any of that. Because at that point, what are you doing? What are you doing? You don't trust the medical industry? You do understand how, like, just at this point, like, why? Why can't we just Oregon Trail some of these motherfuckers? Why? Why can't we just send them to do, like, to go and deal, like, with some more novel viruses, since they're all experts, apparently, like I said. But seriously, how in the hell? How in the hell? You're gonna just be like, I don't trust medicine. I don't trust doctors. I don't trust any of it. Josh, you're too far gone. Always with the brainworms, such silly talking points. No, it's brainworms. The thing is, dude, you need to believe that RFK is right, because you have locked onto something he said that made it so it was the perfect explanation for you. They haven't thought about it enough. They don't care. No, the thing is, this goes back to that one guy. God, I haven't seen him in a while. But that one kid that was just like, yeah, I don't need insurance because I'm young, blah, blah, blah. I think that I don't want to pay taxes to to get people's health care because, you know, I'm young, I don't need it. Like, literally, that me mentality. He's a nurse, by the way. That's scary. Yeah, that's fucking scary. The fact that you're in the medical profession and you don't trust medicine. Yo, dude, I hope you're not using your real name. Because that would be bad. That would be very bad. Because I would not go around spouting what you're spouting and then saying that you are in the very profession that you're sitting here shitting on. And then all, like, I mean, hey, that's a different set of balls. And I would at least have to say, all right, he's at least got the cojones, I guess. By the way, did France just pass something about planned obsolescence? I don't know. I don't follow what's going on in France. Who gives a shit about the French? We ruled over and took it in the 1930s. Now we still have our Eiffel Tower. Whatever. You know what's sad? I've been to France. I've been to Paris. I had a great time in Paris. The people were pricks, though. Like, that was one thing that is, like, that's pretty dead on. The French kind of suck. But wow, that's gonna be clipped. I'm gonna like get popular and go to, like, they have like TwitchCon or something in Paris, and it's just like, well, we would have the pep talks here, but it turns out that a few years ago he said, and I quote, fuck the French. And then he did a little ha-ha. Yes, we are not too fond of the pep talks here. We feel like we need him to make an apology. You voted for Hillary in 2016. Who cares? The thing is, I don't live by who I voted for. I voted for Hillary because she was better. She was the better choice than Trump. I never trusted Trump. The thing is, when Trump won in 2016, there was this little part of me when he did win that went, well, at least this does upset the status quo. Like, that kind of got me where I was like, let's see how he does. Because I was like, you know what? For all the times that I heard that, oh, we need a businessman, a CEO to run the government, this was kind of it where I was like, all right, well, at least we get to see what this experiment looks like. Turns out he failed. But then you have too many people sitting here like, yeah, he didn't fail. He was set up to fail. Those dirty Democrats set him up to fail. And then they rigged the election while he was president. I'm setting a voter. I'd be convinced to vote for Trump. Or wait, what? Or you had to be convinced to vote for Trump. Listen, Kamala and... This is the thing, Josh, with all due respect, and I actually mean this. I don't begrudge you for not voting for Kamala. I kind of more so begrudge you for just voting at that point where it's just like, fuck it. You should have just kind of sat that one out. You know, enough other people did. But I guess that RFK thing really got you, you know, that did it. Not the fact that the motherfucker was, you know, courting. Josh, do you care that he was courting Kamala's campaign? Like, he wanted to be part of Kamala's administration? Does that not bother you? Like, come on. So fucking stupid. Like, you do understand that you got worked, man. You got worked. And now you're sitting here, the economy sucks, things are getting progressively worse, everybody's starting to feel it. We're going into summer and nobody is fucking hyped about this. Like, I got an entire neighborhood, right? Because we all make about the same amount of money, like, you know, that median income, nobody's doing extra splurging. I'm not watching anybody get anything done as far as like their landscaping. I'm not watching it. Like, nothing is getting done. No projects are getting done. And that's the first sign for me as like, you know, the middle class to kind of bring it to you guys to go like, yeah, guys, shit's bad. Shit's bad. No Trump flags in my neighborhood. And then no projects in my neighborhood. Yeah. But whatever, man. Like, if you gotta fool yourself into fucking believing that somehow Trump is gonna fix everything. Well, see ya, everyone. Where are you going? Isaac, did I actually, like, get to you on this one? Apologies. I hope that it wasn't a bridge too far, but it is actually fair that you, know exactly how I feel on these talking points, because, you know. Isaac, I'll just say this much. I appreciate your ability to disagree, but also still, like, be cool. It's kind of the, like, you don't have the ego part that, a lot of these guys do, and it doesn't seem like you're, like, it's in the sunken cost. You know what I mean? You're a good dude, so appreciate it. But yeah, hope to see you later. I bet you love the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. You're a fucking moron, dude. You're one of those guys. You're just one of those guys. Ignoring the deep state that's right in front of your fucking face that you put there. You went to the voting booth to put the Epstein class into office. You voted for the deep state. You did it. Rockefeller's my fucking ass. That's your cheap cop-out to fucking be like, nah, the deep state's not the most obvious people committing the most obvious fucking corruption in front of me. No, it's got to be a conspiracy, a grand conspiracy. I sure do all day, every day. See, now you're just being petty because you're getting called out for kind of being a shithead. But whatever, man. How are you worse than Pete? He kind of is. That's actually a very fair assessment on him. Like, dude, somehow, some way, you're actually worse than, like, the right-winger that was, like, trying to troll chat. I think what really bothers me about you, Josh, is the fact that you said that you're a nurse and you don't believe in medical science. That's a fucking problem, my guy. Jesus Christ. This guy doesn't recognize the fact that, sailing definitely will rehydrate you. But science, oh, what's that? What's that? What the fuck? Guys, this is, again, why I have very little faith in humanity. I'm trying, though. I have tried my best. I don't want to lose my faith in humanity. But goddamn, I get tested every frickin' day. Anyway. So yeah. To my point earlier, hey look, U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to travel to Pakistan for more Iran talks. Guess what the market did on that news? Exactly what it's been doing every other Friday. Every Friday at this point. He failed when he decided to control the deep state rather than destroy it like he promised. Dude, how do you... All right, I just need to know, are you this just like piss poor a judge of character? Like, how? How in the fuck did you not just... How? This is what I don't get, man. Like, he already failed you one time, specifically on an issue that you seem to care about, but you forget about it because Biden, came in and just Bidened, which wasn't great. But it also was a step in the right direction. It was it got quieter. It was nice. I didn't know what the fucking, the president thought during a fucking poop tweet that would move the markets, but whatever. How's my wife? Oh, she's doing good, actually. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. She's on the mend right now. She's starting to feel better. Things are starting to be more regular with her. We got her surgery date, so now we're making plans. She found out that she can't eat corn and a whole bunch of these things post-op. So she's just I'm going to enjoy every bit of food that I'm going to have on my no-no list. It's just I agree with this. So, but thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. Another liberal getting easily mad very easily. Getting mad very easily. What a surprise. Whoa. Oh my God. It's not like the right is fucking, a bunch of babies that start crying anytime that you start pointing out that the economy sucks and they support an absolute buffoon. But whatever, man. Yeah. We're the whiny ones. Even though we can be. See, I mean, I'm not even sure, do they accept me? I don't know, because I pointed out. Like I said, man, the fact that people would rather focus on, really stupid bullshit, knob-slobbing maggots chirping in chat. I mean, they're coming out today, that's for sure. It's okay, though. I'm fine. W, man. Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate the support, dude. All right. Now... Like I said, I do want to get into more news, but I can't. This is the one that got me. Just how obvious it is. How many more Fridays are we going to go where this is the almost exact same story? What are we doing? The economy doesn't suck. The Dow's at 500,000, Pep. It's at 500,000! Intolerance in the name of tolerance. No. I am intolerant of intolerance, I guess is the best way to put it. Can you be a bot too? I don't know, man. I hate to say this, Josh, because this might be giving you a bit of a compliment, but you might be too stupid to be a bot. I mean, dude, you keep engaging with it, and you keep every other sentence you type is just another one where I'm wow. What got me is the fact that you're the left can bring me back. Was that something were you lying? Can the left actually bring you back minus an RFK and fucking this is where I'm calling you stupid, is the fact that it's all personality politics with you instead of substance. What do you actually fucking care about? besides personalities. Like, Jesus Christ, you have been just manipulated into fucking thinking like, Tulsi! Like, how much Joe Rogan did you listen to fucking just to manipulate your brain into going, yeah, Tulsi RFK, which no one would vote for, by the way. God. There's a reason that they lost. You're enjoying the attention? Oh, you're one of those. Oh. Well. Just quit. Quit it. You don't understand the science because you don't care to know. As I said, the thing that scares me is that Josh is a fucking nurse. What a disgrace. Yep. I bet you don't get enough of it, Josh. It kind of... I mean, I'm getting that vibe. Oh, I believe I'm a nurse. You believe anything? You said it. You're the one who's offering it. Oh, so are you just admitting that you lie about everything? That there's nothing that we can take from you as substantive? You're just being a troll? I mean, if that's the case, man, honestly, yeah, then it's going to become a lot easier to ignore you. And I mean a lot easier. So, I don't think he's a nurse. I hope not. Honestly, I hope not. That would be fucking terrifying if he is. Like, damn, dude. Like, listen, you could be anti-vax, you can be anti-science if you want, but there's one thing that I don't want, that personally, me as just any member of society, politics aside, if I'm in the ER and I find out that my nurse doesn't believe in anything that they're putting into my body, I don't want that nurse to be there. Don't think that that's a bridge too far, but... All right, good game. He gave up. Let's go get the news. Sorry for the spam. Oh, don't worry about it, Avatala. Also, welcome to the show. Good to see you. If you guys are hanging and you just got here, appreciate you being here. I always appreciate the crew showing up. You wanted Tulsi way back when she ran for president and Bernie got the boot. Regret ever thinking that. You see how my views have changed and have grown, Josh. I use knowledge of the world to shape my worldview. Well, it's also she's proven that she'll move with the wind. That's part of the problem. Like, he's putting all of his faith into two people that literally were working both sides. So for all of the talk about how they're both sides of the same coin, you're literally flipping a fucking double-edged coin. Even Two-Face has more conviction than you. At least he scratched off one side. Fucking Christ. Let's see. Do you win? You have hobbies? That makes me believe you do not have hobbies. Oh my God. When somebody just says, I have hobbies. What? What hobbies? What, pissing off left-wing streamers? Okay. Hell of a hobby you got there, my guy. Man. The sad part is, I'm not even that mad. I mean, I was a little more angry when I believed that he was a nurse, which, egg on my face. You know, God forbid that I see somebody in chat tell me what they do for a living and then I believe it. Fuck. Laughing my ass off. Literally, no one has the hobbies. No one that has hobbies has stated, I have hobbies. They'll just say what they do for fun. Yeah. You know what I want? Yeah, like Godzilla God King. You know what one of my hobbies is? I watch Godzilla films. Probably more than I should. It's my comfort food. Like, when I'm this TV specifically, when I'm sitting in that chair doing my little art projects, we'll usually have a Godzilla film on. You're not engaging the right way. Oh man, I'll work on that. Well, I mean, not lying, just, you know, that's a good start. In fact, you are one of the dumb ones. Is that better? Well, that's never wrong. Mine is 0. I cannot wait. It looks so good. Anyway, news time. All right. Actually, here, let's do a little refresh. Same thing. Oh, did you see this thing about Netanyahu's prostate cancer and how, like, when he was, there was speculation that he was dead, how he was going through, like, treatment? Number one, I can believe it. Number two, the fact that they're saying that, like, they caught it early. Listen, this is a hard one for me because I hate Netanyahu. I do wish the worst for him, but not cancer. Not cancer. You want to know the track name of this? This one, it's called New Phone Who Dis. Or Who This, actually, not Dis. Yeah, it's called New Phone Who This by Bonus Points. I appreciate that you guys like my my curated lo-fi track. If you guys are interested in following my my soundtrack to my stream, it's Pep Talk Stream Lo-Fi on Spotify. Very unlikely it was cancer. It was likely it was just an excuse to hide. I'm no. I had a breakdown because of my dog's cancer today, just how much I hate cancer in general. So I'm like, yeah. There's no celebrating that. So I'm going to sit that one out. And if you guys want to make jokes about it, not exactly great taste, but I'll allow it, I guess. I have literally zero tolerance for anybody that's like ever says, I wish, the big C on you, or like I truly mean it. Any time that it comes to me, like hating somebody or like feeling just true disdain for somebody, I have never felt enough for me to truly want that to be something that happens to them. Like, yeah, anyway. But that's also where I'm like, not going to police your behaviors. The left should be banned right next to National Socialism. Yeah, see, right there. Right there, he just lost to all. Like, all right, easy to ignore him now. One joke, thoughts, prayers, go out to the two. No. 51. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Godzilla God King. Holy fuck. Thank you for the kind $51 donation that now holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. This is still $13.50. Oh, I see why you did the 51. Yeah, that's, hey, by the way, that happened organically where it was just like, hey, somebody donated 99 cents, or it was $1.99, and I was just like, well, that kind of screwed things up. It's all right. As far as somebody who is, like, yeah, like if you're like me and you like even numbers, let's get a little, Stan! Come here, bud. Mr. Treat, dude, come on. That's the bark where he's like, I'll be back. And here he comes. Stan, Treat. He's making his way down. Yeah, W50. Hell yeah, dude. Ah, there he is. All right. Somebody donated to you, buddy. There you go. Hey, chew him. Good boy. He swallowed that one. He was just like, nope. Good boy. Bye. There you go. Good boy. Just wonder where that came from. I'm gonna go up and patrol the neighbors some more. You need to hang out. You gonna go up or you hang out, buddy? Up or down? Lay down. Lay down. Yeah, he does what he wants. That stand, by the way, if you guys are new here. All right. Let's get to some news, and then, yeah, we're going to have some fun.
So have you ever felt like you were pulled over?
By the way, if you live in Phoenix, Arizona, pay attention to this.
So have you ever felt like you were pulled over just so a cop could hit a quota? Well, you might be right, because there's this new lawsuit now. It's against the Phoenix Police Department, and it alleges that it enforces a de facto DUI quota that actually pressures officers to make DUI arrests or face employment consequences.
Right there.
Brianna Longaria, she alleges that
good for her.
In her lawsuit.
This is an American hero right here. She is an American fucking hero. Since I got my driver's license, I have known this.
That she was unrightfully arrested.
That's why in Chicago, we can, like, end of the month, all right. All of a sudden, you're going to see checkpoints. All of a sudden, you're going to hear your friends just be like, yeah, I got pulled over.
After her wedding, after an officer fabricated breathalyzer evidence. She says in the suit that the body cam footage actually captured the moment that the officer said, they're going to kick me off the squad if I don't get a DUI. Phoenix police declined to comment on the litigation, but did say the Professional Standards Bureau is reviewing the case. Legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer joins us now for more. So, Brian, let's talk more about what happened here. And is an arrest, based on suspicion like this even allowed?
Well, I think here that's the problem. It doesn't seem like there's actual suspicion here. An officer may be able to make the point that, hey, she drove erratically, and that gave him suspicion, or gave her suspicion in this situation to stop the vehicle. But once she starts passing these tests, once you start realizing, I think she came up with a 000 on the breathalyzer and wasn't failing these tests, and even what you're hearing in the body-worn camera, it's clear that this was fabricated to make it seem like a proper arrest. And unfortunately, quotas and quota systems used in the criminal justice system this way do happen, and it harms people like this. And thank God there's body-worn camera, but also how shocking is it that the officer knew they were recorded and still did and said many of these things?
Right. So is it true then that officers are supposed to meet a certain quota each month? I mean, what would you do with that information if you were working on the case?
It may be true even to this day. It is an unconstitutional and illegal thing. If you research this, you'll see plenty of stories, not only in my adopted state here of New York, but also throughout the country. There's actually a retired lieutenant of the NYPD by the name of Edwin Raymond, who actually wrote a book called The Inconvenient Cop that talked a lot about this as well. And if I had a case where someone was being arrested for a quota, I would do exactly what's going on here. I would sue the police department to show that this practice is illegal and try to see if there are other people who are victims of this who are being arrested falsely and don't have the resources to be able to fight back, because police should be arresting people who commit crimes, not create crimes so that they can then go and lobby that their department gets more money for crimes that don't exist.
Yeah, well, we hear about ticket quotas, now DUI quotas. That's kind of scary when you think that something like that could be fabricated. Brian Buckmeyer, thank you.
Brian Buckmeyer. Sorry, had to. All right. Conversation time. Anna, I'm really happy that you're here for this segment because I value your take on this. So Adam Mockler reposted this, and this is something that I had a feeling about when Dan Biss was getting attacked, because he kept answering about where they were trying to allege that he took AIPAC money, and he kept saying, he's like, I've never taken that money though. Like, he's like, they're trying to lump a whole bunch of other groups in that gave to their opponents as well as Kat Abu Ghazaleh. And they're trying to say, like, oh, that counts as AIPAC money, but for some reason it didn't count for Kat. Well, it seems like we now have some proof that this is true with Track AIPAC. So Adam Mockler reposted, holy shit, someone did a whole video breaking down how AIPAC Tracker has literally been making shit up. Fuck AIPAC, fuck Netanyahu, fuck special interest groups. But I don't know how some of you are just okay with being lied to like this, because, and you know what? I agree with Mockler on this.
We have to talk about Track APAC. You've probably seen their graphics, and I have troubling news that essentially means that all of their numbers are wrong. So I would.
And I did look into this guy. He has absolutely no affiliation with APAC. He's done pro like anti or like the pro track APAC content. So it's kind of like he's coming at this like he's like, holy shit, I bought into this.
I was sent an Excel doc of their tracking
Dirty
of
Cajun,
James
what up?
Talarico, and it's bad. If you look closely, the majority of the funds that they're tracking in their graphics are from lobby donors. What we discovered is how they define a lobby donor is anyone who has ever given an itemized donation to a pro-Israel or Jewish PAC. If this doesn't sound insane to you, here are 3 reasons why this methodology is insanely stupid. Number 1, we looked at the lifetime lobby donations of the people in the spreadsheet. Some of these individuals only gave $200 and not to APAC. Guys, someone that gave $200 10 years ago to the California Jewish Democrats is not in the Israel lobby. To track every subsequent donation that they make to every politician and add that number into a red graphic is beyond misleading.
Yes.
Number 2, no politician that raises a decent amount of money can beat this test. Don't believe me? Here's James Talarico's red graphic. Over $100,000 from individuals in the pro-Israel lobby. To someone just scrolling on social media, this looks like he got $100,000 from APAC. But guess what? We cross-referenced those 96 donors in the Excel spreadsheet and found that they had also given thousands of dollars to politicians like AOC and Bernie Sanders. This is because James Talarico has now raised over $40 million. Of course there's going to be crossover if you
Thank you for the dollar, Josh.
this
Appreciate
methodology. Number 3, your
I see what you
organization
did
is
there.
called Track APAC, but you've been very open that you track more than just APAC, including J Street. However, J Street has given direct and earmarked donations to candidates that you give green graphics. So then tracking individuals who have given a couple $100s to J Street as Israel lobbyists is inconsistent at best. So track APAC. If you want to follow the money, do that. On our integrity index, we track APAC. We have all their direct donations, earmarked donations, and super PAC spending. It's all public. But if instead you want to track where politicians stand on your policy goals related to Palestine and Israel and make graphics reflecting those policy positions, do that. But you have to choose. You have to be consistent and accurate. And until you update your methodology, you're just spreading misinformation.
I agree. And yeah, they all guilty. Well, this is where I'm saying, like, I know this for specifically the race that happened in my district because everybody was bemoaning how Kat Abu-Ghazaleh was technically, you know, they were targeting her with APAC money, which they also did to Dan Biss. And the only reason that like APAC was doing like the victory lap because Kat lost was because of the way that she did that, where it was just like, holy shit, like, because now, even though he didn't take APAC money, a lot of fucking people that followed Kat just assume he did. Like, this is why I was getting upset about her not having any, you know, reflection or like, or not reflection. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, she didn't do a breakdown on like why her campaign didn't work out, as well as just admitting where like her failures came. It's very much in the Trump vein, like, oh, it wasn't us, it was the outsiders, it was APAC. And she's also not retracting a lot of the, like, I don't see her retracting her whole, like, you took APAC money thing, because it was a lie. Now, we have a little bit of time to get to the general election, so I will, I'll reserve all of my criticism there, and I really hope, dude, this is so weird to want to like somebody. Like, I want to like Kat. I want to believe her, but she's showing that she has a lot, there's legitimately some sus stuff with her that it doesn't add up. And then on top of it, you got like the whole Ben Collins angle, the thing that I'd be remiss not to fucking bring up, where it is like, okay, like, that was part of the questions that I was going to ask her. Like, I had 5 questions I was going to ask her. Actually, I can read those now. I think I read those on stream already, though. But one of them was about, like, why hide it? You know? And she has, like, this weird pushback anytime people would ask about it. And then my biggest question was the last one, where I was just like, what will you do if you lose? What is your goal to, like, if you lose? Like, I would like to know, Like, what are your actual plans? But couldn't really give me any good answer. Well, because, yeah, she didn't engage with me at all. Well, not at all. God, I'm still mad about it. Like, I know. Get over it. Get over it. She blew you off for an interview, but it is like, dude, yeah, but she also lied. Like, it's also one of those big lies. She said she would interact and answer any questions of anybody that lived in the district. I mean, I could, to her, I would have even provided my address just to be like, here's the proof. Now what? Like, I hate to say it, man. Like, nah, you're a constituent. Exactly. But anyway, let's move on to the next thing. Okay, yeah. Let's get into this U.S. soldier getting in trouble for his bets.
A U.S. Special Forces soldier who was involved in the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has been arrested and is facing 5 criminal charges. Prosecutors allege that Master Sergeant, his name is Gannon Ken Van Dyke.
His name is Gannon?
Bet
Get the fuck
on the operation and won $400,000
millennial parents, I swear to God.
in profits. They claim
You named him the bad guy from Zelda?
he opened an account in late December on Polymarket, which is an online prediction market, placed about $32,000 on a long shot bet that Maduro would be out by January. He allegedly made 13 bets in the days before the capture. Now the case is raising questions about insider trading on prediction markets on the
Yeah, there's no way I'm not going to forget that name.
Iran war. A reporter asked President Trump about it.
Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he
I don't know about it, but
betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Oh, that's
it sounds like
interesting.
he was involved in the operation.
yeah, it's called insider trading. That's interesting. It's almost like it's giving the whole game
Like
away.
Pete Rose betting on his own team? I'll look into it,
There are
yeah.
also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino.
The president later adding, quote, "I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is." Joined now by 2 combat veterans. Margaret Donovan is a former Army captain and a JAG officer. She's also a former federal prosecutor. Adam Kinzinger is a former Republican congressman and retired Air Force lieutenant colonel. Margaret,
It's close as you could get to clipping Jag off.
what is your reaction to the arrest? How unprecedented and concerning is it? And the president's reaction to it? It is what it is. He doesn't like it, but the whole world is becoming a casino.
Well, I guess then, all right. Cool.
Well, look, I read the indictment and I think it's a really righteous case. This is particularly troubling conduct when we're at a moment where our military's credibility is in question, to say the least, in many of our operations. And so I think it's really important for the Department of Justice to bring cases like this and to show that we are willing to respond to corruption. Keep in mind that Maduro has his own criminal case in SDNY right now, and no doubt his attorneys are going to point to this and say, see how corrupt the arrest was? So I think it's really important that the DOJ pursues this. It's a strong indictment. It looks like their evidence is very reliable, probably from Polymarket itself and the soldier's Google account. And I suspect that, this will be a pretty important case going forward in terms of how the DOJ can deal with these Polymarket bets.
Congressman, were you surprised? I mean, that someone, a special forces, an operator at that level and trusted with some of the biggest and most sensitive military plans would allegedly do this?
I don't want to say I'm surprised because, this is very tempting, right? If you know that this is going to happen and, you're working every day to get by, it's, people are tempted. They're humans. And, but it's wrong. And so this is good, that obviously they're going after it, but this needs to be more than
I'm glad that I'm still able to keep them original because, man,
soldier.
it's getting a little bit like, I got to put some thought into
stuff
it.
that's been happening. Actually, not just in the predictive markets, but especially.
I love this channel and community. I really do. The guy really effed up and he is in the justice system. Please, let's not forget he is currently still a tier 1 operator. It's bad, yes.
Stock markets that seem to possibly be from people that are at least close to the decision making. So look, Polymarket and Kalshi have a real PR issue on their hand if they want to keep surviving. because I think people are starting to
Prediction market shouldn't be a thing.
understand that this is a pretty bad situation.
No.
Kalshi, I think when
This isn't like sports
after a
betting,
few-
and even sports betting has gotten like the fact that we've normalized the idea of players and coaches just being able to fucking bet on their own games, dude. That like in the '90s, that used to be something like it's because oh my god, I just realized it's because the mob doesn't run it anymore. That's what it is. Because even the mob, even fucking the mob understood how fucked up that was.
here recently.
Josh, thank you for the sub.
But look, I'm uncomfortable with the fact
I do appreciate
that
it.
you can bet on actual human decisions that the human himself or herself can actually make. You know, if you're
Hello, sir. Do you know any good Japanese psychologists or lawyers?
Pete Rose betting on baseball, you can't guarantee an outcome. But if you're like the senator, I remember one specifically said, will a U.S. senator visit Syria before June? Well, if you're a U.S. senator and you can go visit Syria, the temptation is you can bet on that, or
damn it, it is. Yeah, no, that's what it is.
Or maybe you have a cutaway.
It's 100% what it is. They got these like techno, like the tech bros. That's kind of weird.
Somebody you know that can bet, and you get a little side.
Yeah, check out that. Gonna check out the Michigan debate tonight. Yeah, I should.
Profit from it. This is
DA, do you have a link to one of the
very dangerous
local news stations that's carrying it?
Potential of starting to impact decisions based on profit and not based on what's necessarily right for the country.
Margaret, I mean, the prediction markets are kind of predicated on this notion that there is some insider knowledge, you know, that somebody in there knows something, and whether it's some investor who has just done a whole lot of research and thinks they have an edge. What if the Maduro regime had somehow caught wind
Sometimes I'd even start
unusual
Michigan,
trades on
Michigan.
online?
Is that Eastern?
Could that have, you know, I mean, maybe it's far-fetched to think that would have spooked Maduro and caused him to go into hiding or change his security or something, but the kind of the ripple effects or the future problems this may raise, I'm not even sure we kind of really fully understand them yet.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say, Anderson, that it's that far-fetched that this could be a problem.
Half the states
if you're
in
just looking
5,
for
half the
basically
states
an
in 6.
aberration in the poly market, I think this really becomes, in addition to the concerns, the very serious concerns that Adam just laid out, this is a national security issue. So
that's right, the UP. The UP is still central.
You have bets
I remember that.
on, for example, if something's going to happen in Cuba, and all of a sudden there's a spike in that bet the night before something happens. And that's really the crux of this case. These are financial charges that are in this indictment, but this is really a national security case. This is a soldier who had really sensitive information about a highly guarded operation that only a few...
Any military command, they would make an example of this, but we live in the fucking Trump, we live in Trumplandia where this is being normalized by the president himself, the world's a casino.
A handful of people.
And I'm going to bankrupt it.
People within the military were entrusted with, and he used that information. He disclosed that information on basically an open market that anybody could observe. And I don't think it would take a rocket scientist to figure out dumping, $30,000 into a wildly low bet on a high-profile capture like Maduro. That could tip people off, very much so. So I think that it really kind of, this case in particular and others, they blend into national security issues.
Congressman, I mean, do you think all government officials, elected military, civilian, should be banned by law or an executive order or bill passed by Congress from taking part in, prediction markets? Is that a solution, or would family members then just be tipped off?
I mean, you could, but I think you ban it all. I mean, look, it's, there's rules around Congress trading stocks. We have to show it and everything. There's a lot of discussion about banning Congress from trading stocks. This is more dangerous. If you're in Congress, if you're making a bet on a stock market, you may have a little insider information like, hey, we're getting ready to introduce a bill and maybe that moves the market. You don't necessarily have really insider information. This you do. And so, yes, I think the sites, if they were smart, they would get ahead of this and ban.
That was a literal I might, you know what, I've done this.
They already have restrictions, but there's
gotta
be a way to follow through on that.
If you know more than your average person out here, no.
And be strong about it. But You know,
That's
I'll
an easy no.
double check what Margaret said there. This is a real national
This is both
security
stupid and
issue.
horrifying.
Your
That's why I'm
example,
covering
Anderson,
it the
is
way that I
not,
am.
Is not far-fetched.
I'm not going to let this one go
and I think it's
unnoticed. And
important that we remember whether
just
it's
because it
this
really makes
to
me
some
mad.
extent, but especially on some of the
Like,
questions on
no.
the stock market, there are losers on the other end of this bet. It's not just rich people with a bunch of money playing poker. There are losers, and it could be your 401k.
Let's get to CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, counselor, what needs to be proven here in order to convict? What are the nature of the charges?
So, John, what's so unusual about this case is it's the first time we've ever seen somebody charged for their online activity on these prediction markets. That said, it's still an insider trading case, the lead charge. So prosecutors first have to show that this defendant traded on what we call material, meaning important, non-public information. So if he had information, as he surely did, that Nicolas Maduro was to be
Yeah, it ain't looking good for him, though.
captured on a certain date, that would certainly qualify. Prosecutors also have to show that
And
this
even if he
person
got the judge in Texas, I think that he'd still get fucked.
had what we call a
be like,
fiduciary
"No,
responsibility,
no."
meaning some official responsibility to take care of that information, to guard and protect it. So those are the core elements of an insider trading case. And although we've traditionally seen that charge applied to bankers and people on Wall Street, there's no reason it couldn't necessarily be applied to anyone else who meets those definitions.
Still, you say this is the first case of its kind with Polymarket. How do you think that will play into the legal strategy?
So I think this could leave some legal wiggle room for this person to raise a defense. And I think the defense will be essentially when you go on one of these online prediction markets and you take a side of a question, will Nicolas Maduro be captured by January 31st, 2026? There's a yes and a no. And what these markets do is they match up a yes with a no. And so I would expect to see a defense motion saying that's really no different than, John, if you and I bet on the Eagles-Patriots game. They're taking one side and matching it up with the other side, and it's essentially a bet. And I would look for the defense to argue that that means the insider trading charges are not valid. I think the response from prosecutors will be, no, this is different than two friends placing a bet on a game. This is a nationally available online service where people can bet against each other, and this is relevant legally. They'll argue Polymarket impacts interstate commerce. It impacts the nation's commerce, whereas a friendly bet between two friends does not impact interstate commerce.
So very quickly, President Trump had an interesting take on it that related to former Major Leaguer Pete Rose. Listen.
Yeah. Dude.
Was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Oh, that's
it sounds like
interesting.
he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. It's a little like Pete Rose. Pete Rose, they kept him out of the Hall of Fame because he bet on his own team. Now, if he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team.
By the way, the president thinks Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame because he was only betting on his own team. He also said, though, that he has some issues with this trading. He calls it a big, giant casino here. Nevertheless, does it matter at all that this master sergeant was betting on the operation, not against it?
No, it does not matter.
Anybody else want to watch Ocean's 11 like real bad right now?
Legally, John, you can have insider trading based on somebody trading on positive information. So, for example, if you had somebody who worked at a pharmaceutical company and knew that that company on, let's say, Tuesday was going to announce that they had a new miracle drug that had tested extraordinarily well in the clinical tests, and that was secret information, and then on Monday, that person went and bought a bunch of stock in their own company, knowing that that stock price would increase, that would still absolutely be insider trading. So even if you're betting positively on your own team, that still can be a crime.
I mean, wow, CNN. Dude, what is it? Listen, I don't need to be told information in a way that like makes me get the warm and fuzzies, but can they also break it in like a little bit of a, like, don't treat us like we're complete morons? Like, holy shit. Yes, we can see what happened.
And I want to bring in Democratic Congressman Chris Deluzio from Pennsylvania. He's a former U.S. Navy officer who also serves on the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, I'm sure as a veteran, you have a lot of thoughts about this case involving a soldier. Here's what the president said about it.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. It's a little like Pete Rose. Pete Rose, they kept him out of the Hall of Fame because he bet on his own.
I love how he's got that little smile like, you know, I'd almost give the guy a pat on the back if it didn't give the game away.
Team. Now, if he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it.
What's your
Fuckers. That's your deep state right there, man.
reaction to that?
Well, look, I think it's a pretty serious charge. I get the president's crack at a joke, but these markets and these betting and prediction markets are seeing a lot of abuse, a lot of insiders, perhaps including folks in senior roles in the administration or folks in Congress abuse it. It's a problem. It's fraud, plain and simple. And if the tools that prosecutors have aren't adequate, then Congress needs to do something here.
Let's turn to the breaking news that we've been following this morning. The DOJ announcing it's now dropping its probe into Jerome Powell, a sudden shift after months of sustained pressure from the president. What does that tell you?
Well, I think they're paying attention to the fact that the Senate has something to say about
So Trump is spending close to over $100 million to refloor the National Mall's pool.
Getting the president.
You know, then one that's not a swimming pool, he's going to make it look like a fucking
His nominee.
Jesus Christ.
He confirmed. And
at what point do some MAGA even just go like, oh, God, what?
To see Senator Tillis and others on their.
Like, okay. Ha ha ha, troll the libs. Dude, he's making a mockery of all of us.
Republican side, along with Democrats, say this is ridiculous. Drop this charade of a
Just
criminal
when I thought it
charge,
couldn't get dumber.
to
There it
force
is.
A policy outcome. That's good that they stood up. But again, it highlights this administration's willingness to abuse the Justice Department. You saw it with me and my colleagues who they targeted for prosecution for speech they didn't like, saying the law. It should, frankly, scare Americans that they are willing to use the Justice Department this way. And I'm glad to see some pushback from the Senate here.
If a Republican standing up to the president actually worked in this case, do you expect more Republicans to follow suit?
I hope so. Look, there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. I'm not naive. I've not seen lots of profiles encouraged, but we should welcome them when they happen. I think the country, and I'm thinking about the Iran war, and when we're going to have these votes again on the War Powers Resolution, the country expects politicians to do their duty.
Yeah, it would be nice
And
if we
I
did
wanna
more.
see more
Like, this is why we're all
Republicans
getting pissed at the Dems for just sitting on their hands.
to assert the
We get it. We get it. Because you broadcast exactly what your fucking strategy is. Just let Trump, give him enough rope.
American people's role in our Constitution, our system of government, to put a stop to this war and bring our troops home.
A third American aircraft carrier has now arrived in the Middle East, all while the president's messaging on his goals and his timeline of the war continues to shift. What are your expectations for what comes next?
Well, I think, like so many, not just in Congress, across the country, lots of questions because this president and his team don't seem to know what the heck they're doing. And remember, to put another aircraft carrier in CENTCOM, where they are now in the Middle East, that is huge. That's a huge deal. That is pulling assets and sailors and Marines, aircraft, ships from different parts of the world.
This guy's actually pretty.
And we all know to pay
this.
attention to defense. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. You mentioned it.
The fact that he's able to cover all three of these
Our
things.
chief political and geopolitical rival in the world
Right,
is
Anna.
Communist
You
China
found
and the
a pretty
Indo-Pacific.
good guess,
And
I
yet
would
you've
say.
got a president starting another war in the Middle East, making us pay for it here at home at the pump and beyond, and pay for it in terms of dollars, billions. More than a dozen American troops have died. And I just think this war has been reckless and a war we don't need to fight. And this president should be doing everything he can to get out of it. And the Congress ought to force him to get out of it.
There is that 60-day war powers deadline, which is just a week away now, as efforts in both the House and the Senate to try to rein in the president up to this point have repeatedly failed. I was talking with independent Congressman Kevin Kiley.
Yeah, you think that this would be something that, was unilateral because it's going to,
and he said, well, these
shread them in the
previous
midterms, but
votes
whatever,
when it
man.
came to these resolutions were
This is
kind
one of those
toothless
times
in this
where, like, they really made their bed with this one because they can't break from Trump because he'll pull the endorsement. But at the same time, they're so close to the midterms that if they don't rein his power in, they will be held to account in the general, which most Americans at this point are not happy with Trump and would love for there to be some guardrails. The fact that he was, and I hate to even put it like this, so successful in removing any opposition that would make any of this a little bit harder, that should definitely play in this election, but we'll also see if the Democrats are smart enough to even bring that up.
The sense that the president could just veto them, and there wasn't really an ability to
Do I have a lot of faith?
power in that way. Do you agree with that? And at this point, what more can Congress actually do?
Well, I've got two disagreements, I guess, with Mr. Kiley there. Number one, I don't even think the War Powers Resolution gave this president the power to start this war. The conditions weren't met. But even beyond the War Powers Resolution, the Congress does not have to fund this war any further. And I think we've heard estimates of $200 billion. The Senate budget package they're pushing calls for more than $1 trillion over several years of new defense spending. The Congress has the power of the purse. We can put a stop to this war and bring our troops home if some Republicans get some courage here.
All right. Sorry, guys. I just got a update. Monday could be one of the most severe weather days, tracking storms from St. Louis to Chicago, tornadoes, destructive hail, and damaging winds. Grand. So awesome. Oh, by the way, we're going to be covering some of this a little bit later. I got some stuff lined up for the fun half. It's going to be a blast. So stick around for that. All right. God, I haven't seen any of his content in so long that he's literally got gray hair now. If you haven't noticed, he's starting to get like the Tulsi, little bit there. But credit to him for not doing the Just for Men. Aging gracefully. It's kind of like this. Or yeah, happens. All right. Ghislaine Maxwell. Tim, I'm glad that we had a MAGA MAGA drop in while we're talking about the possibility of Ghislaine Maxwell getting pardoned. Yeah. I don't even have to say anymore. I really don't, because holy shit, dude. Like, you support a pedo and a pedo protector.
Some insane news here as Politico reports that some Republicans on the House Oversight Committee are split.
Like, this is fucking wild.
Over whether Trump should pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. Quote, members on the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee are divided over whether President Donald Trump should pardon Jeffrey Epstein's convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for her cooperation in the panel's Epstein investigation, Chair James Comer said in an interview Wednesday. This comes as Maxwell's attorney has said that Maxwell will only speak to the Oversight Committee if she's granted clemency. Robert Garcia, ranking member of the Oversight Committee, a Democrat, said, quote, absolutely not. Oversight Dems are united in opposing a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. It's outrageous that...
Yeah, you're going to do anything with this one, though? You're going to shame them?
Any Republican...
Like, are you actually going to play the fucking game?
...on our committee would consider this. She is an abuser and known liar. But that's not exactly...
It's an election year, and these guys aren't just like on every fucking station just being like, our colleagues are... They want to pardon her.
Exactly the sentiment...
They want to pardon her. She is guilty of this.
On the right, according to Politico.
Like, what are we doing? Why are we letting all this, they're not just saying, why are we letting all this blatant corruption happen? Why are we letting the Epstein class just continue to go unpunished? What the fuck to the point where we're just like, yeah, the one that we did punish? Yeah, we should probably unpunish her. What the fuck are we doing?
Asked whether he believed it was a favorable deal to issue a pardon in return for Maxwell's testimony, Comer said, a lot of people do. Quote, my committee split on that, he added, declining to name who on the panel supported granting a pardon. Quote, I don't speak for my committee. Comer himself...
They're going to let him pardon her because it will get their rich donors off. Pedophiles run America.
Wasn't in favor. Quote, I think it looks bad, he said.
And we're just going to fucking take it.
Honestly,
we're little bitches.
Other than Epstein, the worst person in this whole investigation is Maxwell. And he's correct on that point. Maxwell is the worst person in this investigation other than Epstein, who is dead, so it wouldn't even make sense on his face to consider offering her clemency so that she can be helpful in prosecuting someone less harmful than she is. And that's a point that I discussed with Joe Biden's pardon attorney, Liz Oyer.
Doesn't it also seem a little bit counterintuitive when you've got somebody who is Epstein's right-hand man, like the principal co-conspirator to his crimes, to release that person in hopes? And look, I understand the idea of having cooperating witnesses if it means you can nab other people, but generally it goes the opposite direction. Generally, you'll give somebody, immunity if they can help you nab a bigger fish. But Ghislaine Maxwell is the biggest fish that's alive right now, and so doesn't it seem counterintuitive to release that person in hopes of maybe getting somebody below her in this chain?
It's very counterintuitive. There is really no legitimate reason to even consider granting Ghislaine Maxwell clemency at this point in time. And the fact that we've even gotten this far down the path of having a serious discussion about it really just illustrates how dysfunctional the justice system is right now and this current administration is. I want to kind of step back to where this all started. This started when Donald Trump was reelected and installed his personal defense attorneys in high-level positions at the Justice Department. As of January 20, when Donald Trump was inaugurated last year, Ghislaine Maxwell was serving a 20-year prison sentence in a facility for sex offenders, and she was likely to spend potentially the rest of her life there. She's in her 60s. But suddenly she's in a minimum security prison, and we're talking about the possibility of her getting out from under the prison sentence entirely through clemency because of what Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's personal
It's so fucking blatant.
criminal defense.
The thing is, we're not very, like, I don't know. I don't know how MAGA isn't just, like, fucking beside themselves with this one. You know, like, this kind of does prove that they're either not getting the info, or if they do, they're just like, I just don't care.
Attorney has been
I just want Trump to do what Trump's going to do because it pisses you off.
doing behind
And it's like, really? You just don't like us that much? That's
the scenes.
And then they whine when it's just like, how come they're so mean to us?
Blanche himself went to the prison where Maxwell was housed in Florida, the prison that houses sex offenders, met with her over the course of 2 days, which is highly unusual, with a new lawyer who stepped in to represent Maxwell, who happens to be a personal friend of Todd Blanche. And after she spent 2 days answering their questions, she was transferred to a minimum security prison camp in Texas, where she has greater privileges and freedom of movement. This is the type of move that only the Deputy Attorney General could have approved, because sex offenders are not allowed to be housed in prison camps in the federal system. So clearly Todd Blanche intervened there. Todd Blanche appears to have intervened to set her up with this lawyer who's a personal friend of Blanche's. And now this lawyer, David Marcus, is aggressively lobbying.
And these assholes are just like, yeah, everything's great. Trump's not corrupt.
For clemency.
Literally, insider trading every Friday.
On her behalf.
Literally. That's what we should just call it. It's, hey, guys, it's Insider Trading Friday. Look, we're going to end the war, but then on Monday, we're going to have to make some threats.
By appealing personally to Donald.
Oh, look, Todd Blanche is coming out saying that there's no more Epstein files, because, there's totally no more Epstein files.
Trump.
It's not like he's totally running cover for all these pedos that we all know exist. It's not like they keep distracting us from the fact that the case is still out there and the victims are still out there. Nobody's getting arrested.
Possibility of exonerating him. This looks like a very corrupt transaction that is being put together behind the scenes by Donald Trump's fixer, his personal defense attorney, Todd Blanche, who now just happens to be the Deputy Attorney General, essentially running the day-to-day operations of the Justice Department.
And of course, to watch that interview and all other interviews, the best way to do so is to subscribe to this channel. It is completely free, but a great way to support my
insane. Oh, wait. Is that it?
Work. But by the way, the notion that the fix is in with Todd Blanche is already beyond clear. When Todd Blanche, who I might add was Trump's personal former criminal defense attorney, met with Maxwell months ago, Maxwell publicly came out and said that Trump never did anything concerning around her. And 2 weeks later, lo and behold, she was transferred to a low security prison in Texas. Basically,
the thing is, this is why nobody should believe a fucking Ghislaine Maxwell should not be anybody in this case anymore. You cannot trust her. So, like, the fact that she constantly does contradict herself in a court of law, this would be over. But apparently, it's only serious court of law for us. For these motherfuckers, again, two-tier justice system. Sometimes there isn't even a justice system they need to go through because Donald Trump is just there.
Club fed.
Like, we are living in the most corrupt time in our country. It's fucking disgusting to see, and it's even more bothersome that most of our MAGA neighbors, or like the people that still support this shit, they would gladly just continue to support it, like I said, because their perception is, I'd rather piss off the liberals than actually have any justice for Jeffrey Epstein or any of that, even though they're the ones that were like, oh, QAnon, bring this up. Oh, look, he brought up the Epstein stuff. Yeah, he's the transparency president.
So,
also, cheap gas and just better economy.
I wonder if those two things are connected. Maxwell says that Trump is absolved of all culpability. She gets rewarded with a cushy new home.
All right, Carl. Take care.
Nope. Can't see any connection whatsoever.
Yep. Oh, boy. I don't care about this guy. I can't stand him. I cannot stand him.
Well, you probably heard a lot about the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi, on this show and elsewhere. He's the guy who's always at the White House working to suck the United States into some war of conquest on behalf of his country. But what you may not know...
Produced in secret from a multi-Emmy award-winning filmmaker, leaked footage Netanyahu never wanted to be seen. Watch the Bibi files now on TCM.
...is that the charges against Netanyahu are real. Corruption charges. They tell you a lot about him. What exactly do you know about this man who's apparently in charge of the United States? Well, we are now streaming the Bibi Files. It's a documentary that pulls back the curtain on Benjamin Netanyahu.
If you cared, you wouldn't fucking put it behind a paywall.
Film traces the rise of the longest-serving prime minister in the history of Israel and the corruption cases surrounding him. Hear from former staff and Israeli insiders describing what Benjamin Netanyahu is really like, and see leaked interrogation footage from his corruption investigations. Video that you were not meant to see, and that they definitely don't want you to see. The Bibi Files, it offers a rare look inside Israel's power structure and the man whose decisions have once again drawn our country into another war, a big war. You can
He's such a grifting ass. The thing is, yeah, because like now I'm totally thinking like, okay, this is why he got in with like the TY. This is why he was building towards trying to get the left in this, because it's like, oh, you know, we got this Bibi Files documentary. I can bring an audience. Trust me. One phone call. Cenk Uygur. Of course, Tucker. I'll lick your balls. Of course. Let me gargle them a little bit first, too.
The Department of Justice is dropping its investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome.
Need a screen break before the screen breaks me. Have a good weekend, Pep and all. Good night, Grandma Flatterson. Thank you for being here. Appreciate all the support. I'll catch you on Monday. Definitely check out tomorrow. If I'm not able to go live, I'll at least be able to post the river walks.
Powell, the DOJ launched the probe in January after President Trump accused the man he appointed of mishandling $2.5 billion in a building renovation. Evans.
Oh, that's right. I actually pulled this one up, not even for like to listen to Dana Fash. Seriously, the only reason I have this up is because, yeah, the DOJ dropped the criminal probe into Jerome Powell because it's the art of the deal. Tom Tillis. Little thorn in my side, Tom Tillis. I said that he might not even be, he might not even be a senator anymore, but turns out he is. Oops. I got my face. This was to get Tom Tillis to fucking get the new Fed chair in there so they could start lowering interest rates, even though inflation's going up. So not a great time to do that, especially when we're in a war. Like, it's almost like he wants to tank the economy. Like, I'm starting to believe that theory. Before, it was like, kind of like, is he trying to tank the economy? Now I really think it's the plan.
Evan Perez.
And I think that, like I said, this is why they're building their bunkers, because they know that, like, at some point it is going to boil over. Got the beach at noon. You see all these chuds' ass up in the sun. Oh, God.
All right, guys, here we go. So as you all know, the brosphere has been back.
You do understand that the Southern Poverty Law Center is actually a good thing, right, numbnuts?
Away.
Like, to America. Yeah, they infiltrated a bunch of fucking, like, extremist groups like the KKK. All right. How are things at the KKK calling for forensics? Since you seem to know so much.
More.
Since I can't make it in the meetings anymore, since you know what? You guys exposed me.
More and more from Trump. And you got to understand that the same thing that led them to hop on the Trump train is the same thing that's leading them to hop off the Trump train.
Oh, shit. Your wife just called. She said that she accidentally put her ladies' garments in the wash with your stuff. You're going to have to go to the meeting with in all pink. Sorry, bud.
Namely, that these are vibe mongers, okay? These are wave riders. These are vibe mongers. They are
That's not how it works, numbnuts. No, what they did is they paid informants. So you're fucking stupid.
You're in the win.
You're really genuinely stupid. You're trying to fucking troll us, but you didn't even read the story?
What
are you doing?
Cool. What's popular? Where can I get my views?
You fucking retards. Like, seriously, this is why the right is getting a lot easier to dunk on, is because they don't they don't read anything. They don't comprehend anything. So they get told, there were informants at the Southern Poverty Law Center. They were infiltrating right-wing groups, and they were taking money. Yeah, there's money being funneled. And then you find out that the FBI does the exact same thing.
How can I get people to like me?
You know, and that they actually funneled information to the FBI.
And they felt like...
And they actually did prosecute people because, you know, of investigations done by the FBI.
Like in 2024, I got to hop on board the Trump train. Well, now they are running away at 1,000 miles per hour, y'all, because they know it is the...
Get back to the lead paint factory, numbnuts.
The least cool...
They miss you, and they need your tongue.
...thing you could do right now is to be a Trump supporter as he destroys the economy, destroys the world, and commits war crime after war crime after war crime, builds concentration camps, shoots peaceful ICE protesters in the face. I mean, the list goes on of the atrocities. So here's Theo Von. He's talking about the Iran war here, and he says the following.
And what American...
You got dunk on the hair with the actual...
Is this helping? Besides the war... the industrial war complex, what American, what hard work, what guy who's trying to take care of his family, or a single mother who's a nurse who's going to work and has to get home and get to her kid's ball game and has to be both parents. What farmer is this helping? What regular person is this helping? I just don't know.
I'm enjoying the show.
I don't.
Tino, I'm glad you
understand.
I'm in a spicy mood today. I ain't tolerating shit.
So yeah, that's what our president's up to, and it's fucking baffling. And it's
also,
sick.
I have broken my promise. I think that
And it feels like he's just been compromised by Israel, by this dark
like
government over there. And I don't know. It's fucking dark.
Well, what'd you expect, son? What did you expect? I think that's my frustration when it comes to stuff like this is I was out there before the election and I was making clear, hey man, here's what this guy is actually about. What he wants to do is cut taxes for billionaires. Suck off the Epstein class is what this guy's going to do. Not only that, he's going to be a warmonger. Why do I say that? In his first term,
this is the first Kyle Kulinski video I think we've watched in a while.
He increased drone strikes over 400%. He increased the Pentagon budget every...
Oddly enough, Theo's mullet looks better than his haircut.
Single year. Meanwhile, they can't account for 63% of their money. But he still wanted to increase their money. Okay? He kept us in Iraq. He kept us in Afghanistan.
Trump's president now. I don't care what Obama did. Trump's president now. He's failing. Shut up.
He bombed Syria twice.
Nobody cares. You do understand that you only troll yourself every time that you even type Obama or Biden at this point. Just know that you're trolling yourself. Nobody gives a shit.
He bombed him twice.
Nobody gives a shit. You're not trolling any fucking lefties on this, or anybody even in the fucking center. You're only trolling yourself because, like, it's... Dude, I'm going to keep repeating it. The idea that you guys can't understand that the world sees you as a bunch of fucking ass clowns, and you simultaneously don't just see it, you double down.
He bombed Somalia.
Keep it up.
He assassinated a top Iranian commander, Qasem Soleimani.
More Obama. Come on. More Obama facts. Come on, spit it out. Let's go.
As that guy was...
Keep ignoring Trump and how everybody hates him right now.
Fighting ISIS. He invited him for negotiations, then murdered him. That's what happened.
Where?
He ripped up the Iran agreement, which was working. He dropped the mother of all bombs, the Moab, on Afghanistan. He armed Saudi Arabia as they did a genocide in Yemen, and then vetoed a bill.
Oh, hey, look, one of my favorite haters is back.
That would have cut off weapons.
Guys, I made it in the industry. I got haters.
To Saudi Arabia.
I got certified haters. Like, they come back.
Arabia, which had passed the Senate. This is this guy. This is his record. This is his record. He pardoned Blackwater war criminals. And so to have these guys go, oh, man, turns out he's doing, like,
is Pep
bad
talking to a different chat? No.
Stuff, bro. He's doing really bad stuff. He's like, why is he doing this war?
No, I've only got the one YouTube chat today.
Yeah, if only there was like a first term that Trump was in there where he showed us how much he loves war.
Oh, you're in top chat.
Perhaps then maybe this all could have been avoided.
Yeah, you're in top
wait a second,
chat.
that's right. That did happen, and none of you motherfuckers cared. None of you cared.
Yeah, there's chat on Twitch, but it hasn't been.
It was more about the vibes. It was more about, oh, look, I invited him on my podcast, and we were giggling. And
being there
fucking
over on
Theo
Twitch. I
Von was saying to
appreciate
Trump, like, cocaine will have you up like an owl, homie. And that clip was going viral, right? I mean, you had Tim Dillon with J.D. Vance on his show. Joe Rogan delivering the grossest hot stone massage of all time to Donald Trump, letting him do his fucking election denialism and stepping. He literally said to him, like, I'm going to let you talk here because usually people cut you off when you do your election denialism. Probably because you lie about the whole thing. But I'm just going to let you talk, bro. Like, this is what you guys did. And you made your bed and now you're going to sleep in it. So I'm still bitter over it, if you can't tell. I just find it so obnoxious that they brought this about, and there's going to be no reckoning with that, right? There's going to be no reckoning with that.
Jerry. Yep.
Look, like we always say, the best you could do is apologize.
Top check.
And say Kamala would have been better.
Jerry McLean.
But then your best bet is shut the fuck up and get on the back of the line, right? That's your best bet. Because you know what?
I like how Jerry has power outside of Majority Report chat, where we all took it with us, where we're just like, oh, I don't want to be shamed by Jerry.
Judgment was so bad and so wrong that how do we not know you're just going to go for J.D. Vance in 2028? How do we not know that? Right? In fact, that's Occam's razor. You probably will. You probably will. You probably will go for J.D. Vance. So,
sure.
You know, it's a little too late. Too little too late. And if only there were people out there warning you from day one that, hey, this is going to be a disaster. Hey, this is going to be a mess. Hey, he's completely and utterly unhinged. The other thing is, look at what they overlooked.
Yeah, but it's the way we do it, dude. Come on.
They overlooked the guy trying to...
I'm guilty of it. I just recognize it.
The election. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Go look up the fake elector slates.
I at least try.
The fraudulent
like I really do.
Elector slates. That was their terminology. They called it that. They knew, oh yeah, we didn't win, but we're going to pretend like we did win. This was all out there, January 6th, with all the violence. They knew. Trump pardoned all those people. But they knew what this guy was about. They knew he lost an election and tried to steal it anyway, and he still got their support.
Man, don't care.
So the brosphere now is, it's the...
All right, too much commentary. All right, I found this weird. Why are they sitting, like, so close to each other now? Did they, like, not like the fact that they got made fun of for it, or... I don't know, because that video yesterday was hilarious. We might even have to watch it again today after we clear the breaking points, because it's really short, and man, he nailed it. It's every episode of Breaking Points. All right, so we got the Tucker Carlson apologizes for Trump. TMZ gets a reaction.
There is some big news here in D.C. TMZ has officially set up shop, and when I heard that, I thought, we should really be friends with these people.
Yeah,
so we're lucky to be joined in studio this morning by Jacob Wasserman. He is the co-managing editor of TMZ DC. So welcome to studio.
A beach ball with hair.
Studio, and welcome to town.
Thank you.
It's a beach ball with hair. Viral sensation, a beach ball with hair.
Much. Yeah. It's such a treat to be here. I mean, you two have been such a foundation of my understanding of politics. Oh, I've been very watching kind. you guys since
Yeah.
Rising.
Wow.
So like, this is like a big deal for me.
Oh,
to
I
be
had no
here,
idea.
So
That's
thank
cool.
you.
That's really cool to hear. Well, thank you. So just give us a little bit of a sense of like why TMZ decided to open this DC bureau and what you guys' plans are and what you've been up to.
Well, first off, TMZ's been
I don't know why it bugs me, but it does.
been covering politics for years.
Right.
I think that's lost on a lot of people. Like we have a national television show called TMZ Live that routinely has big politicians coming on. I myself have covered numerous campaign cycles, and I'm sure you saw
TMZ got away from entertainment news because entertainment news is dying. Because entertainment is dying, and yet
the Lindsey.
And now we're just like, yeah, you know, political shift. Totally, yeah.
Photos of him at Disney.
Totally, yeah. It's not like, and wait a minute, wasn't fucking Henry or whatever his name is, like, wasn't he implicated in the files?
Actually, yeah.
Allegedly.
And also Robert Garcia. So this was all born by our fearless leader, Harvey Levin, who was calling out members of Congress for not passing VHS funding and told our audience, like, hey, send us photos if you see members of Congress out and about during their recess. And our audience responded in a huge way. So we decided to kind of, we decided to roll with the momentum. And now I'm here on Capitol Hill.
That's fun, man. We like it. So some of the first things that you guys have been doing.
Please do stories on political commentators.
You have a very good eye, always have, TMZ has, for what's going to, what the public wants. You covered some of this feud with Tucker Carlson. So more recently, Tucker went on his show and issued an apology, basically, not just voting for Trump, but for advocating for Trump. Let's take a listen, and then we're going to take a look at what you got in terms of member of Congress reaction. Let's take a listen.
Looking back, because I mean, you and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway, the question does present itself immediately, like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that.
So
yeah, but you just ignored it. Like,
it was very big, and you got this reaction from Randy Fine. Let's take a listen.
Is Tucker Carlson, he's apologizing to his supporters and his fans, saying that, he was a big reason why Donald Trump got elected, and due to the Iran war, he's kind of real.
How do you think that, like, actual political networks and, like, journalists feel about this? The fact that they are just able to do this.
Back?
Is it because they all have a little bit of shame, and it's because TMZ is so used to just being the worst of the worst as the paparazzi that they just go for it because they don't have souls?
Hey, I'm taking accountability. That's got to be a kind of a big blow to the Republican Party, considering he's like, if not the biggest influencer. What do you make of all that?
I think he was. I don't think he is anymore. Look, I called Tucker Carlson the most dangerous anti-Semite in America last October, and I don't know that I would say that anymore. I think, be careful, don't get.
I'm good.
I think he's lost so much credibility within the party. I wouldn't make that statement that he's the most, whatever you described him as.
The most dangerous anti-Semite?
He was in December, sure, because he was espousing anti-Semitic views, trading on a reputation that he created over all of his time in Fox News. My father was someone, watch out, we're gonna go this.
Mustache Miles Taylor, you're like, what the fuck?
My dad was someone who would hang up.
Looks like he's missing his drumming lesson.
The phone with me when Tucker was on, because he loved him. And, watching his sort of descent into the mental sickness that he has is very, very
okay,
sad.
well, clearly you're not a fan.
No.
All right, so that's what you got there, Jacob. So talk to us about how you guys choose stories, and what you decide. So there's, as I'm sure you've seen now, there's hundreds of reporters.
I hate to say that's a good question.
On Capitol Hill. One of the fun things about Capitol Hill is you can go stick an iPhone in everybody's face. How do you choose what to ask different people?
Well, there's not much of a science to it. It's like we just are paying attention to what's online and seeing what the big stories are. That day it was Tucker Carlson going against Trump. Right. So we're going to ask someone about it. And I mean, that's where I think TMZ...
So we're just going based off of what we've always done, where we just get like a tip and then we're like, oh, this will be entertaining. Bro.
He really fits in well here. To your point.
We know nothing about actual policy or like care about politics. We don't give a shit.
Like, as I've been on Capitol Hill now for a week, I see two groups of
cooked. We're so cooked.
People. I see traditional media and I see TikTokers. And I think we're right perfectly in between because we have a really good understanding of social media and how to connect with people online. And we also pride ourselves on fact checking and I think and handling
like
ourselves
like
journalists.
They give softball questions to the Republicans, but the Democrats, they're going to go hard at.
Right. So in this case, I saw Randy Fine. I knew his beef with Tucker Carlson, so it was just a natural fit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Have you studied up on
the odds in our favor.
Because I feel like some of these characters I would recognize, but not all of them. In fact, I'm not even sure I would have recognized Randy Fine. He's got the beard going, right. Clearly, on some sort of weight loss regimen from his peak. So have you studied up? Do you have a Facebook that you're trying to memorize?
Well, to your point, I mean, my colleague Charlie Cotton, he actually printed out full sheets of everyone's faces. Yeah. So we do look through it because we're just getting our feet wet here. I moved to DC. I actually don't even have a place here yet. I'm living in an Airbnb. So it's all very new. And we want to get familiar with everyone. Of course, we're going to talk to the big names, but we want to get to know all 300 plus people in Congress.
So I do want to
Damn, these guys have the shame of autograph seekers at fucking airports.
ask you, there was some speculation. I know TMZ has paid for stories in the past. Is that still a practice that you guys are going to employ here in Washington?
No, and I'm happy you brought that up. That's not a practice.
What up, Dennis?
Okay.
We pay for photos and we pay for videos.
Right.
And the same way that other news outlets do too. It's like if you're a news channel and you throw up a Getty photo, that's not free.
Right,
Like, you know, you pay for that.
Okay.
So yeah, we pay for footage, but we do not pay for information. I mean, we dog stories. That's how TMZ works. And we have an incredible office in Los Angeles full of reporters and, you know, Harvey Levin, who we just get on the phone and we bang out calls, we do FOIA requests, we do all the things that I think good journalists do. And I just think, unfortunately, people try to sometimes like discredit us.
No, I don't.
No, not saying you. I see it in the ether too.
Sure.
So yeah, we definitely do not.
You discredit yourself because the thing is, you don't even hold yourself to journalistic standards. You guys, you print your stories that your sensationalized stories, but you never issue retractions.
Pay for information.
Like, and if you do it on like literally like page 8 bullshit.
We are 100% not doing that here.
Got it. All right.
Well, one of the things to your
This is why immediately I'm just like, no.
Your point that I
this is a little different than fucking taking pictures of fucking Kate Hudson in her undies.
think is different is you've always had, you know, people on Capitol Hill trying to chase down representatives because you can, right? They have to come in and out of their offices. There's an opportunity there. The office buildings are open to the public, so you can just come in. But we haven't had a lot of outlets that are in independent media, which you guys aren't exactly, but that have that connectivity to what people are actually talking about online. And so more of that grassroots feel. And our, you know, colleagues and friends over at Dropsite News, they now have someone on Capitol Hill, and it's so different. The questions that he's going to ask an AOC or who he encounters versus what the mainstream press would be asking them. I think that's part of what you guys could really, you know, will really be in a position to exploit.
Definitely. And I think like what we're just trying to do is pull back the curtain on DC, and that can be found in a variety of ways. Like we're asking people, sometimes it could be funny, we can keep it light, we can keep it pop culture, and then we can also be straight shooters. I think TMZ is a personality. And it's like it could be funny.
Media speak, media speak, media speak.
And it can also be really serious too. So that's kind of the balance that we're trying to find. And I think it's a great opportunity for people on the Hill who want to show off their personality. And I mean, isn't the point of politics, or not the point, but part of it to show like you could get a beer with someone? Like, isn't that what the saying is?
Unfortunately.
As you're finding out, that's not actually the case.
No, exactly. But it's like, what a great opportunity for people to kind of, you know, shoot the shit with us. And again, serious issues, fun issues. And
What
show
has
who
the
you are.
reception been from most members?
It's
They
been
mostly like run away from you, or they engage?
Absolutely not. It's actually been incredible.
Yeah, they want attention.
And we're working with people on both sides of the aisle. I mean, that's what's really
And now you just became part of the fray. You just lost the thing that made you special.
important.
Everybody had the perception that you were going to, like, you know, get in their face because you are annoying pieces of shit. But now you're just trying to be like, hey, we're just trying to be buddy-buddy. We're just trying to make our presence known in D.C. We're just trying to be another media entity. He's saying a lot of nothing here. He's saying that he's making friends and that, you know, he's bumping elbows on Capitol Hill. Also, this is why I hate Crystal sometimes, is because it really does kind of show how much of a centrist shill she is.
to us is we are nonpartisan. And we've
I'm
seen
starting to become that guy where it's like, no, I'm going to call her out.
a huge
The
reception.
fact that's like we have allowed her to even carry like a little bit of the title of like the lefty on the show, it's just bullshit now.
From politicians.
What, this fucking millionaire fucking soccer mom?
Politicians
Yeah, okay.
are actually like, they're happy
So glad
to see
that,
us.
that
Sometimes
we're
it's like
now
this
getting to that point where we're just like, well, we might as well let the millionaire elites that do this speak for us.
staff that's like a little bit tougher, but they've been great. People are usually pretty chill, at least personally.
Yeah,
See
give
if
us
that persists.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
What's the press corps been like? How have they treated you?
Cool. You actually just mentioned that guy from Dropsite News.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
met
Julian,
him yesterday. He's great, like super nice guy. And people in general have been really nice and
That's good.
encouraging. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Any scoops? Anything you're working on? What do you got?
Well, we're definitely working on scoops.
Okay.
I know people know us maybe for the clips that you see when we're on the Hill, but that's only a fraction of what we're doing. We're definitely here to work on tips and to compete. We did a story yesterday, a very sensitive one. I mean, it had to do with Max Miller and his ongoing custody battle with his wife involving an injured child. And I mean, that's as serious as it gets.
Yeah, and isn't his wife is the daughter of a senator.
Is that right? Yeah, Bernie Moreno's daughter. Yeah. So again, like, and then on the flip side, like you'll see us talking to Shamari Figures about like the basketball game between members of Congress. So that's what I'm saying. There's a spectrum, and we can really play in both sides of the field. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I think there's a lot to be exposed.
Yeah.
Welcome you to town. We're
Thank
excited
you.
to see what you are able to turn up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, contact me on Twitter at Jacob Wass. You can also just email me at jacob.wasserman@tmz.com. I want to talk to everyone.
Great.
Interesting.
There's a lot of congressional staff who listen to this, so everybody take them up on it.
Shit, this actually
could contact Jacob. We're happy to have a lifeline to TMZ.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
Hey, if you like that
They
video,
don't mean me. Oh. Never mind. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to plan my dinner. I'm actually going to eat on stream tonight because I plan on being here for a little bit. All right, let's get away from this. All right, let's get to the Megyn Kelly bits. Fucking mouse just all of a sudden started acting weird. What's going on? There we go.
The problem is he was underwater with these folks on the economy and cost
Megyn Kelly talking about Trump sinking in the
of
polls.
living inflation prior to the Iran war. They were already suffering and they were blaming him. And then we launched a war of choice that was not necessary, and their gas prices went up. And energy prices are going up. It's already happening in Europe and elsewhere. And
Here.
it's coming.
This isn't doing them any favors. I understand that they're trying to like ride this like very thin line where they do not want to like mention that things are bad economically, even though most of their audience knows. They don't want to say it because then that adds that layer of reality to their already dwindling audience.
To a city near you. The delay.
Which now they don't see how much damage that's going to do to their reputation, because at some point they are just going to be like, why were you lying to us, or why were you burying this?
In pain is.
Yeah, she is that. Yes, she is that weirdo.
Just that, a delay. It will come our way.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, like when she's like, 15, it's like, and then you find out that she has a 15-year-old daughter. Makes it even more gross.
Because the economic...
Yeah, she really sucks.
The economy is connected. The world economy is connected. And these, the Strait of Hormuz is closed right now thanks to the Iranians. And, they're pissed we won't lift our blockade of the Iranian ports. The strait is closed right now. And what's happening, unfortunately, is that all those, millions and millions of barrels of oil are just stacking up. And you get to the point where there's no place to put them. They stop then producing because there's nothing to do. They can't get them on ships. They can't get them out of there. They run out of storage room. They stop producing. And the lag on that could be truly catastrophic for the global economy. So the clock is ticking. This actually is a very serious worry for the world, including us.
Thank you for catching up.
Even though we don't buy our oil from countries that deliver it to us out of the Strait of Hormuz, that's irrelevant. We're all connected. So this pain is likely only to get worse. And war needs to come to an end right away. At least now President Trump seems to want it. He does seem to want to end the war. Unfortunately, as the old saw goes, it's very easy to start a war and very difficult to end one. The Iranians get a say, and they're not rolling over.
Is this the same clip?
They feel like they gave Trump a year and a half. He's done nothing other than make things worse. This is how they feel if you read the polls. And they're pissed. They're not feeling pro-GOP right now for a variety of reasons. They don't tend to like the tariffs. I still am open-minded to them, but I don't speak for the independents. Even
you are rich. You're not going to feel it.
though I am one. They don't like the war. They don't like what's happening in their bank accounts. And they're starting to think the Democrats might be the better option on the economy. 52% say they prefer Democrats compared to 48% who say they like the Republicans when it comes to who should manage the economy. They feel like they gave Trump a year and a half. He's done nothing other than make things worse. This is how they feel if you read the polls. And so, and they're pissed.
All right. Okay, so here we go. The Laura Loomer stuff. Let the my dinner cool while I do this. All right. Laura Loomer. Scoop. Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are both in Italy and have fled to Italy at the same time without alerting their viewers. What are the odds that they would both be in Italy at the same time? Source tells me Candace Owens flew American Airlines from Charlotte to North Carolina to Leonardo da Vinci Uffizi, I don't know, whatever, the fucking Leonardo da Vinci Airport in Rome. It was apparent Fuentes was in Italy after photos of him in Italy surfaced online. Those two like to pretend like they hate each other, but now they are both in Italy at the same time. Their sudden travel to Italy comes one day after the DOJ indicted the sovereign SPLC for fraud over the secret funding of extremist terrorist groups with funds that allegedly... That's not how... No, they infiltrated the... Oh my god, I read the fucking lawsuit. Are you... This is why we get the idiots in chat. Now I get it. Now this is who they're listening to. Even Alex Jones at this point. Total bullcrap alert. I was trying to get Nick on my show 2 weeks ago, and he said he could not come on until after the 26th of April because he was going on a family vacation. No evidence has been given to show that Nick had ever gotten money from the SPLC. Same goes for Candace Owens. Loomer is just making stuff up as usual. Okay. So Laura Loomer decides this. You know what? I'm gonna double down.
She used to talk about how Club Monaco was her favorite store, and she always just wanted to have like a white husband and be like, you know, married to like a established white man.
Lady.
And she used to-
I've watched you like harass a guy that was definitely not interested. I've seen how you are just in general as a human being, and then you sit there proud that you like, dude, her own father was talking about how she would brag that she blew the president.
to tell me like, oh, I don't date black men. And she's like, in fact, when I was in high school, I was known as the girl that would like go to the club and basically steal your man. And she would tell me these stories about how there were all these like rich, pretty, like blonde white girls with blue eyes who had everything in the world. They were like popular girls. And Candace said, oh yeah, I would always like go to the clubs and go out and like make out with their boyfriends and basically be like, I could take your man, bitch. Like that's how she literally used to talk. And she would say,
girly pops are fighting.
There's something just like really satisfying to me about being a black girl from the hood, being able to like walk
Two reprehensible pieces of shit. I got no dog in this fight. Go
into a ritzy bar in Greenwich and
this is like watching the playoffs when your team's not in it.
With the hottest white guy there and basically like ruin the relationship of like the popular white girl. This is how she used to speak. And one time when we were hanging out and I was sleeping over at her house, she was wearing these really short shorts and she had this like crop top on and she leaned over to pick something up. And she had a tramp stamp. She actually had a tramp stamp on her like lower back above her butt. And I was like, oh, wow, you have a tramp stamp. I was kind of like teasing her about it. And she's like, yeah, someday I need to get it removed though. She's like, yeah, someday I need to get it removed. And I think she said she got it when she was like 17 or 18 years old.
That's an interesting little tidbit.
So again, she likes
I don't know
to make herself out to be like she's like
now I'm wondering what it is.
A very prim and proper woman married to this man who, you know, she knew for 2 weeks, who some people think he's gay, lavender marriage, who knows, right? There's a lot there going on. But she's not who she makes her.
Oh, you guys didn't? Yeah, I didn't preface with, do you want to play a game?
Herself out to be. This is a girl that used to talk about. Like,
oh my God, dude. The more I look at her, the more she really does look like Jigsaw's puppet.
like, you know, how she would walk into clubs and bars and steal like, oh, the white athletic guy from the white blonde girl just to show her that, oh, you know, I can take your man. I can take
because she's not near as ugly as you are.
Bitch. Like very ghetto behavior.
Never believe or listen to the Zionist Israeli first. Oh, wow. All right. So Cenk Uygur decided that he wanted to chime in on this one. So, okay, here's replying to Jake. Okay, so we'll read the reply after this. Typical Israel first Gestapo behavior, threatening my family. They also tried to get my co-host Anna Kasparian's husband fired from his job. There are Israeli brown shirts who literally terrorize any American who criticizes Israel. We need to fight and expose these terrorists. And then you're a despicable liar who runs cover for the Islamic. His grandfather is a documented Islamic. Oh my God. Who helped Moida 11 people, not just some Palestinians. Oh, actually, wait, is there more? Oh, okay. I was like, what? Is that it? You lie and you suggest I am paid by Israel to oppose the Islamic takeover of America by fake Christians who were raised Muslim. You are endangering Americans by running cover for his record. Again, Laura Loomer, the fact that she's one of like the main voices of the right now. I miss the days where she was like an outlier, where even people on the right were like, "Yeah, this bitch is weird," but here we are. You're endangering Americans by running cover for his record and his family history. Your wife is a therapist in Beverly Hills. Do all of her Jewish clients on Wilshire Boulevard know what a raging hater and liar her Muslim husband is? I think they should find out. Does your wife accuse them of working for Israel too? Jesus Christ, she is doxing him. Wow. That's wow. All right. I have a feeling that, you know what? Jake needed this push. Just gonna say it. He's been a little too buddy with the fucking right lately. He needed this little reminder that this is who you are fucking siding with in all of this. And also his, I gotta give it to Tucker. Had a beer with them. Thanks, Jake. God. Are you a Democrat? No, I'm not. All right, so here we go. Have you guys ever wondered why we rarely see conservative ex-influencers do debates or do interviews or debates? Look no further to this interview with Libs of TikTok. She's completely unable to answer straightforward questions and direct questions. These people peddle in online culture wars for clicks. They can't actually back up their reasoning with fact-based reasoning. It's all intended to elicit emotion and insecure dumb people.
You know, if you eradicate transgenderism...
By the way, it's Taylor Lorenz interviewing her.
Which I believe...
Which, I'm just going to say it. Why in the fuck is she wearing a mask outside?
Suggested in a post today. No, I never suggested.
Is Taylor Lorenz immunocompromised? Because, like, I feel bad if I'm making fun of her for that, but if she's just one of those people, then I gotta say...
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
So you're totally okay with people being trans, just not as long as they're in public?
No, I never said that. They could. The whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that...
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with wearing a mask, but a mask outside?
This lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying, what's the harm of people expressing their gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are a nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But I'm asking about the harm. What's the harm? You might believe it to be false, but what's
the harm is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being embedded into every institution.
I guess I'm wondering what the material harm is. Aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth, what is the material harm harm of them living their life as a woman or man or gender that you don't agree?
Not anything that's wrong is there a material harm necessarily.
So there's no harm?
I didn't say that.
So can you name a single harm?
The way that it's pushed onto kids, first of all.
What's pushed onto kids?
Gender ideology, transgenderism.
But if they're leading happy lives and they just are leading a
Well, there are studies that show that they're more suicidal after transition.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, there's a study out of Sweden.
That is not true. That is not true.
Yeah, you can look up the study.
Well, taking into account all of the happy people that have transitioned.
What'd you say?
Oh, that was from the Majority Report? Damn. They are making this is the second time that I've seen them sourced on X from somebody else. Like within the last 2 days. So, hey, good on them. Hey, good on her for this. Yeah, hey, you know how I feel about Taylor Lorenz, and I gotta give her credit, like where credit's due. Yeah. She went out, she interviewed her. She did get that clip that does not make libs of TikTok look very good. So, all right, guys. This is one of the videos that, oh, you know what? Hold on. I just realized that we got to the fun half way quicker than I thought. Here, let's do the Piers Morgan and Russell Brand thing, because, yeah, that should get us to the fun half, right? Yeah, okay, cool. That'll definitely get us to the fun half.
Let's come to this. Save your best.
Oh, man, he gets grossed out by him touching him. I can't stand this person anymore. Like, oh, my God, just looking at him makes me fucking angry. Still pulling this, like... Oh,
Save your best lines.
Look, I know we're both
his leader thing.
But do you mind if I pray?
Sure.
Before?
Sure.
Oh, God, help us have a...
I don't know where the truth lies. You're going to basically go through a process which could end up with you going to prison for a long period of time.
I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30.
Here in New York, it would have been a crime.
We are going to find out the truth. And if the truth is, I am going to prison, my job will be, do not be afraid of that truth.
This Bible, actually, I think it was this one you took into court. What were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
This is the first interview you've done with any Brit since the allegations. You are slightly hypersensitive to anyone challenging you, because most of the media you don't really get challenged.
Wow.
Excuse me. Amidst the rape allegations, the Shagger of the Year titles do not seem quite as valuable. Some of the shine's come off.
You only became a Christian 7 months after the allegations were made public. You've worked out that this could give you some kind of cover. You know there are people who think you're basically just a massive grifter.
No, that's what they say about you, actually. Piers,
oh, good.
Calm down and slow down.
It's a serious question.
I want you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately. A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit.
I can't actually find the verse that I had that day.
You were an atheist.
I like supercut. This is good.
A Jew? A Scientologist?
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
Sounds good.
Russell Brand means many things to many people. He's the boisterous comic with a silver tongue and a savage wit. He's the eccentric British movie star with big words and even bigger hair. To some, he's a fearless truth seeker. To others, an oddball conspiracist. But whether he's reviled or revered, and it's usually one or the other,
you're forgetting something.
Almost everybody finds
it,
him fascinating.
He is forgetting something in the intro.
His mutual embrace of MAGA in America has kept people guessing. So too has the very public conversion to Christianity, which forms the subject of his new book. And surrounding it all, of course, are the very grave allegations that he's now fighting, all of which will make for, I'm sure, a very interesting, uncensored interview. Russell Brand joins me now. Russell, good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
It's sort of weird to see you in this context,
so
because I first interviewed you in 2006, 20 years ago. We sat and did a uproarious interview for GQ. I'll come to that in a moment. We did another big one for ITV, for my life story show about your whole extraordinary life. We did a big one at CNN here in New York when your divorce from Katy Perry was just coming through. So I feel like I've been around your world, your orbit, and I've seen you at lots of events and things along the way as well. But I don't really know you. Like, I know a bit about you. And I know you in a media context. I don't really know you. I wouldn't consider myself to be your
I don't like the way that they frame this.
Friend.
There's way too much negative space.
Or somebody that has an intimate knowledge of what you're really like. And one of the more interesting things about you, I would say, is that I don't know where the truth lies about these allegations.
Much better. Thank you for fixing
and
that.
And I don't want to try and find out whether my instincts are one way or another. We can't talk about what's coming in October, the case.
I mean, if you have a cameraman that can't notice all the negative space and then fix that immediately, I'd be worried.
You've got to go through the due process.
Oh, no. You need a new camera guy. What are you doing?
As we sit here, you're innocent till proven guilty. I believe fundamentally.
Oh my God! It's literally like you just. It's a quick fix, but look at all that. Look at all that. Holy shit!
And to those who will criticise, as I'm sure some will, the mere fact I'm giving you a platform and interviewing you, I say that this matters. That due process matters.
I think that was a steak taco.
The presumption of innocence until proven guilty matters. And so, in the context of that, I'm very happy to talk to you. But given I've known you so long, my first question is just, how are you feeling about the fact that in a few months' time, in a southeast London courtroom with 12
By the
jurors
way,
sitting
we're
there,
getting close to the 4-2-0.
You're going to basically, over a period of about 2 months,
and I just realized I really
go
should
through
use
a
the bathroom,
process which could end up with you going to prison for a long period.
Now you can't unsee it. I know. It's bad. No. This one's egregious too, where it's just like, what is...
It's hard to imagine...
What in the NPR?
On a human level, a more tumultuous thing to happen to you.
I'm pretty sure that NPR actually
you've been through
doesn't
in your
do
life.
that.
So how are you feeling about it?
Tumultuous is a perfect word because it is like a storm. And sometimes I feel like I'm comfortable in the eye of the storm where there can be calm and at least the capacity to observe. And at other times, it feels all-consuming and frightening and pressurizing, like a storm also would be, in almost every conceivable way. I was just thinking, as you did that introduction, I reckon you write your stuff yourself. Do you write the introduction?
I have a writer, actually.
Oh, well, when you sort of the sort of variation that was introduced, like he's revered or reviled, and sometimes I feel like I'm all those things, like a truth teller or silver tongue comic. And wow, I think it's a really good place to begin. One, how are you feeling, and also the principle of the presumption of innocence, because I think we are living in a hazy, fluxy time where people are very uncertain about truth in the broadest possible way. People are very uncertain about information in a way that feels like we're all navigating a quicksand and a new territory and a new terrain. And what I'm most interested in and what feels resonant to me, and I enjoy and appreciate at least your declaration of a kind of a lack of intimacy. And the reason for the lack of intimacy is I feel that in a way, peers, because we're both English, we're around the same age, and we've both been in and around media, I sort of see in you this kind of, and don't take it because I'm going to play exactly the same thing to myself, this kind of cockroach power of like moving through these dreadful, dreadful worlds. And somehow here you still are online with your own show, riding the wave of how media is operating now. People don't get to do that if they're a nobody. People don't get to do that if they don't have, I would say, certainly tenacity and strength. But when I was a kid, I used to watch that show like most people did, a lot of people at least, The Word. And I remember you being on there, you were young, man. I bet you was 30. I think it was even when you were still showbiz at Bazaar, which was The Sun there, prior to being the Mirror editor. And I remember my mate at the time, we were like potheads and that, like saying, I like him. He was saying, when we're famous, because we weren't. And he still isn't, God love him though, but why not? Because that's another thing about when you move through many worlds. You see, who are the people that make it? Who are the ones that get churned up? Who are the ones that get elevated? Who are the ones that get destroyed? Who are the ones that get investigated? Who are the ones that don't? Who are the ones where the presumption of innocence is retained? Who are the ones where the presumption of innocence is stripped away? And my mate, he went, I like that, Piers Morgan. And I liked you too. Just as a person on the TV, on The Word, sat behind a panel, probably judging some audacious and absurd thing, because The Word was all about people exposing their genitals and sort of the late night vulgarity. It was also sort of a kind of TV masterpiece.
Show him the teeth.
Anyway, then I would read The Sun every day. I would read The Sun every day and read your showbiz columns. I kind of really liked that. And then when I sort of saw how you had maneuvered through these worlds, becoming mirror editor as a very young man, when you're in your 30s.
How in the hell did Russell not see that this was going to be bad for him?
Rupert Murdoch, that Mephistophelian figure, that timeless man, about whom someone once told me, because I go, tell me something unique about Murdoch. Why is he the person he is? And this person goes, he lives like he's never going to die. And if some decision don't go his way, he's patient and he's cool. Oh, the merger's not worked out. It will work out. That's the power that a man can have to, in the case of Rupert Murdoch, one would say,
all right, that's
influence significantly the trajectory of a nation, even in matters such as elections or wars. And so, in a sense, Piers, of course, as like Russell Brand from Gray's Essex, some bloke who was a crackhead and a heroin addict who married Katy Perry, who's now really just a married dad of 3, but also deeply fascinated with truth. I am fascinated with truth.
While simultaneously lying to yourself.
And I believe such a thing is possible. I don't believe in the post-structuralism. I don't believe that, no, well, everyone's got their own subjective truth, because I believe in God. Now, so with something like this impending trial, which you sort of, when we were chatting before, described as the elephant
I believe in truth. That's why I started a religion that stops me just short of asking, any more questions.
Yeah, it's sort of awesome, and I mean that literally. I mean,
the thing is, this used to work for him because back like when he had the charm, it came off as quirky. Now people are creeped out by him. Now nobody's giving him that benefit of the doubt.
Glorious.
He's not the get him to the Greek guy.
Because like you,
credit to Opie and Anthony. They torched his ass when he came on there because they saw through his bullshit.
But the news,
Jimmy Norton literally fucking called him out on this. And this was in the early 2000s. This was, again, get him to the Greek.
Right?
Like, that's what he was promoting.
Right? And I'll look at a story like what many people would refer to.
Pretty sure that Jonah Hill was there for that interview,
genocide in Gaza. And I think, wow, we consume so much information now. I find it hard even to connect with the human beings. Like, I can't take it when I see, and this individual father has lost this individual child. When it gets that close, I can't really even take it. And say a story like this one, because I have a strong instinct, and I'd love to have the conversation I could have with you about how media operates, how media selects, how media deselects, how media targets. The media is not neutral, particularly traditional, conventional.
His brain is so cooked.
We're doing this.
I mean, you could argue that for me.
In an Associated Press studio. The Associated Press is a sort of a bastion of neutrality with how it's regarded. But if you investigate the inception and funding of the Associated Press, you will discover that it's like all media. It has a telos, an intention, a function. It's there for a reason. And you and me, we've lived in that world. We know things a lot of people don't know. You know stories that if they were printed would blow some of the world's biggest stars out of the water forever. We know that. We live in that world. And beyond celebrity gossip, even though, gosh, to this day, people are fascinated and allured by it. Important stuff, man, about corruption and the world's most powerful people. We know it. And it's hard to communicate.
He doesn't know what post-structuralism is.
Sometimes it's
just using jargon that to sound more informed than he actually is. Yeah, he does that.
You've got to survive in this world. You have survived
in
this world.
We're all a little guilty.
Where I am now is I feel like I've been on trial my whole life anyway. The whole thing's been a trial. I'm just some kid from Grays. I've been a heroin
I'll speak for myself on this one.
Addict. I'm the only child of a single mother. The whole thing's a trial. I go to jail. The thing is, I believe in God. I've always believed.
He keeps saying that. Do you know what I never said? Like when I believed in God, how much I believe in God.
In God.
Like I never said that shit. I don't think those words ever left my mouth. That I believe in God. It was the opposite. It's when I renounced my faith, I had to be like, I don't think I believe in God anymore.
It is different to believe in Jesus.
No, he has to convince himself, or he's like doing this thing where he knows that people don't necessarily believe him.
Really aware that some people just think.
Have you thought? Have you thought about the reality?
Democrats are ashamed of the country. Yes, they are.
Of losing your liberty.
Yes.
Of night one in a cell.
How'd that work out for you?
And that's going to be your life for a few years. In other words, the worst case scenario.
That moment where you're just like,
everybody who faces a criminal trial has to contemplate.
And all of us.
Excuse me.
Of course.
All the time.
Of course.
Every day.
But have you thought about that moment, if that clanking door shuts and you lose your liberty, how you would deal with that?
I will be with God wherever I am. And of course, I would prefer to be with God with my wife and my kids. But if See, this is what I have to do. I'm not saying that.
Damn,
that's
dude.
Not a different.
Damn, and he like that is him getting challenged where he's just like, why would you like? He so badly instead of making this about his God spiel, he wanted to just kind of be like, why would you go that
image?
Like, why would you go there?
You know, in a different
7.7 out of 10.
It is, but in fact,
damn, I
actually,
would have given it an 8, but fine.
I pirouette some when I start talking.
I got to chug this now.
The
See how I
hardest
do.
thing is knowing that, in spite of all the potential reasons that I'm in this situation, that there are people in this world that feel so aggrieved about their contact with me that they are willing to go through this process. That is a very difficult thing to countenance, and a real challenge, and something that, in whatever ways are necessary, must be addressed. And it is comforting.
Oh, great.
To
Now I
think
just gave myself
that there
the
could
hiccups
be
instead.
justice, that there could be. We are going to find out the truth, and we're going to deal with the truth. Because actually, I am not afraid of the truth. And if the truth is, I am going...
He is just rambling. He's not saying anything.
...prison, then my job will be, do not be afraid of that truth. That is what you are going to do.
When I interviewed
that was
you for
a,
GQ,
like,
I
that
went
was
and
like a
found it
5.4.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
It was
word.
20,
Tell me, darling.
literally 20 years ago.
What is it on the
March
Nash scale?
2006. We met at a
Excuse me.
trendy bistro near Tottenham Court Road in London. That was the first time I'd ever interviewed you. You were 31 at the time.
Wow.
And I was quite gushing. I said, I assumed I'd find Brand irritating, pointless, and easy target. But I was wrong. He was charming, articulate, outrageous, and very, very funny. We roamed through 2 hours through his extraordinary life, a non-stop orgy of comedy, drugs, bulimia, hookers, four-in-a-bed romps, and celebrity bed notches. And then, for some reason, I asked you halfway through, are you a more successful sexual predator now that you don't drink? And you replied, yes, but I resent the word predator. I like to think of myself as a conduit of natural forces. After all, the most natural thing in the world for people to do is fuck, isn't it?
Oh,
and people want to do it. So all you have to do is remove all the reasons why women don't actually go through with it, like pride and reputation. You just have to unpick the conditions stopping women going straight to bed with you.
My God, dude.
That sounds like...
that sounds just like you.
Charm, seduction, game. Do you remember in the era immediately prior to this one? And one would have to accept that Me Too redressed in 2015 when that happened a dreadful imbalance in male-female power dynamics that is good that there's an ongoing conversation, and that some of the corruption and exploitation in that is being exposed and explored. And what that was there at 31, man, that was... I forget, because being famous has been for me, it sounds like you enjoy it more than I do, but for me it's been like...
There's a double-edged sword for everyone.
I don't know, like, I mean, there's bits that I really liked, and what that I can hear in that lovely piece of writing is that I was into it, and I forget that now. Like, even talking to you about football can be hard, because I really love West Ham. That's my, like, when there was a little boy, when there was a teenager, and then suddenly I'm with Cameron Brady, and I'm with the Sullivan et al., you know, but now, because, like, I have a different view of the culture now, Piers, and I'm afraid, like, I regard it as evil, in a word.
I think fame can be one of the most insidious drugs of all.
Certainly it is, but what is it?
The craving that people have for it, and then actually the cold, hard reality of how it warps a lot of people's values, a lot of the way that they behave.
Yes.
All those things. I see it all the time.
Yes. What does it do to... I mean, and also...
It's like any drug. I think it's like any drug. It's like cocaine. It's like all these things. It is a drug that people crave it, and they want more and more of it. And then there's usually at some...
How profound, Piers.
Unless they're incredibly strong, mentally strong. There's normally a tipping point where the reality of
I like
big
how we're
fame
all on to this bullshit, just like, what the
hard.
fuck?
And you know, the show business is littered with the professional carcasses of people that then couldn't deal with the downside of it.
Maybe if we
Here, I
replace
gotta
the
look
word
up
drug
this
with
Michigan
stimulant,
debate, see if
it
it's any
becomes
good.
clearer to understand that you are stimulated by your own fame, by your own reputation. Now, even a person that's not famous, and obviously most people aren't, except for Warhol's perspicacious and proverbial 15 minutes, which of course has happened now. All of us have the idea that there's an object of ourselves that people are commenting on, a facade, a mask. Obviously the word hypocrite comes from mask wearer. Now, you have an identity in public, I have an identity in public, and what I can hear there, man, and it warms me,
Not finding
is I was being
anything on it.
100% honest. And I'm being 100% honest now. I'm not afraid of the truth. So if justice is real, if telling the truth is how a person's meant to operate, I was telling the truth then. And I can I can feel that. I mean, 31, you know, that sounds like a 19-year-old really, but I was stunted in many ways, like a lot of crackheads and smackheads. You kind of formaldehyde yourself.
You are just making excuses, my man.
Addiction,
holy shit.
And that's like someone that's...
I'd almost accept it more if he's just like, dude, I was a real piece of shit. A real piece of shit.
Remember
and you know, like I was a totally different guy and real, like, honestly, like I'm so into like my new life and just recognizing how bad I was. And I just
rush of first becoming famous.
But he's not, there's none of it.
Of the glory of it. Not only the
like he's trying
superficial glory of like
but there's
going
like,
from being poor
there's
to
no
not being
accountability
poor and
coming
going
out of
to
him.
like, oh, it's embarrassing and difficult to chat up women to, oh my God, look at this, like but also the sense that a world that had been saying no you can't suddenly we're saying
so
yes,
full of
like,
shit.
yes you can have a TV show, yes you can be on the radio, yes
so
you can have a book, yes you can, yes, like it was sort of beautiful. There was something about it that was amazing. I mean, creatively, I mean, like that, to be able to do, you know, to have an interview with you and to opine and for someone to care when you've felt very small all your life, like I think a lot of people probably do, because I think this world makes you feel small, indeed makes you feel irrelevant. Just like if I'm not famous, if I'm not sleeping around or driving this car, I'm sort of really curious about, like, say the thing with you and the lad HS Tiki Toki and Andrew Tate, these sort of new stars that are post the era that you and I are from. I really highly regard their boldness, even in both of the instances just cited. They're bold men. I like that. But they are still advocating for a set of values that clearly I advocated for in a somewhat more camp way, even then. That if you aren't sleeping around with a bunch of women, you ain't worth much. And if I can get one thing across to you today, I want it to be that being in Christ and like being in God, it gives me the strength to recognize, you might have to go to jail, but people go to jail. That's the thing that happens to people in the world, and people go to jail that shouldn't have gone to jail.
What I find most sort of interesting when I read that GQ thing, it was like all the things I said. It was highly entertaining, made me laugh out loud. It did again when I read it the other day. But obviously you read it with a slightly different context given what's happened to you. You're very like honest, open, brazen, some might say. You admitted you slept with thousands of women, sometimes 2 at a time, 3 at a time. You were very like, this is all a bit of a laugh. And you were taking a lot of drugs through the late 90s, early 2000s. And my question for you is that obviously you're facing these serious charges. Obviously you've been emphatic and consistently emphatic in your denials that you've done anything criminal and that anything was non-consensual, which will be the key determinant of your liberty, actually, whether a jury agrees that this was all consensual. You know, putting aside the morality aspect, and we'll come to that, which is an interesting, different discussion, but it's not about crime morality. It's a court of public opinion, perhaps, but it's a different thing. But my question...
He's already lost interest in it because it's not fitting his bullshit.
Looking back on it, and the lifestyle that you've talked about very openly now, looking back on that and saying, look, I was out of control, taking all these drugs, sleeping with all these women, whatever it is, how can you be sure that your own memory is good, is sound, is reliable, is truthful? Most people who've slept with thousands of women and taken barrel loads of drugs and led this incredibly hedonistic lifestyle, I would think if I interviewed them and asked them to name even what year it was, would struggle to remember. Can you be certain, if you're honest, that your memory is completely sound, accurate? Do you remember half
not
this
the question
stuff?
I would have asked, but a good one.
Yes, I can be honest.
It's a relevant question, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yes, I can be honest, and I am honest. And
it has nothing to do with honesty, dude. It has to do with your recollection and just being like, hey, do you even trust your own brain?
An important distinction is that I was a drug addict prior to becoming famous. So that was a very different rhythm and time. And I think the question was, has it made you a more successful predator? And even then, I objected to the idea of predation as persecutory, but predation is simply an amplification of looking for something with intention. And the reason I wasn't famous when I was still using drugs, Piers, is because when I was a drug addict, I was an unviable economic proposition for potential media partners. The reason that I'm able to remember is something that I think is sort of quite essential, is that I'm telling the truth in that GQ article, amidst the sort of flamboyance and the evident hedonic, is a person that was looking for a lot of attention and approval and love and connection. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't clumsiness and that there wasn't selfishness and objectification and lots of things that, to your point about there being a moral distinction, flat out wrong. But it's very different than a kind of a bawdy, overbearing, oppressive, controlling. Like, you know, obviously I'm aware of the sort of claims that were made publicly in the documentary, and I'm not sure to which degree what makes part of this so complicated is this all happened subsequent to a documentary, and you know as a journalist that journalists are not held to the same level of, I want to say, integrity as an investigator of a legal matter. That if you're a journalist talking to someone, like even you now, you know how to navigate me into certain positions. If you were talking to someone, or 100 someones, or 500 people saying, look, you slept with Russell Brand, what happened? Well, someone else has told me this. Like, you know, like it's quite easy in a non-legal and non-judicial setting to induce, encourage, and direct people to look at things in a particular way. And I think once that artifact has been made, I'm certainly not making claims about the criminal judicial system, which I, like you, believe will provide a just outcome. Because ultimately, I think whatever outcome occurs, like as you say, I have to live with that, and will do. Obviously. But how does one remember? Yes, it is a long time ago, but firstly, I was never drinking or taking drugs. I think people conflate, because some of the films I played drug addicts and drug users and stuff. Frankly, all of the films I made, there wasn't an enormous range at hand there in that film career there. But the reason I remember is because I was there, because I'm present, and because the whole thing was very live and alive. I have a good memory, and particularly, obviously, this is something I've had to reflect on and go.
You were clean from 2002.
December the 13th, 2002 is.
Bro, I'm gonna admit something. We recently had a birthday party where I got a little too tipsy, and we got to the point where, like, we had a decent amount of people here. Next day, I was talking to my wife, and I was just like, "Yeah, did you see this person?" And she was just like, "Yeah, they were here." I was like, "What?"
The date I got.
I was just like, "Wait, they were?"
Some of the allegations.
Oh yeah.
Go back to '99, so there must have been.
But then I started thinking about it, like, oh man, I got
some crossover
to that point.
Well,
so.
Without wanting to get into the specificity
kind of forgetting
criminal
like, no.
matter.
No, your brain starts, getting a little fuzzy, especially like if you're, you got some eddies and you got some.
That's not generally the complexion, and in the
it will cause good sleep, though.
Variation from that general.
I'll be back in a bit.
Reality.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
There are other indicators that make it clear that my
2 minutes
memory is reliable.
Gonna miss the what? I missed the 2 minute.
Interesting thing. I was listening to your Megyn Kelly interview yesterday, and it's blown up. We're both in New York, and it's blown up big in America today. A lot of people commenting about this. Let's play the clip for those who haven't heard it.
Oh, there we go.
In Europe and in the United Kingdom, where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature.
I feel like the Happy
30-year-old.
Gilmore guy.
Consensual sex, actually, with a variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time.
And somehow Megan's just like, totally makes sense.
Exploitation.
What's been interesting is the way that
it's actually kind of bothersome how many people in right-wing media are trying to normalize like seeing 16-year-old women
played out
as fair game.
Because you were right in what you said.
I mean, this kind of tracks with like the libertarian stuff too.
Perfectly legal for you to have sex with a 16-year-old girl in the UK.
It's almost
That's
like there's
law. In America, here in New York, for example, the age of consent is 17. So here it would have been a crime had you done that here. But I looked at every state in America because I thought it was an interesting. I saw some people commenting on this on social media. In about 30 states in America, the age of consent is 16, the same as the UK. I'm not even sure most Americans are aware of that. About another dozen states, it's 17. Another dozen or so, it's 18. So there's no uniformity around America. But actually, in the majority of states in America, it's the same as the United Kingdom, and therefore would not be a crime. Now, again, people can take a moral view about it. I think you took a moral view about what you were doing then. Interestingly, the GQ interview happened when you were about that age.
Yeah.
So it was going on then. And you used the word exploitative. Some people I've seen latch onto this and say, well, yeah, so he's, he knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows that that was wrong. What is that line for you between exploiting as a 30-year-old man a 16-year-old girl to the point where it becomes criminal potentially? What is that line for you?
I suppose it's consent, Piers.
Right.
That the age of consent means...
He wasn't left-wing. He wasn't political at that point.
In varying
Anytime he would chime in on politics, people would legit just be like, is that the fucking guy from Get Him to the Greek?
Understanding, which probably isn't wholly accurate and reliable.
Weird how it's always like this, like, oh, you guys didn't care when he was on the left. You guys only care when it's the right-wing stuff. Meanwhile, is that your excuse for not caring? That's kind of weird. Like, just outside of that, who cares if the left was on it? Does that make you care any less now? Weird. Are you looking for an excuse to just let this behavior go? Is it that you actually don't see, like, that you're a part of this problem?
That at a certain age, a person is able to make a consensual decision to smoke a cigarette or vote or have sex or gamble, and these things vary according to jurisdiction and type of law. And in the place where I was both emotionally and spiritually and geographically, that was a legal thing to be doing, but not a morally sound thing to be doing.
I've been struck by a lot of people on the conservative right in America are furious about what they perceive to be a revelation. It wasn't a revelation to me because it's been talked about before and reported widely. Are you taken aback because you've moved here, you live in Florida, you've sort of embraced the MAGA movement to a degree, not completely, but to a degree. You've written a book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. And you obviously are a different person now, there's no question of that. But are you taken aback by the reaction to what you said to Megyn Kelly, the fury from a lot of people on the conservative Christian right here?
I'm surprised all the time by stuff, but if people think it's wrong for... I mean, like, I'm a Christian and I'm serious about it. I think that the only safe place to have sex is within marriage. So I agree with them. It's very difficult to... You asked at the beginning of our conversation, what are the challenges? Well, the challenges...
It's always my problem with born again. It's like, yeah, sure, go have all your fun, and then all of a sudden, I'm a different person.
A criminal judicial proceeding that's about law and consent, PR situation that's about people's feelings and sentiments that often cross over. What the compromises and flaws are in a media, judicial and legal system that are plainly somewhat symbiotic and porous. There's a lot of different things happening, but I think the sort of probably the simplest thing for me to focus on is, should I have been doing that? And the answer is, in retrospect, no. And what's a bit difficult is how we all, and I presume you're the same, feel like, well, whatever we did in the past, it's made us the person that we are today. And it's difficult to make that claim when you have to acknowledge that your actions have caused distress.
The girl concerned in that story, we can discuss that because it was from the documentary and it's not part of your legal case, but she dated you for 3 months when she was 16. She described you referring to her as the child, sending cars to collect her from school, coaching her on what to tell her parents, made allegations about the sexual interactions you had, suggesting that you forced yourself in certain ways and so on. But she's not part of the legal case, and let's be clear about that. So there's no suggestion of criminality that's been levelled at you legally. But when you hear that account, What do you feel about the fact you were nearly twice her age, she was only 16, and you're picking her up from school, all that kind of thing? What do you feel about it?
Well, I think some of those details are pretty important and relevant, and how I feel about it is, as I've said, it's not nice to know that my actions have contributed to a person suffering, and there should be there must be justice for that. The context in which those consensual encounters were happening was a sort of merry deluge of constant consensual activity that was very, very difficult to sometimes believe was happening, but one adjusts.
He's so full of shit. Yep.
To those kind
getting that vibe
conditions, and I would say peers on a personal level, yes, of course that's wrong. It's morally and spiritually wrong. It's legal. It's not a legal issue. But
the fuck is wrong with him?
I want to try to minimize my actions anyway. I'm fully culpable and absolutely happy, not happy, but willing, of course, to deal with the consequences of my actions.
Yeah.
Not so willing to deal with consequences of actions that were not undertaken. I think that's a really important distinction to remind you and your audience of. And also, I suppose, it seems like a deliberate removal of context not to continually cement that famous men that are single have always and typically behaved in this manner. One prays consensually, but one also suspects that there's a responsibility incumbent on people that have.
He's literally trying to do like, yeah, I was doing it, but so are other people.
That power, whether that power is magnetism or whether that power.
Guys, it's almost like the Epstein stuff and like the idea that once people get enough, fame and fortune, that they become just demons.
Power is fame.
Like literal fucking demons.
Or whether that power is money or whatever that.
Inhibition takes a back seat. They get told that they're part of a new club that is, we don't hold you accountable until if you just got to not do this, and this, and that's it.
Power is. It's not very easy to live
and pretty much it's just don't get caught, don't get caught, don't get caught, don't get caught.
Moral life in a culture that really openly rewarded. Were you still at the Sun when I was being Shagger of the Year? This one I was literally being given awards for it.
No, I mean,
so of course it's really terrible.
I'd actually left the Sun, but the Sun had an award called Shagger of the Year, and you won it a couple of times. I think.
3 times.
And it was
Some of the glory's faded.
Right, but it was.
Amidst the rape allegations, the Shagger of the Year titles do not seem quite as valuable, I'll have to confess.
Right, but
some of the shine's come off.
Well, the point I would make is, at the time, everyone embraced.
He's like, I thought that was gonna last. It's like, not now.
Good,
not now.
It's good fun. You were seen as this big shagger, and it was all very funny and entertaining, and nobody at the time was coming forward to say this was rape, sexual assault, or anything else. And that was the context of that time.
Yes.
Now, it obviously has a very different thing about it.
Well, I'll ask you something as a journalist. Also, during Me Too, no one came forward. In fact, people came forward subsequent to a very deliberate documentary. And I feel that, therefore, it's difficult to remove.
And now here it is. Now it's like, oh my God.
From the.
It's every single one of these motherfuckers. They do the same thing where it's just like, it's convenient, these people are just trying to get a paycheck.
Because it's sort of
a bunch of clout
important
chasers.
artifact in there. And we'll point that out and how difficult that makes it, even our conversation, the idea of a fair trial, an ongoing
too spicy
conversation, because I would say literally precisely the same behaviour that was lauded, consensual, excessive sex, was reframed when it became convenient, appropriate and useful as non-consensual, and now we have a method and means for dealing with a potentially difficult situation. Now, I wouldn't be so grandiose as to suggest that I am the situation. The situation is something that you do know a lot about. Media has changed from centralised media with a degree of centralised control with rare anomalies, but let's take the COVID example as primary. If you were working in mainstream media during COVID, you would have a pretty prescriptive approach. Indeed, you had that approach. Subsequent to COVID and amidst the pandemic period, inquiries and questions were made in real time. In fact, I participated significantly in that. And it's a matter of public record that Logically AI, who worked for Moderna, Pfizer and the British government, dealt with my content, de-amplifying, commenting on, and indeed the 77th Brigade, a PSYOPs organisation that primarily works in foreign territories with the British military during the COVID period, worked in the UK to, and this is a direct quote from I think the Times, take down social media influencers. Now, there's an obvious clear distinction between my reckless, lascivious conduct, about which I was open and honest, indeed your own words demonstrate that, contemporaneously, and the obvious retrospective damage that's now done. It's difficult not to imagine that a documentary made in the midst of my own conflict, ongoing conflict with mainstream media, which, to be plain and frank, I regard as akin to evil. What I mean by that is I think it primarily exists not to give people true information, but to maximize people's vulnerability and the ability of powerful interests to exploit and control people.
Can I just, on that point?
Yes, you can, but remember, be careful because of the legal situation. I just want to land fully that when a country and a country's media treat its own population as a kind of invaded and occupied territory, we should pay attention to that. That there was a military operation took place in this country, the United States, and in our beloved country, the United Kingdom. And there's a reason now, Piers, that people from farmers to the white working class to almost every aspect of British public life is alive and febrile with hostility, anger and confusion.
Now
the systems are breaking down. The systems are breaking down because of the technology. When Breitbart said brilliantly that politics is downstream of culture, perhaps we could have included that technology is very near the top of that stream, not the absolute source. But technology is changing everything.
No, I agree with that. But let me ask you, why would the state, the establishment, why would they come after you particularly? I mean, you were doing a YouTube channel, you were doing your thing, you were having opinions, but a gazillion people were doing that. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately, that all these allegations are only because you, Russell Brand.
Which is funny because, like, you gotta love how he is such a coward with the way that he'll, like, front load his show where it makes it look like he's challenging him, and that, like, Russell gets embarrassed and then he's, like, pushing back. But yeah, he's literally just like, okay, baby, here, can you just give the answer, please? Just can you give the answer? Just be a good boy.
Was saying stuff about a COVID pandemic or whatever. A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not that. And when they hear you I wouldn't say you're dismissing it, but when you say but when you say
absolutely not,
when people say also,
I also think that's quite reductive, if I may say, the way that you've sort of framed it, because it is not just me. I mean, the idea that there is not a set of powers that manipulate the public conversation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, the annihilation or near annihilation, which he obviously survived, of Joe Rogan, the vilification of admittedly controversial figures like Tommy Robinson or Andrew Tate, and I'm not trying to set myself up in a rogues gallery here, but Piers, you've operated in media for long enough and with enough depth and understanding to recognise that there are flavours and ways of handling obstreperous public figures. And I don't think of myself as particularly important. I know that my importance.
That's really my point. My point is,
he did just list a rogues gallery. It's like, yes, that's exactly what
you
did.
I mean, I don't mean this to be remotely derogatory.
No, but I'm not assholes.
You had a very popular channel and lots of people were watching it. It's not that. It's just, I don't think that your influence in any of those debates would have warranted the establishment going, right, we've got to silence Russell Brand.
Excuse me.
Yes, I think you're right. And I think it's that kind of reductivism that stops people having a clear view of how these systems work. And sometimes it's good to take recourse to some of the great American comedians, as Carlin says, where interests converge, no conspiracy.
Don't you invoke Carlin, you fucking...
is necessary. You know that deep state organizations are nebulous as well as nefarious, that they operate in ways that are difficult to understand, that there is a kind of overall intention. You know that there was a point where mainstream media recognized we're going to have to pivot radically. We're not selling newspapers anymore. People are getting their news from different sources. People are having different conversations. People are starting to not trust en masse. Like, think about this as a good metric, if you'll indulge me. Say, like, if like 20, 30 years ago, when people would talk about someone like Alex Jones, and let's not talk about me, let's just go with, you know, that I've got a criminal trial, and quite right, and by God's grace, the right outcome will prevail, and whatever that is, then that's God's will. But on the matter of is there such a thing as controlling the media, and is there collateral damage when you're controlling a narrative? Did people want a particular style of reporting and particular information to be prevalent during the pandemic period? Yes. Were voices shut down? Was information controlled? Do people get de-amplified? Do people get kicked off X the whole time?
I would argue
imagine 30 years ago.
But I would argue a public health crisis of that magnitude globally.
You did argue it, Piers, and one of the main reasons that you remain contentious is because you advocated, you shamed people into getting vaccines, and we now know those vaccines have killed more people
you don't need to hector
than they saved. I'm not hectoring you.
Because
I'll tell you why.
in the slightest, and that's you want to talk about.
Because unlike most people,
remember, when we look at studies. And, even the CDC's studies from the Trump administration that now admits that the COVID vaccine saved a bunch of fucking lives. Just remember, the ones that are out there saying nuh-uh and getting people convinced are these dipshits.
You've repeatedly
apologized. It's never a scientist.
Yes.
It's never anybody with, any information, any counter information, none of it. It's just platitudes.
And I've said, you know what? I believe.
Hang
on. You've raised it, so let me address it, because I've heard what you said about this, and I don't blame you. I mistakenly,
today
with
has been
accepted
pretty
the real-time scientific advice, which often changed. And in particular, when they said, if you have the vaccine against COVID,
it's like one muscle
you cannot
like
transmit
the
virus. I thought that was an incredibly powerful thing,
and an untrue thing.
Which meant that some old person walking around might be infected by some reckless young guy who doesn't want to have the simple jab, and he may kill that person. It turned out that was not true.
So what do you?
Wait, let me finish. I became incredibly censorious of people who wouldn't have the jab for a period of a few months. And then. When they changed the advice, I felt I had actually, in the initial moment, abrogated my journalistic duty. What I should have done was be more sceptical, be more challenging, and certainly be less censorious and judgmental, accepting that in a fast-moving health emergency, the advice is likely to change.
Remember,
of course, so I accept all that.
No, you don't actually, because
where we're different is this. I still believe that the vaccine saved millions of lives.
Yes. A lot of people don't. No, I don't.
You don't. I know, but I do.
Good. Okay, that's good. That will be something you'll potentially be adjusting in the future, Piers. And when you
I don't think so.
You may have another mea culpa to offer to your audience, because it seems significant to me that crisis benefited some very powerful interests, granted further governmental powers, instantiated the ability to govern at a global level, revealed just how willing people would be to take a medicine, a concoction, let's call it a little more accurately, it seems like it might be extremely deleterious, causing infertility, miscarriage, myocarditis, and that was something that was undertaken with a degree of complicity, at least.
Do you believe in vaccines generally?
I have the kind of questions that anyone that's paying attention
there was a measles
to me...
Now he's audience capture.
A little outbreak of measles recently. Even RFK was giving evidence yesterday and said he absolutely believes in the measles vaccine. In fact, he said, I'm not anti-vax at all. In fact, he said, I support most vaccines. He had legitimate questions about the COVID vaccine because of the speed at which that was designed.
Yes.
But in your case, are you anti all vaccines?
No, I don't.
Or which vaccines do you accept are good?
Calm down and slow down.
It's a serious question.
I understand it's a serious question. Of course it is, but I want you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm.
Because, well, then, in which case, unyoke yourself from the conditioning of the world you've found yourself.
All right there, Yogi. Let's fucking get back to, the physical universe and not the metaphysical, dipshit. Get back to the crux of the conversation. Are you a rapist or not?
See, when Chomsky, and there's a guy whose reputation's changed, said to Andrew Marr, in response to Andrew Marr's, well, I've not been conditioned by the BBC. They've not told me what questions I can ask and what my perspective should be. And Chomsky said to Andrew Marr, no, what I'm telling you is that if you didn't have the right opinions and the right perspectives, you wouldn't be sitting in that chair. Now, you and I have moved between many chairs. We've seen what goes on at the Daily Mirror. We know what happens. We know how people get information. And I know your position on the most public things. And I want to talk to you just as a person that survived in this world,
but on vaccines.
No, look, vaccines. I'm not an expert on vaccines. I don't know anything about vaccines.
Are there any vaccines that you think are good?
It's not something I'm interested in. I don't.
But you're very interested in it. You talked about it a lot.
No, I'm interested in truth, and where truth and vaccines intersect, I'm interested in that piece.
So let me.
Hold on. With all of this going on. With all of the upcoming trial, with the complexity of contemporary media.
I mean, he's... I guess his belief in, his vaccine stance is even worse than the grape allegations. Huh. Who saw that coming?
With a country in tumult, with crisis and protest and war, you care what the guy from Sarah Marshall and GQ thinks about vaccines. Well, maybe then my opinion...
Why do you keep listing your movie credits?
Is worth paying attention to.
Well, that's my point.
And particularly if you have
That's my point. Either you think it is important or you don't.
What I think is important is being able to tell the truth and being able to control information.
Death on the Nile.
Now, when it
just starts doing the fucking fourth wall break like Deadpool.
Worked at the Sun and the Mirror, you'd have had certain obligations and restrictions. There's certain stories that get published and don't get published, certain celebrities that get taken down and others that don't. And now you work in this world.
Oh, Bill Murray,
what my prayer is for you, Piers, is that you recognise, and I don't mean this in an insincere way, because I think that mutually we have an opportunity to participate in something a little grander than standing on the sidelines with our faces in the trough of media money, participating in the exacerbating ignorance of people in the UK and the United States of America. The reason I think you've had all these controversies is because you are bullish and you are willing to have a conversation, you're willing to have a go, and that's a real great ability.
I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong.
That's a lovely quality also.
I think everyone should have that.
But it's good because, yes, in response to new information, we should be able to reassess our opinion. Indeed, I didn't used to be a Christian. I'm a Christian now, and sometimes I'm astonished that other people aren't Christian. And then I remember, oh, you didn't used to be Christian. You didn't know that God is real. You didn't know that it says in the Bible, be careful, the institutions of power have been captured by dark forces. And what I'd like to say is, say, 30 years ago, Alex Jones, David Icke looked at crackpots and wackos, and in many corners of our culture, they're still regarded with that level of derision. And they're on a spectrum, and let's say they're at the extreme end of that spectrum. And at the other end, BBC, New York Times. 20 years, 30 years down the line, where do you think the needle is moving? Indeed, where are you moving? You've moved from
I'm not moving to where David Icke and Alex Jones
are. Did you report on a recent story that suggests that there might be global paedophile rings? Have you heard the rumours that many people believe that pandemic had cooperation and planning and even intersects with Bill Gates and Epstein and those rumours? Now, conspiracy theories are by their nature difficult to corroborate because of the ability of real power to mask itself, the necessity of real power to mask itself. And while we sort of sit around in a Punch and Judy show of advocating for Trump or condemning Trump or laughing at Keir Starmer's voice or his former actions when he was at the CPS and what he didn't do about Julian Assange and what he didn't do about other famous and awful cases in our country and how he sped up the courts during those riots, while that's all taking place, we've not got our eye on what's truly happening, that power is migrating across our entire culture. People are caught up in many needless conflicts. Indeed, your show does a brilliant job of hosting conflicting views, where it's really great orators like Dave Smith and the great stories.
I think it's really important to bring people together.
It's nice, mate, but it's a little bit of a circus, and we've got to find some conciliation because I believe that we are, and it's hard for me to talk about this because, I've got enough on my plate, man. I've got enough on my plate with my own personal life, like most people do, do in their own way. But I sense we are at a time of real crisis in the UK. I sense that crisis is not going to be resolved by any reshuffling of the existing participants.
This guy's just he's such an insufferable douche.
In our parliamentary dance, and a lot of people feel that way.
The more I listen to him, the more I'm just like, I'm getting exhausted listening to you.
And that's why there's despondency and despair. And what the pandemic what was important about the pandemic, I believe, Piers, was not the how well you can undergird the science behind the vaccines, and obviously that don't look good at all in hindsight, but the way that the media complied and supported that messaging. Of course, with it's a medical crisis and we have to protect people.
Disagree.
But this is my point. It's like in a medical crisis. No, like 1 second.
Yeah, because in a medical,
1 second. Of course, I mean, we're all looking forward to it enormously.
Of course.
We should all have a little go. Let it run along. Like in a medical. how much of a medical crisis was it indeed, and what was the role in media? If we step back for a moment and watch what happened during that period.
Millions of people died.
Who was vilified? Who was condemned? What are the excess deaths now? Who's controlling these statistics? That everywhere you look, Piers, there's such astonishing anomalies.
But you accept many millions of people died from COVID, do you?
I'm so uncertain about what happened at that time that I believe that I use it mostly
the touching
now as a kind of lens to look at how disgusting our culture has become, how appalling, how
kind of shows that he really respects consent, huh?
Condemnatory.
But why are you avoiding my question?
Because I have a better one.
What's
because I have a better one.
What's the better one?
I'm not so nice. Literally, if people start doing that shit, I'm just like, get the fuck off me. Especially if I don't like you.
Who believes, even for an instant, that the function of government and media is to protect us and take care of us anymore? Who believes that they would put you in your homes and make you take a medication to preserve human life? I'm not talking about the wonderful staff at NHS hospitals or brilliant doctors or even magnificent scientists. I'm talking about
literally
this
somebody I don't like pulling that fucking grabby shit
of interconnected interests
one of these,
that are some
and only one of
sometimes
them.
difficult
the next
to describe,
one, you pull it
visible
again,
in silhouette, evident in the Epstein files, obvious when wars happen that you don't anticipate happening but somehow seemed inevitable, and clear more than in anything during the COVID period.
Had you been Prime Minister...
I get it.
Had you been Prime Minister when the COVID pandemic broke out, what would you have done?
All right, this is what I would do, is I would immediately...
oh, you want to be buddy? Noogie.
So you're seeing in Italy, in Lombardy, you're seeing thousands of people a day
I know,
dying.
We remember
dying because they lived in big family groups in houses.
Yes.
And it was ripping through them, as it did through our care homes, for example.
I'd pay attention to them hazmat suits in China that suddenly disappeared and those stories of people dying in the street that sort of disappeared.
The origin of it is one issue, but once it's broken out, and it's clearly killing a lot of people very quickly, and it's clearly going to come to our doorstep.
I have an answer.
You as the Prime Minister, what would you do?
Firstly, this.
What a dumb question.
The very office of Prime Minister. And
this is something you could have asked off camera. This is not important.
Executive power to that degree is absurd and corruptible.
Holy
and
shit.
It's one of the primary problems that must be addressed. Forms of technocracy, that means government by some experts, that's what that means, could be really, really helpful in a true democracy. What I believe...
So the alternative is to not have experts, to just have people guessing on vibes? What the fuck is wrong with these idiots?
Could have happened or could have happened, because that's really what you're asking me.
Damn it, these pseudo-intellectual fuckers.
The pandemic period, is that we should have remained open
I can't stand these especially this jackass.
A variety of views, including...
he was already like one of those guys that I meditate,
including the views that were deliberately shut down.
Oh, it's just so annoying.
And censored from the get-go from prominent and valid experts like, e.g. Peter McCulloch, Robert Malone, Jay Bhattacharya, experts out of institutions of great respect and worth. Listen to what they were suggesting.
Look into my third eye and see Jesus Christ and just
like in the what was it called? The Barraclough Agreement.
You touched me one.
Declaration.
He pulls that.
How would you have known which ones?
Dude, there's a part of me that's like, I'm looking at Piers and I'm like, I'm responding for you.
Well, the fact is that I wouldn't place so much certainty in my own perspective and opinion. Because firstly, I believe in God. And so I truly do believe in the values of protecting as many...
I don't care how friendly the goddamn interview is. I'd just be like...
people as possible.
That's the first,
I do believe in public good. I would have listened to the valid experts. I would have investigated...
But there were many valid experts, as you know, saying different things.
Do you know another thing to look at? Who's getting paid by whom? Who's worked for Moderna? Who's worked for Pfizer? Who's worked for Logically AI? Who's got these who has connections to certain financial institutions?
Would you have tried to make a vaccine?
What?
Oh my fucking God. Listen, as much as I'm an anti-corporate fucking, guy, this is a different level of stupidity. Like,
I don't know.
You don't care. It's the fucking Sackler family, you dipshit.
Mate.
I know.
Because we're again.
But you don't care. You genuinely just don't give a fuck. You want it to be this? It's a fucking. It's all a movie to these assholes. It's the fucking literally fucking pulling out. You got the little pins, and then you gotta tie the string. Oh, it's all connected, man. What the? It's crazy, man.
And we're venturing right into
this Chinese guy. His name was Wan. Chen Wan. Oh my God! And he was working on the vaccine. It was a Chinese conspiracy. Man.
Yeah, the killer virus is coming. It's killing, obviously, a lot of people very quickly. You have an ability through your own scientists to create something that may be an antidote to it. It might not be perfect, and there might be a lot of side effects, as there have been with every vaccine in history. Would you, as the leader of the country, have
why do you give a shit?
Done anything to protect the people from the virus?
Like 20
would you just let it do its thing?
In a sense, I have to reject this hypothesis and this condition because it brings to the forefront so many things I disagree with. But by answering the question in the way that I want to, I think tell you a lot. I'm not saying educate you. I'd never be so bold.
Very happy to be educated.
But that's not like my intention, and that's not what I believe's happening.
I would like you to educate me.
This is what I think. I believe in maximum personal sovereignty and freedom. I believe,
except for not, touching somebody when it,
that if you empower individuals and individual communities to the maximum, that you will get, if not better results, at least
You just
well, as it turns out, there wasn't one.
Well, of course there was.
Okay, I would say this is what I would do. Our best evidence suggests currently that this virus is pretty significant, and some people believe.
I know 5 people personally who died from it.
Yeah, well, check out the statistics around people dying from vaccines, Piers, because that's much, much, much more important and significant. Not least because the people that died from the vaccines were doing what the government told them to do.
Can you think of any? Can you think of any vaccine in history where people haven't died from side effects?
Look, Piers.
Do you know any?
I'm curious.
I'm not saying there weren't legitimate questions.
I'm curious
about people having side effects. Myocarditis, other things happened, no question. But I'm also aware that in every vaccine in history, you have had side effects that have killed people. For some reason, the COVID vaccine has inspired this incredible anti-vaxxer movement. And that's why I asked you the question.
Yeah, you're right. My levels are low. What the fuck? Thank you for that.
Do you believe in the efficacy of any vaccines? Because RFK, who I really like, and I've interviewed him many times, who has a reputation as an anti-vaxxer, made it crystal clear in his testimony this week that actually he's not anti-vaccine, that he's been driving the measles vaccine here, he thinks very successfully. And so my question for you is there any vaccine that you think is a good thing?
I'm a little frustrated.
Or are you anti-vaccine?
I'm a little frustrated because what I sense is that I don't think you do it on purpose, but I think there are moments where you're doing your job where you get kind of caught up in the way that the material will be received. And in a way, that's responsible journalism because you have to be effective and you have to be successful. But my position is obviously people should go to their own nominated authorities when it comes to dealing with medical matters or legal matters or any matters where expertise is available. But I think, Piers, if we get mired in a conversation about my personal understanding of
I hate that was actually a good way of handling
vaccines, we'll miss the opportunity to sketch out together the problem.
My wife was nice enough to bring me down a new delicious steak taco.
Technology means a true potential for decentralized power. Information has been decentralized. It led to Napster.
And it kind of lost its soapiness when I doused it in some salsa and used some lime.
To Occupy. It led to the Arab Spring.
Still
it will lead to more and more freedom unless it's radically overhauled by authoritarianism. We're in the process of seeing that happening.
Focus on the good, not the bad.
And by they, I mean empire interests. Most people know what people mean by they these days. Of course, there's the possibility of just yielding to the ongoing centralization of authority, of just accepting what seems to be coming down the pipe, a dreadful AI future, low horizons for everyone. But there is also the possibility that people could have a version of democracy now where the way that currency has changed because of decentralization and blockchain, the way that information has changed because of independent media, in which you are now a participant, so you should understand more than anybody, politics itself could change. So for me, when you ask me a question, what would you do if you're prime minister, or what vaccines? Like, in a way, who knows, who cares? What I believe in is that the systems themselves, if not radically reevaluated, urgently, immediately, to be in alignment with some true values, and I mean the values of God, however you understand God, and you know how I do. If that doesn't take place pretty soon, we're going to be living in hell or something akin to it, and many people already are. The creeping shores of hell are all around us everywhere. And so why would you spend this time sort of pressing me on how much I know about vaccines or this vaccine or that?
Well, but only because you've talked about it so much, and it's a simple question. You're either someone who believes in vaccines as a concept, or you don't. It's not a difficult question. You've just chosen to take 20 minutes to avoid answering it.
I've not chosen to. I've pointed out that by sort of focusing on it.
I mean, at this point, you've taken 20 minutes to just waste time, I guess, because who cares? What does this matter? Is he looking for the clip, or he's just like Piers? I do believe that it is, it would be detrimental to take it. Like,
feels a sort of
I'm getting bored with it. Like, that's the biggest sin
of not trying to detect what someone's actually attempting to say. And like with a vaccine or an illness, the simple answer is I would look at the risks versus
benefits. I don't know how he wears his hair at that length. That was the most annoying length to have my hair at.
Benefits and get the best advice I could and make a decision based on that.
I was mad that he can pull it off. Though.
Yes, everyone does that.
It's just like mine. I look like
enforced global legal issue.
Albert Einstein, where
and when one is,
out of interest, you don't have to answer this question if you think it's too personal.
I know that no one has to answer any questions.
I know. So, but you've got
fair
3 young children. Are they being vaccinated at all?
I feel like you're just sort of sniffing around.
Who cares?
For headlines, and I just
don't
feel that's not worth.
Vaccine, you motherfucker! You get so weird about shit. It's the same with your trans. Is this what made him like obsessed with trans like stuff? He's just a fucking weenie. He thinks he's doing good journalism here. No, you seem obsessive. This is tabloid journalism.
Really not.
So what do you
took me on over vaccines.
And then you sit here complaining about tabloid journalism and how you can't trust it, yet you do tabloid journalism. Great.
Fair enough. And I've had to admit I was wrong about a key part of the vaccine
who cares?
program.
But what's interesting?
But I'm only asking you simple questions
and the only reason you admitted you were wrong is because you got pressured by your fucking audience.
Have you vaccinated your own kids?
Do you think that in the situation I'm in with my wife and my family, that I want to generate any more unnecessary contention when I could be here with you? A man who...
He's telling him nicely to drop it.
Who in some way must...
Because he's also trying... Like, this is him without saying it on camera. Please drop it. I can't... yes. He's like, yes, I was fucking vaxxed, Piers. We all were. The thing is, I need an audience, and these rubes love me. So don't try to make me lose my fucking audience. I've already been having a hard time.
Be brilliant.
Like, Jesus.
And you are. And have a conversation about what's taking place in our culture with regard to power and media in the last 20 and 30 years.
And by the way, you say a lot of things that I agree with, right?
So why don't we... I'm not saying that...
He's like, why don't you fucking shut up?
A bit of conflict is good, and it's good television, and it's what you do, or in media.
I actually think it's a really interesting conversation.
So do I, but it's not...
He got that closer, he's just like, woo.
Interesting, I think, to get mired in something where my contributions are not of sufficient value to warrant this attention, when I believe when it comes to the matter of the ideological crisis...
Can I put a spanner in the works with your argument?
No, I'm not interested. An ideological...
You have to let me.
Wow.
No, Piers, we're in a serious ideological crisis.
But let me just put one pushback on what you just said.
Wow.
Which is this.
This is the part where I'm like, I hate that it's Russell Brand that did it, but fucking finally somebody just said no.
You are a very eloquent individual.
Yes.
Right? You told me many years ago that
Russell's getting frustrated.
You used to study dictionaries to learn long words.
Yes, I did do that.
Okay. So you're very eloquent and you have a lot of good linguistic skills and you're a very good debater and a very good arguer. But some viewers might watch this. Fans of yours won't. They'll think, go get him, Russell. But some people will be watching this and going, you're very, very, very good at avoiding answering questions that you've, in your head, thought, he just wants that for clickbait. And I don't want that for clickbait.
I mean, he kind of got you on it, though.
I am actually just asking you questions I wanted to ask.
I'd love to talk to those hypothetical but very real audience member right now. We're on Piers Morgan's show. Right? Piers is a really talented man in lots of ways. He's been inside the system. This is a person that knows Rupert Murdoch, that's been in rooms with some of the most powerful people in the world, including Donald Trump. He won the Celebrity Apprentice. He's seen things, he knows things that are powerful and profound and probably dark and probably heavy to carry in some ways. He's been in a system that many of us think is on the precipice of
Uno reversal card.
implosion or
well played.
Terrifying and mad expansion. It seems to be doing that primarily by increasing cultural fear, increasing division and dread, and then providing us with solutions, but always at a cost.
Sorry for that.
You will yield a little bit more of your personal power. You'll find yourself hating people you don't know, caring about some abstract, faraway issue, and look at your own life, your London, your town, your world, your city, your family, your dog. Isn't it all deteriorating just a little bit? And what are we doing for you? The media, the independent media, are we participating in serious conversations that are going to empower you to live your life, to confront real power where it matters, to focus and to sort of manage the complexity of a migration crisis, but knowing that migrations by definition don't have any power? Where is the real power? Who is controlling this? These are complex.
Yeah, lost me.
Nebulous matters. And I believe that with you, Piers Morgan, I could have a conversation.
So many words to say nothing.
That spans tabloid journalism into centrally owned media, your kind of refugee escape out of it and into, oh, that Talk TV thing's not working, I'm going to run this thing myself. The programmatic ads earn you how much? I'd have this much independence. I could be hosting these debates, having people entering their spleens on these tragic genocides and awful situations. And me, I'm just another
exhausting
fellow occupant of this mad, giddy, sometimes disgusting culture that's right now in a kind of comparable position to you. But I believe with one important, well, I don't know if there's even an important difference. What I want from you and what I expect from you and what I'd like to demand from you is that, and from all of us actually, is that when we're in this position, when we have these platforms, that we don't take our hearts and our minds away from the people that could be positively impacted. And I don't think that, oh, Russell Brand vaccinates or doesn't vaccinate is not a value.
You know why I'm asking? The only reason I asked was there's been a rising anti-vax sentiment, particularly in America.
It's cynicism.
Well, hang on.
Skepticism. It's not anti-vax. It's we don't trust anyone. The reason I don't trust anyone is because no one's telling them the truth anymore.
Let me finish my point. So that to the extent that even MMR, which is one that is recommended by almost every legitimate scientist in the world, a lot of people are beginning to resist giving that to their children because they bought into the notion that all vaccines are dangerous.
Yeah.
I think that's an incredibly dangerous development.
Yes.
Out of the COVID pandemic. If we cease to believe in vaccines which have been for many decades established as stopping measles epidemics and mumps and so on.
I get it. I know all this bit.
Yeah, but that's a legitimate concern, isn't it?
When you lie, I'm not talking about you personally, but when you, as a representative and conduit of truth, i.e. media, the interstitial material between the...
God, you're both such cowards.
People that have
call
power
each other
or
out.
information and the people that receive
Fucking
it. When those
Christ.
people lie, people stop trusting them.
What
and then
is
you
this?
have to
You want
yourself
Darwinism
kind
to
of
kick in?
madly aggregate.
Yeah, the studio, all of a sudden, oh my God, it was a bad guy.
Would I be better off to
scaffolding.
take a
Oh my
position
God,
where if I'm told something by the media, I just flat out don't believe it because it's probably a lie. I've seen it so many times.
Oh my God.
Weapons of mass destruction, that geezer gets shot in the woods, take this thing, take that thing, eat this food, drive this car. And so many times it's turned
this is
out to be a lie. And also, even more important than that, if such a thing were possible, people in power being honest to the people they govern, is the technology now exists for it to become irrelevant. That there's no need for constant conflict.
Okay, look, here's my problem with this.
Hey, we've put this much into the vaccine side of things. It's literally like a minute more of this bullshit. Then apparently he challenges on him on his hypocrisy. So let's see.
Yeah, an actual.
You cited two people where you think the pendulum is swinging the right way: Alex Jones and David Icke. Alex Jones had $1 billion. Hang on.
No, because you're already misrepresenting my view.
What I think about
once again, you're doing it live. What I'm saying is, Alex Jones, I'm using them deliberately to demonstrate the idea of an extreme.
As much as I hate Russell Brand, and I just do have to at least say,
over time, the tendency of more people having access to information is we're moving
At least he called him, like he is calling him on the bullshit part of that.
To that. I'm not saying, even
I'm
though,
waiting for him to snap,
dear
though,
old
'cause
David
holy
Icke
shit,
would back this up
there's
to
a
his
few
death, that
moments
the
in this
Queen's
where I was like,
actually a lizard or whatever.
Is he
But
actually
he was
gonna, like,
sure right
snap at
about
him?
them paedophiles. Of course it's wrong that Alex Jones said that thing about Sandy Hook. That's
holy shit, this is only 60%.
terrible, and those parents must have grieved all the harder for that, the terrible insensitivity. But let's not forget that he somehow knew that them Twin Towers were going down. Let's pay attention to where he's correct. And in fact, why don't we do
He
it?
knew the Twin Towers were going
Oh
down.
my God, there's video footage of him in 1997 saying, "Look, there's a guy, he's going to blow up the Twin Towers." Everyone's seen it, the relevant audience know. Now, where you are, and where
Well, this
Louis
is
Theroux...
complete nonsense.
No,
What
it's not. There's a...
Osama bin Laden tried to blow up the World Trade Center. Yeah, but the genesis of that whole story is that whatever he said, he had no intimate knowledge of any Al-Qaeda plot to take down the Twin Towers. What had happened is that several years before, bin Laden had
You are
attacked
right
the World Trade
now,
Center.
right in this moment, advocating for the worst impulses in humanity.
No, you are.
No.
All right, now we're in.
You're trying to make me think that Alex
All right,
Jones
no.
knew that
See, thank God, got off the vaccine shit, but now I like the...
was going to happen. He
All
knew
right,
it as a fact.
There we go.
He had been given information that meant Al-Qaeda were going to take it down. Bullshit.
Well, since we're only 60% through this,
he didn't know. Why didn't he go and tell the president?
Why won't you... well, do you not recall the president's gratitude?
Citing
in
Alex
ascending?
Jones having prior knowledge of the Twin Towers attack. Come on.
Okay, let me...
Come on, Russell. It sounds ridiculous.
What I'm saying to you is that many, many times, people that were marginalised and condemned and criticised and called wackos and crack jobs, as we get more and more access to information that is not filtered, even though I recognise we get a lot of untrue and unhelpful information, I'm really trying my best not to contribute to that, even by being boring. The needle of public opinion, and I think in this instance correctly, is becoming deeply sceptical and cynical about what we're told by the BBC, what we're told by the New York Times, what we're being told even by prominent influencers like you, and in some cases
Which is driven a lot by social media, I think.
Indeed, of course it is. And the very interests that are able to control mainstream media then migrate to social media and attempt to control that. And what I am proposing is, instead of using this time and these resources to create endless conflict, whether that's between me and you or everyone in our beloved country. I know that, yeah. So do I. I'm just playing along.
I see this.
It's a conversation.
I like debate.
So do I.
But
So do
even
I.
with people, if you say things I don't agree with, fine.
All right, well then, if it's a
we
debate...
live in a democracy.
All right, let's have a debate. But if we are going to have a debate, can we do something where I would really benefit from your skill set? Let's do that. But let me just finish this point. The technology exists now for this constant babble of conflict to be resolved because people could have more control over their own communities just with the following of a few basic principles: that food should be grown as locally as possible to where it will be consumed. People in a community should have the maximum control possible over decisions that affect them, whether that's migration or whether or not there's a hostel in Epping. And when it comes to the major decisions, there are referenda continually too. The technology exists. The reason we're not having this discussion, the reason dear old Piers is shuffling his papers, is because politics should be boring. It should just be about the management of resources. It shouldn't be about mad ideologues misusing us and controlling us for their own...
God damn it. I hate when he's saying things that I'm kind of like...
Curious ends. Now, where I would benefit from your...
Fucking pisses me off because it was like, I don't want to agree with you.
...tenacity and ability to push back.
Yes.
Is in the event...
Stop having these little moments of clarity.
Well, how can you possibly pay attention while ruffling through your highlights?
I can hear everything.
Look at that, you're possessive about that.
That's my
Truth,
notes.
uncensored, nothing to be scared of.
No, these are my interview notes.
Have the book, promote the book. And if you're not going to promote that one, promote this one in the holy name.
I'm going to talk about your book.
There's hope for all of us.
What is the... here we are, look. So this is...
All right, so this interview took a weird turn.
Yes.
No,
yes. Tried my best.
Do you accept you've been a bit of a chameleon when it comes to your position?
From Piers Morgan?
Yeah.
From Israel-Palestine, Piers Morgan?
Awkward.
From COVID, Piers Morgan? No, I've been trying to, like you actually, because I want to love you. And like, actually, I don't
have to love me.
I don't even find that difficult, because I'm going to tell you something that's sincere. When I look in your eyes and you tell me about that hip and the tibia, I feel sadness in you. I know you're brash and I know you're strong.
I'm not sad about it. I'm bored. Bored with hobbling.
What do you think bored means, really?
But let me ask you, when people say, all right, see, my theory about
does
you
he need to touch?
You have an addictive personality.
Why touch?
There's no doubt.
Why
but
touchy?
hold on,
No
I'm going to stop
touchy.
you even there.
No
Because
touchy.
Bear Grylls told me to be
no touchy.
Slow and calm.
Right, so be slow and calm.
But addictive doesn't...
Let me ask you then. So take vegetarianism, right?
God.
You became a vegetarian at age 14.
This is a guy you need to have like some of those like little sewing needles on you, just so every time he does it, you just go, yeah.
after you're influenced by the Smiths,
lesson.
meat is murder.
Man, this is government water. Can I have some non-government water, please, out of a bottle? Because, you know, like, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, not on Piers Morgan, where everything's underlined with absolute truth. Like the efficacy of those vaccines. Could I get water that's not directly from the... Not to be difficult, someone...
You
if
now
that's okay.
eat meat, right?
Yes.
So what happened there?
What happened?
Ew. Dude, you're in New York. New York has, like... Dude, city purification systems are fucking...
There.
Like...
Was like my veganism was really motivated by not wanting to see animals. I really don't like the idea of animals suffering.
Conspiracy diva.
And I think when everything
changed... I don't want to be a conspiracy diva, but I'm totally going to be a conspiracy diva.
Changed in my life. With my boy and the allegations of rape and stuff. Here, gives a bottle with you, mate. I think... someone getting one? Love it. Thank you.
I'm glad they left that in.
When my boy was ill and the allegations happened, like everything sort of changed very, very quickly, and I was confronted with something like because you've
all right.
It was in the news, so it was very sort of confrontational. And the significant thing is that I was
an intern
brought
that was
to
just
Christ in an involuntary instant. Coming to Christ was not it was not a process of inner philosophical debate. It was like being sort of smashed.
Let's put some fluoride in his water just to fuck with him.
My wife's always eating meat.
It tastes like toothpaste.
My wife, she's an unbelievable, stable, beautiful, incredible person.
Water bottle water.
She wanted to say hello to you. I wish she had in a way.
Or better yet, give him Dasani.
Would have anchored us, and instead we.
You really hate somebody. You save one specific bottle of water of Dasani, and you just give it to that person, so everybody like it's the code.
But we're not
I don't like you.
I'm not trying to gotcha no one. I don't need anything. I've got everything I need. Anyway, so like when I come to the Lord, like the Lord came to me, a recognition in an instant that instead of all these sort of diffuse and sometimes contradictory and difficult to hold ideas, some of which are still, as you can tell, deal with and deal in, that the Christian story that God came to earth in human form, that died somehow taking our sin upon himself and was resurrected.
I only get that if it's on sale.
And like, I felt it not rationally or logically. I felt it in my belly.
And then under $1 a can, then I'll get it.
From that minute, I was reading about it.
Once in a while, the grocery
I suppose
store
what happened after that is I didn't feel the need to have a self-selected arbitrary system of righteousness or morality like wokeism or veganism, which has a good intention, as does wokeness, I think. Compassion, kindness. These are really lovely, lovely ideas. But it just didn't anymore. And my wife was eating a lamb chop, and I remember the smell of lamb in my nan's in Dagenham. I remember the smell of it, and I ate it, and I felt like one of my friends, who's always been a meat eater, said, "It's them or you, Russell. It's them or you. You've got to start eating meat to survive out there."
Okay, so then this brings me to your...
So he's not a vegan anymore.
Your political evolution. In 2014, you said Fox News was a fanatical terrorist propagandist organization. By 2023, you're popping up on...
That was the tame part of the
Fox
interview.
News quite happily. What happened there?
Well, I wouldn't describe it as anything other than...
All right.
What do I think about Fox News?
We got a fun half in the fun half.
What do I think about Fox News when I went on there?
Didn't see that coming.
The point I said, say when I was on Bill Maher that time, and they were like, oh, MSNBC, like Fox is evil, but MSNBC is great. This is what it was.
Man, I feel like I need a cup of tea or something.
Get ready to listen. Like, if you come from a normal working class background and you sort of encounter the normal kind of tropes, then you get involved in the entertainment industry, there's a sort of eliding into champagne socialism, like that somehow your views of equality and fairness 25%. Can fit in the opulence of Hollywood. Everyone does it. They're all doing it every day. That's the norm, isn't it? Right. And as I sort of started to experience the difference between not being poor and not being poor, I started to have a slightly different perspective. And as I looked at an institution like Fox, it was easy to vilify and make content out of, because you had Bill O'Reilly, you had obviously sort of deliberate and misleading reporting, so it was very easy to make jokes about it. But as the world got more complex, as the left sort of went a bit kind of crazy, I think, Piers, because I was online and reading this stuff, I understood that there was a different way of
this is surreal ickiness
operating in those worlds.
Surreal awkward ickiness.
You don't recognise who owns Fox and what Fox's primary intentions are and where Fox's funding comes from. But I feel like most people, with that ultimate epitomising object
I'm trying to think. Am I glad that I've been watching this?
cultural controversy, Trump, it was kind of, oh, wow, this guy is going to somehow detonate.
Does this mean that we're missing the sovereign citizen video that I have lined up for the end of the show? Fuck no.
You were friends with him. You were a person that was affiliated.
Trust me, I have 2 videos that I'm not going to skip.
Him.
Oh,
yeah.
wait.
I remember when
Chronicles,
I had some spat with him years ago, and he said some rude stuff about me. Then I had the view that people from that culture group had of Trump. Oh, I don't like this guy. And then I sort of saw his ability.
I plan on streaming tomorrow, so the Courting Chronicles and the
to kind of be searingly honest and funny and authentic. And now what I think about him is he's a person that's incapable of masking himself.
Just wait.
So I, generally speaking, lost the comfort of categories of like left good, right bad, liberal good, libertarian bad.
Climate change?
I'm just shout. No, is that what is this what we're reduced to? What's happened? Have you disengaged?
No. Just in your book, 2014 book, Revolution, you called for a revolution in big corporations, existing political and economic systems. You collaborated with Naomi Klein saying ditch capitalism and save the planet, or ditch the planet and save capitalism. And you wanted people to take down massive corporations like Exxon to save the planet. But since 2023, you've shifted, it appears, to be more towards climate change being a lot of nonsense. What do you feel?
I no longer believe that the state in any form is capable of meaningfully and in good grace representing the will of the people. So any edict that comes out of there, be very sceptical and in fact always investigate what the conclusions they draw are. For example,
or we do everything to benefit oil companies, especially now because Donald Trump is friends with these guys and they're giving him kickbacks.
Climate change is the example you've selected.
Why is everything so just
interrogate?
He's trying to Peterson
what their proposals are.
I saw actually Christina. She had a pretty funny tweet. She was just like, "Is Jordan Peterson even alive?"
Look at the proposals coldly, and then consider: do you think this is because of climate change, or is it because they want to?
Do you believe climate change is real?
Ideas. I actually, similar to vaccines. I'm not trying to sit on the fence here. I would say, like, I don't.
That's exactly what you're doing.
No, because I think
every time he says he's not trying to do something, he is doing just that.
Possible. No, I've heard that there are intergalactic influences on what's that brilliant man's name? Randall Carlson says like even sort of there can be influence in our environment that goes way beyond human causes. But in a way, what's important here is you can negate that entirely by saying we should love and revere the planet. It was Earth Day here in New York, and I participated. They obviously. They may have recognised me, but they certainly didn't recognise where I am now because they had me participate in this Earth Day stuff because I just happened to be walking through Times Square. And I got no problem saying we should revere and respect the Earth, and if the way that our ecological policies is determined is to maximise profit for powerful organisations, that's plainly wrong. All of us on an individual level should be doing everything we can to respect and revere the Earth, and certainly at a global and corporate level. How are those solutions going to be brought about? By an alliance between the very interests that got us in this mess in the first place? I wouldn't have thought so.
But I can find a lot you say about corporate power and political power and media power. I can find myself nodding along thinking, yeah, you're making good points. It's inarguable that there has been abuse and corruption and unfair influence and bias in all of those things, right? But here's my problem, if I may put it to you, where I think you sit. You talked about sitting on the fence. And it's a little bit... some would describe it as a grift. They'd say, come on, Russell, you change your mind about stuff on a sixpence, right? And
no, that's what they say about you, actually.
Well, sure, but I'm interviewing you, right? So my point is...
So you think that you can command
I'm
the
not
old channel?
I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying there are people who think you're basically just a massive grifter, that you're very smart, you're very eloquent, you can be very persuasive with the power of your words, but that actually when it comes to any of these issues, you don't really have a personal, principled view.
I do, and it's a really
Your view is that all people in power are terrible, but when I've challenged you to say, well, what would you actually do, you go on a 20-minute eloquent spiel, which doesn't answer the question.
Oh, my God, it actually does answer the question. Let me try and do it again. Firstly, find faith and integrity in yourself. Do whatever you can. Pray. Find God. Secondly, we cannot have systems that prioritise the centralisation of power.
Did he really just...
Whether that's representative democracy or this global commercialism.
So what would you do?
use the technology that we currently have. All right, good. This is the bit I wanted to get to. Can I have a glass of water? I mean, it's Associated Press news.
Well, they're not under any obligation to give us bottles of water.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, this guy, my mate Jake,
we are trying to find you some, but they're not our servants.
No, absolutely. Hold on a minute. I'm not declaring these people.
They don't all work for us. We're just hiring their studios. So.
No, I know that, and I think I've established quite good rapport.
We should be cognizant they're not working for us.
No, with my mate Jake, though, who's over there, who actually is working for me.
Well, Jake can get you on.
Although I will admit, this is fun because now it's extended touching, and Piers, look at how awkward he is. Look at how awkward he is. This is fun.
Directing, who I'm directing it to, and also there was one or two other people, so it's not, just to be clear, I'm not sort of like going, "Oh, get me some water, man."
I mean, at this point, he could have been like, "Can you just not?"
I'm a Hollywood star. AP that they should get you a nice bottle of water.
Well, I just thought that the facility itself might have, amidst its many benefits, water. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Was the obligation crossing the floor? See, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that glass of water. Would you like some? Don't be proud.
I'm good, man. I like the tap water.
You like the government water?
Love it. Yeah, no problem. Even if it kills me.
I can't keep drinking the government water, Piers. I can't keep taking the government
Actually, the water is some of the cleanest in the world, but you know that.
That's what I've been.
Look, you're a very argumentative and obstreperous individual.
Not at all. I just like to.
You've even argued with that.
I like to challenge people.
Go on. So go on. We were talking.
Yeah, because that one should be challenged. That's stupid.
About
Unless you live in Flint.
This is what I wanted to say. You say that I'm a grifter, and actually, to tell you the truth,
I say other people have said that it's all a grift, and they would actually include. And this is for you to.
Rusty pipes are a real thing. Trump sucks, Terry. Indeed.
Actually, in the end, only you know. But
what do you mean I don't suck?
You've got this new.
I gotta possess this weird podcaster just to convince you guys that I do not suck.
Look, how to become a Christian.
Terry, you suck.
In 7 days. People say, look, you only became a Christian 7 months after the allegations were made public, and that this is part of your thing, that you've worked out that this could give you some kind of cover. You're a born again Christian. That this is, you've heard people say that.
That was actually pretty funny. You're argumentative. No, I'm not.
But what do you
A lot of other people take you very sincerely and believe absolutely in your commitment to this.
I know, I hear you, mate.
I was with a mutual friend of yours, bumped into him, Bear Grylls, the other day. He was a great guy who was there at your baptism. We famously saw the video and so on. He absolutely believes that it's sincere and genuine. And I completely respect that. I don't know, right? In the same way that I don't know where the truth lies about the allegations you face.
Or COVID, or Israel, or Palestine.
No,
and this neutrality is terrifying
Sure,
for
but I can
people.
only proffer an opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to change my opinion.
Good.
Right? My question for you is, do you have genuinely principled opinions, do you think?
Yeah, because I think if you don't have... Yeah, I do. But obviously I ask myself the same question. Why go to the aggravation of going on Piers Morgan... because I tell you, with everything that's been shown to me, with everything I've learned, the idea of maybe selling some book, is it's a professional obligation in some ways, but it sort of doesn't weigh that heavily on me in the scheme of things, just because everything else is so sort of varied, luminous, brilliant, beautiful, awful trial, magnificent trial, best of times, worst of times, revelation of real truth, exposure to the fallibility and facetiousness of fame. In a sense, Piers, like you, I don't have the kind of thick skin you have, because I sometimes think you genuinely don't care that if people think you're a grifter. I don't think that. I think you are a creature of our time. In a way, I think that's what is always brought forth.
But I think in the end, only I know and only you know, right?
Maybe not even. Maybe not even, because why would you make yourself the highest authority? You can sort of understand your intentions, but there is a thing in psychology called the unconscious. There is a thing in Christianity called the spirit. And both of these things indicate that your personhood is not absolute authority. And in your sort of continued stance, which is somewhat legitimate as a journalist, of neutrality, what's kind of masked in that is that Christianity demands of you that you make a choice.
But I'm not neutral.
You kept saying, I've got
being somebody in his life that has to hear this shit.
I don't care about COVID, I don't know, I could be wrong.
No, I get people on from all sides to debate it. I personally have a lot of opinions. A lot of strong opinions. I'm not afraid to express.
He's drinking the government water.
If you ask me about do I believe in vaccines, absolutely is my answer.
Yeah.
Your answer was a long spiel of not answering.
It's like I'd be really careful about it. I'd be right careful. I'd read Gavin de Becker's book, Facing the Facts. That's what Forbidden Facts by Gavin de Becker. That's what I'd read on that. And I'd read The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert Kennedy, and then make a decision. And also tell me what books are good to demonstrate the alternative.
Tell me this: what kind of Christian are you?
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith, knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
Why?
I'm just asking.
No, I'm very.
It's not an allegation. I'm just asking.
I just treat everything as another allegation.
I know you do. If you don't mind me saying, you're
was everything okay in that interview we did in 2006?
Yes. But you are slightly hypersensitive to that kind of thing. I think because you don't really do many interviews, if I'm honest. You don't do. This is the first interview you've done with any Brit, for example, since the allegations.
That one specifically.
I'm grateful to you for doing it. But you are slightly hypersensitive to anyone challenging you. Because most of the media you do, you don't really get challenged.
The constant touching.
I don't mind being challenged.
I mean, does he not understand that he kind of does open himself up to just like with that lunge that he did?
Actually, and I like being challenged. I didn't go, what, Piers Morgan?
I just do a quick little.
This is what he's like.
Yeah,
he's going to be stroking my thigh throughout the interview.
I think this is a good conversation we've had. People will want
to
take a view. They'll agree with you or me about this, that, whatever.
I think what you're interpreting...
But this should be how conversations are had.
I don't think it is, actually. But like, what you're interpreting as sensitivity, it might be sensitivity. It's a form of intelligence or a form of awareness, so maybe that's the right word. But it's also a kind of frustration. And the frustration is the sort of feeling...
Yeah, he literally doesn't know what consent is based on how much he's touching people.
That we're supposed to be saying something that could be valuable, and we're not quite getting to it. And I think the reason we're not quite getting to it is because you're so sort of expertly schooled in a particular type of discovery. And I felt that when I made an incorrect assessment of Trump on the one time I met him in, like, I don't know, 2006 or something like that, of like, oh, he's a person that has a sort of a genius, but in a very narrow line. I said to myself, it's almost as if being good at the game Hungry Hippos is the most important thing in the world, and this person's a master of it, and he's become elevated with a very unique skill. The same could be said of LeBron,
use my hands
Beckham,
to speak
or of
as well,
anyone, like a skill that is prized in a particular culture at a particular time. And what I'm thinking with you is you're so good at sort of generating sort of conflict and sort of a kind of a needling energy. And I am easily needled because I think that there's purpose and meaning in life. And I believe in new systems of leadership and new systems of government. And I believe in real change. In fact, even the very idea of government could become a position of service. I believe there are people of valour that are just waiting. That even in the fraughtness that one might get if you talk 1 minute to Tommy Robinson and the next minute to George Galloway, and you're aware of Jeremy Corbyn and you're aware of Yanis Varoufakis, you think, well, there actually are sort of great minds that could participate in a way of actually improving people's lives. And in Christ, there is the potential that you yourself can live with the odd paradox of your brokenness and the sort of failings of your life and the mistakes you've made and the errors, but also becoming whole in that. For there even to be justice or innocence, these concepts and words we're bandying about, there has to be a God, or you can't have those concepts.
You took probably this Bible, actually, but I think it was this one you took into court, wasn't it?
Sometimes I also think you're not listening. Like, that's why, like,
I did. You're literally talking about...
But what I mean by that is that this might sound a bit, I don't know, woo-woo or hippie, that the sort of the energy is a kind of like, you talk this Bible into court, and I feel like I already know where that thread's going.
Where's it going?
It's going to go, what are you like holding in there? What did you think that was going to be achieved by that? And it's sort of like, I tell you what it is. It's cynicism. That's what it is. It's cynicism.
I
think you're cynical.
English accent
I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence. I think you're cynical about human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the most positive people you'll ever meet.
I don't think you believe that you're capable of greatness. I don't think you're...
I've already achieved greatness.
Oh, God, darling. I don't think you think you're capable of participating in meaningful change or even meaningful conversations. I think you think the best that Piers Morgan can do for himself is to host hideous spectacles of conflict about real serious, awful, dreadful stuff.
Why are you here then?
Well, I'm here actually because I don't mind trying to learn a little bit from you.
You're prepared to come on something you categorise as a hideous...
This is just so trashy. I'm all right with it. Fuck
no,
it.
I think it's a hideous spectacle. Say, for example, the stuff where there's multi-panels and people are like really screeching at each other, maybe about trans issues or whatever.
Real Housewives.
I don't know. Maybe there's something cathartic in it. Maybe,
wine.
but I don't. And also, I don't want to like lay all that on your shoulders. I'm just saying I don't think that's the right way for us to be stewarding the culture. And I think we could do better. And I suppose here, if to really go into it, what I think is, this is a person I could probably learn from and benefit from, but there'd have to be trust, and it's hard to trust because I sometimes think you're too caught in the world that you used to be in, and
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. I didn't know that, did I?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. You're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty... It's this. They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah.
You said that? You said that?
Excuse me.
I don't think he knows the Bible. This is very uncomfortable. This is very uncomfortable. Oh, this
says here.
Is this a test? Is this a test? Is this a test? Fucking look! Look at Pierce! He just fucking offensed.
What the
This is uncomfortable.
The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that.
They could have edited this. I'm pretty sure they could have edited this. I don't think it was live.
But this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
And he's keeping his Bible voice on.
I will praise you, Lord. Although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away.
Wow.
And you have comforted me. Surely God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. The Lord himself is my strength and my defense. What I was looking at before is that there's a bit where he says, see, I'm doing a new thing, Isaiah says, like springs in the desert. Like in the desert of your life, when your life becomes barren and difficult, that a new resource with God will appear. And in a situation that obviously feels quite pressurized and condensed, and in all those preliminary appearings that I've attended, there's the presence of something very beautiful. Grace, it would be called. In one of the moments, I think it was the first hearing, although I've had several, the people that patted me down for Securicor went, all right, Russell, geezer, just 50 years old, just some normal geezer, patted me down on that for weapons or, I don't know, sharps. And I'm going to have to touch your hair now, you're not going to like this. And he went, the whole country's behind you, mate. The whole country's behind you. And I felt very, very encouraged. I felt very encouraged that these institutions with their emblems, unicorns and lions, are not all there is to our country. And the reason I take...
it's the Bible Whisper.
Yeah.
This is what they do in Bible study.
To sort of remember, that's the point.
Pastors have two ways of speaking. This is their somber way of speaking when it's either one-on-one, kind of trying to get you through something, or, like the Bible study part. It's not the one where they talk about how much God's love will flow through you.
The point, I think, of becoming a Christian is to...
I just have to touch you for it to flow through you.
Remember to put back together again who you are. That you're not, and I'm not. Our identity in the world, like the identity.
Yeah, the Whisper is actually making it where I'm like, okay,
get money or get whatever it is.
Sleepy time. Jesus Christ, dude!
It actually is real, into so much as to say Christ is real.
This segment was
that even in the transition from my.
All right, this was called attempts to find his Bible verse.
Insight to diagnose it, even in my agitation of being in an unfamiliar situation, even with someone He's also very manipulative with his speech towards peers. Yeah, totally.
You know,
my whole life's a trial, and it's not culminating because there will be a life.
This isn't doing him any favors. Like, this entire interview has not done him any favors.
But in that trial, in the hardest times, I've found him, and it's not like a sort of a palliative. And I suppose the reason I feel difficult around you is because I feel like there's a cynicism that if I talk about something that is very beautiful and certainly robust enough to withstand any of us.
I'm not questioning your faith.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying that you are. But I think it's so important.
You're very insecure about this.
Not because of me, obviously, because who are any one of us? He has no favourites. But I feel like, hopefully this isn't a grift. Hopefully all of our lives aren't just some stupid attempt to garner material things in this temporary place to create the appearance of permanence as we just pass through time.
Yeah, he has zero shit. Yeah, he also does, like,
of this time where the worst things that could be said about a man were said about me.
He doesn't get called on his rambling bullshit a lot.
Having surgeries, you already know.
And it doesn't help that Piers is one of those guys where
the
he's
most
just
graceful and beautiful
letting him go. He's letting him bury himself.
And I felt loved, and I felt everything's going to be all right. And also, what's been surprising about it is all the things that I kind of knew just as a kid and going through life as a countercultural person. I mean, not trusting authority is what I mean by that. It's all been underwritten by Scripture. It is explained and foretold. You're fallen, Piers. I'm fallen. We will participate in this world in a fallen way. And I reckon the reason me and you both love Bear Grylls, in spite of our sort of, I don't know, whatever this chemistry is because he is sincere and he demonstrates Christ. And I do have a tendency to, as a raconteur and as an entertainer or whatever, try to present stuff. And I do have a tendency, I think, as a person that's felt even prior to all this happening, feel like I'm being under attack my whole life anyway.
Uncomfortably,
if I wasn't
like,
famous,
again, manipulative, I think is the best word for it.
Like, this is women that I wasn't worth knowing or even worth anything or even worth being alive.
The second that he brings the Bible into it, then he's just like, this is my divinely touched way of speaking.
And even though, of course, it's the worst thing that's ever happened in my life to be accused of these things, but God provided, because that was happening with my boy, Herbie, who's doing real well, it sort of showed me, it was all bullshit, man. You know who you are. You know what you've done. You know what you've not done. You know your behaviour.
How has Laura, your wife, dealt with this?
She's like, well, like, I'm in a real marriage, mate. And I suppose you are you? So what it's like being in a real marriage is like it's someone who actually knows me. And who
the fuck are you talking
known
about?
me for a very long time. And knows.
Is that code?
Like, see, when even
Like,
in the introduction, some people he's a silver-tongued devil, and other people he's an arsehole. Well, yeah, but yes, and yeah, silver-tongued devil, arsehole. But she knows me, and she loves the reality of who I am. And she's like a cradle Catholic, but she, like you, I figure, sort of. It's hard to live your life like Christ is real because the world is telling you in a million different ways that he is not, that God isn't real.
Is she a believer
unless you are
committed as you?
She and I, me and my wife Laura, with like her beliefs are very different from mine, in a way. Like I suppose it would be because it's hitting a very different prism in her. But we've certainly got a real alliance, and neither of us have got any. Like even I suppose why I got rankled even at the asking about the denomination, is because it's so beautiful in its purity and its formlessness.
But most Christians have no problem saying what denomination they are.
It's not like I've got a problem with it. I've got this challenge.
And I'm a Catholic. I've got no problem telling you.
I know, but you're very different. You're very different.
But why? Why is it so difficult to answer?
It's not difficult to answer. I'm really interested in Catholicism. Really interested.
Because you were an atheist.
I kind of love it.
You then were a Buddhist.
See, that's like that. That's antagonistic.
No, it's not. It's factual.
Okay, these are the parts that I like, where he breaks that little that bullshit right there, and like I don't want to give Piers credit, but at least we're getting that.
You're an atheist
because he did fucking just like it. He shut that shit down.
What
are
you gonna be next? You were a Muslim. That's what some people. That's
Scientologist.
That's what some people.
This is why, dude. Funny enough, this is actually like just a problem with born again Christians, in my opinion.
Hitler.
Like even when I was a Christian, people like this used to piss me the fuck off.
What do you think about Hitler?
Okay, we get it there, bro. We get it.
Okay.
That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the
You got to convince yourself.
vaccinate your own children.
Take Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
I am a good
man. Be
man.
a good man.
I'm just
and no, it
pointing-
costs you to be a good man.
You may not
It might
like-
cost you everything.
You might not like...
It might cost you
Russell,
everything to
might-
become one, but
Russell,
you can do it.
You might not
You can
like...
do it, Piers.
Russell, these are basic facts. You were an atheist. You then became a Buddhist.
No,
now
they're
you're
not,
a Christian.
Good. They're not basic facts. They're information being tailored and collated.
Is it not true?
Yeah. You are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us
Yes,
these
yes,
things.
no.
You were.
Yes, sir.
You told us you were an atheist.
Israel's got the right to protect itself.
Yeah.
This is a genocide. Don't take that COVID shot. Take the COVID shot. Ah! Listen.
But I'm happy to talk about that. You're not.
I'm happy to talk
wow,
about
he
anything.
actually is
but I
like
would
kind of
prefer to
unstable.
talk
I
about-
only know you're an atheist
but I
because you told
prefer
us.
to talk about
Yeah, that-
something.
right there, I
Piers.
just got a little
something.
Talking
uncomfortable.
about
I was
your
like, ooh.
profound belief in God. And I,
What
as
was
a
my
Christian,
brand
we're
of
not
Christian? I was an I was technically an evangelical.
We're talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of
but
God. And we're talking about
again,
the
I
fact that
was
you
a
have been
little
doing
weird.
water carrying for Satan.
I was
That's
part
what
of the
we're talking about,
Anglo-Catholic Church,
Piers.
too,
Water
so
carrying.
it was
The
kinda
fallenness in this world.
a little bit of a mix.
The fallenness.
I've been carrying water for Satan.
Satan is the epitomizing object of the realness of evil. That evil is not some abstract moral idea.
Who's the
it is
Satan
a
I've been carrying
presence.
water for?
I suppose it's a, and I'm trying not, I don't mean to be mean. The
Mean
Satan,
as you like, I don't care.
Actually, now I call it an evangelical cult because it was.
It's the-
It was because we were like more of leaning into like the doomsday angle with Revelation.
institutions of media power and how they interact and operate
It
with
was-
government. I suppose one could argue your initial position in COVID. One could argue what went on with the mirror stuff. One could argue what went on, say, with the contentiousness around the terrifying and awful conflicts in the Middle East. But more importantly, right now,
Off-brand
that there's a
evangelical, a little
chance
bit.
for us to, even when like I sort of take my own advice and more importantly Bear Grylls' advice, and
there
think,
were
right, just sit
evangelical
and chill,
normies that didn't
that
like
you sort
that.
of revert to. A kind
They would kind of tell people like,
he was a
you don't
Buddhist,
talk
and
to
I
them.
can't see that as a good faith
We did the
inquiry.
same thing,
I see it as an
so-
attempt to generate
Like
an outcome
Lutherans.
and to create a sort of a kind of hysteria,
don't know
whether
why.
that's in this room with me or sort of more
We had a
broadly among
Lutheran church
people.
near us,
Like
and we were
Piers
just like,
Morgan Uncensored could be an
Don't go
opportunity to house, frame, and present in a kind of graceful way
really
important
don't know
opinions.
why.
And I'm not suggesting that I've got any of them, but happen to be in a sort of a really weird situation in a way that's deeply
cliquey.
similar and comparable to your own. You've sort of gone down the weird gushing chute of fame in a million different ways, been close to actual dark, nasty power, come out the other side. And what I suppose I'm saying is, look, yeah, I'm happy to have it. It's because nothing means anything to you. It's like, that's
oh
what it
my
feels like a
God,
bit.
get
Like, what
medicated,
means
dude.
something
Like,
to you?
or-
Like, you love your wife, you love
wow.
your kids, you're willing to die for your country. The UK is about to
This
march
is like unmedicated ADHD, like a mofo.
teenagers into war. The United States is about to do it. And me and you,
Yeah, and he said nothing.
me as well.
He has
Maybe
said
we are a
nothing.
couple of grifters, a couple of worthless, lousy grifters that will say whatever we have to say to stay on the internet and make a few quid and flog a book. And, oh, Meghan Markle, she's a bitch. Is that all right? Is that a bitch? Israel, yeah, fuck it. Maybe that's all we are. But
All right, that's funny.
through him, not through you or me, we can be something
Because that was a good call.
great. And when I sit here with arms and
Meghan Markle, oh!
it's like my kids think,
It's a
no, not
fuck
this.
it.
This isn't it. This isn't it. And there's a hair there that's been bothering me for a long time. Thankfully, it wasn't attached. Otherwise, that would have been grooming. And what would that be in
that
the
whole
hate
long
world?
rant that
What I
was
want to say to you is that
one-
I want to
one.
be better. I want to be better. And for me, the
gem.
cost of that, who knows what that's going to be? You've alluded to it already. I want you to do it as well. I know you can do it. I want you to be a meaningful participant. I feel that there's some reason that you're in this world, and it's not to generate conflict.
Here's
and
just
it's not
letting
to
him
generate,
bury
it's to
himself.
participate in the creation of
Which
truth.
I
That was
have to
always your
admit-
destiny, and I want you to do it.
Is your book going to generate profit?
Good on him.
Actually, I've already decided, and believe me, I don't want to do this, but no. But if it does make any money, and the chances of that are slim in this crazy world, that I will find a way. In fact, me and you, if you want. I mean, like, I want to give it to something that
That little
means something.
that little bit-
I've seen it
No.
all. I've not
Like
seen it all,
he
but I've
was
seen enough. I've seen a
shut
lot.
his
Tucker
Only
Carlson's
best.
company's doing it, right? TuckerCarlsonBooks.com.
Tucker Carlson Books
.com.
is an imprint of the company Skyhorse,
Yeah.
which are a
I laugh
company
at
that will
his suffering.
publish stuff of cancelled people.
That was funny.
Yeah. How to Become a Christian in 7 Days is on sale at TuckerCarlsonBooks.com. But no,
And I think it's good to be all sort of passive like that. You know, like sort of say neutrality. Yeah, it's my job to be a journalist. It's good in a way.
I've never claimed to be neutral. I don't know what you're talking about. Where have you got that from? I'm probably the least neutral person on the airways in the world.
Well, I suppose
literally my whole reputation is of being highly opinionated. Where have you got this idea that I want to be neutral?
I reckon it's from like
such totally bizarre misreading.
Lack of conviction.
Really?
That's what I feel. Yeah.
You don't think I have any convictions?
That's what I'm feeling. I feel that you're a beautiful person, and like, I want to be in a position where, look, man, think of the ones of this I've done. I've done Paxman. I've done that other little one with the earring. Like, I've been around all these people.
Rare pure self-awareness.
And all I want is to feel like, in the midst of some terrible madness in my own life, which definitely needs to be resolved, and I pray to God that there is a resolution of this that we can look at and go, oh my God, that's miraculous that happened.
What if you get convicted and you go to prison?
And it's not very nice.
No, not that.
I'm
no,
talking
not,
rats.
Not
You'll
that.
have to choose a gang.
Not
They'll
that.
be the white supremacists,
Not that.
the Muslims.
Not that.
What will you do? Join the white supremacists on one day and then grift for cigarettes with the Muslims on the next day?
How will you deal with the fact that in that moment God has felt that's the right thing to happen to you?
Then, drink the cup, man. Drink the cup. That's the deal we've got. That's the deal we've got, Piers. And how will you feel on your judgment day? How will you feel on your judgment day? Because it's outside of time. It's here now. And it's forever. Meaning that all of us have a calling to be wonderful. And it's bigger than even important, serious things where evidently people have been hurt and big trials and big consequences.
Just so you know, be weather aware.
Have you been surprised? I mean, I've been through
There's
a few
some
ups
weird
and
supercells that are forming around you, and
well,
they're
it's also
very
also it's a bit
scattered.
like there's kind of a dementia. Like, have you ever spoken to someone with Alzheimer's? And
I just got a weather alert about it because it was abnormal.
Is corrupt. I've been through some ups and downs.
Well, no, there's a reason I'm asking the question.
Continuum.
Well, when people go through ups and downs, in my experiences, surprising people reach out to support you.
And also, what's that body language?
And other people that you would have expected to don't. Have you had that?
Oh, man, yeah. It's unbelievable. It's sort of an unbelievable kind of churn and change of your life that's sort of... Well, it's a bit like you saying, if you're convicted and you're going to jail, knowing in your heart of hearts that you're not a rapist, how will you deal with that God wanted that for you? And it's like, wow, this is reality. I'm not scared of the truth. I love it. It's all that's real by definition.
You are because you keep deflecting,
what is it like when, you lose touch with that person, that person steps up? It's like, oh, that was always true.
Who's disappointed you the most?
Give us the top fives. Top fives.
Who's been most disappointing to you?
No one disappoints me.
Come on.
I'm not doing your mad little game of reducing everything to trivia and tittle-tattle, because some things, believe it or not, Piers, are not trivia and tittle-tattle. In fact, there's an argument for the direct contrary, that none of it is trivia and tittle-tattle, that you're continually in the moment interfacing with a really beautiful reality that has a veil laying across it, and all of us are sort of tangled and interacting with the veil. Oh man, I just sort of thought Terry Wogan and David Icke 1987 vibes. I don't want to do that stuff. I don't think that I'm especially important or that I have any unique or novel insights. I've just had a really unusual life, and I've written this book. And the key thing about this book is becoming Christian is a consolidation of all the mad musings of a mind that was embedded in and wedded to the culture. I thought, wouldn't it be great to be famous? Wouldn't it be great to marry a pop star? Wouldn't it be great if you could sleep with endless women whenever you wanted to, consensually, one might say, given the nature of this current appearance.
Like I was stuck there.
But at the end of it all, even though obviously you have to find God to get any of you that are clean and sober from drugs and alcohol, and you have to get clean, you have to find God, or some kind of God, to even cope with life without your former God that was drugs and alcohol. Coming to Christ is like you're exposed to a deep
The thing is, he kind of did for a minute there. Like, he was very much trying to do that.
That is beautiful and available, and so it's not.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is what a lot of dummies respond to.
I always.
Half of it is just knowing how to talk.
Good, because I'm still like this morning. I was worried about coming on Piers Morgan. I'm even a bit worried now. I'm doing this on Piers Morgan. Will they use it? It's uncensored, so I suppose by definition.
Every word we've said will appear.
Even the sort of the long pause on Isaiah. That
will all appear without.
Clip that up.
No, everything will appear exactly. That's my promise to you now. There will not be a single second cut out of
What do you think?
Well, that explains a lot.
Your duty is here. Not with me as a guest.
Just to ask you questions.
No, not with me as a guest. That's sort of largely irrelevant. I mean, you as Piers Morgan.
I think I have a platform that is now pretty big, pretty global, and my job is to take complex issues, get people with strong opinions and hopefully some brain power who have strong opinions that don't agree with each other to debate these things, or to have one-on-one interviews with people like you, where I try and just be. I said to you before we came in here, you asked me, what do you want to get out of this? I said, I just want to be fair to you, right? I don't think I've been unfair.
No, I don't think that either.
What I've been struck by is that I think underneath the calm exterior you've tried to exude, quite understandably, I think inside you there's a lot of tension, a lot of stress. You know how big this moment is coming in October. I've known you 20 years. Like I said, we're not like friends, but I've known you. And I've always got on well with you. I'm not one of these people that suddenly pretends I always knew and always hated you. I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't look at you and think you are this or you are that. I would prefer to let a jury work that out based on the evidence, and you to be judged fairly by the evidence.
That is what should happen to anyone. That's irrelevant.
And
Individuals are irrelevant.
I absolutely believe in that.
Of course. Of course. I know that you do. I don't think you're...
I'm really not trying to trap you at all.
I don't feel that. I don't feel that you're trying to trap me.
I promise you, when people watch this, I doubt anyone
like
thinking,
that was what you were accusing him of.
I'm not. I'm just asking you basic questions, which often you react like Vesuvius to, which I find weird. It's like the only reason, for example, the only reason I know that you were an atheist and a Buddhist is because you proudly told everybody.
No,
that's true.
I want to try and explain it.
That is true.
Be valuable. I took drugs real young, so I knew that there was a God. I rejected the idea of the Christian church for all the reasons anybody would. Then I got involved in trying to understand because I knew there was something else. And indeed, what's amazing about coming to Christ is finding it's there already. And there's something so analogous to just anyone's personal journey. The thing that you're looking for is already here. He's waiting for you. In fact, he's running towards you. And it's such a sort of an obvious and traditional and
well-cited the one hitting us get you last night.
Story of the prodigal son, that it feels hacky to say it. And it's not like I feel that you're trying to trap me.
Nice
I feel that you
windstorm.
remain an avatar of something mercurial and untrustworthy in the media space that by making claims like I'm, housing debate or challenging or whatever, the tendency and trend is generally towards the interests of sets of power that benefit from having you there. In the same way that Rupert Murdoch is not going to advocate for someone that's like going to go, hey, these media monopolies should have as much influence. They're messing with the miners' strike, or they're putting factory in power.
Oddly, Fox News, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch,
of course,
regularly has had you on as a guest, right? So
I'm not like, listen.
And I would ask you a difficult question: is if you feel
Holy
that
shit,
way,
this goes on forever.
Murdoch, who I
was about to say, I'm like, is this almost fucking over?
And a lot of gratitude for what he's done for my career.
Christ.
And I think he's a great media tycoon. But
He
regardless
asks him
of
about
that,
the
if you
war
have
in
such strong
Israel
views
and
about his
Hamas,
terrible power and so on, why do you go on his network, Fox News?
Well, it's not like I'm always.
You're helping him. You're helping
6
him get
minutes of
ratings
this
and
bullshit.
Some people would say, Russell, it's hypocrisy that you do that.
People,
the more principled stance would be, I'm not going to do
this
Fox.
What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? It's like your
I feel like I
MO
could put a disclaimer
is
before I play
be
this,
able
like
to
for the VOD. It's
desecrate
like,
and denigrate kind of
you
anything.
can fast forward. Just remember that.
I want to ask you, what do you think is pure? What do you think is beautiful? Who do you think you can rely on? How are we going to resolve this endless, knotted, tangled conflict that's unfolding both geopolitically and domestically almost everywhere? What do you feel your contribution could be?
To be at the centre of global debate about it and hopefully get to the truth and hopefully concentrate people's minds on making the right decisions.
Concentrate their minds on making the right decisions. That's really good.
Yeah. Challenging
what
authority.
What is the right decision?
Challenging authority. Like, for example, I've been friends with Donald Trump 20 years, but I've been very challenging and critical about the Iran war, for example. Right?
Yeah.
As an example, I see that as my role as a journalist. Now, notwithstanding we've been friends a long time, when I see him do things that I don't agree with or don't understand, I call him out on it. More journalists should be fair-minded. But I also praise Trump when he does things I agree with. I'm willing to be both things. There are very few people out in my world, in the media, who are prepared to be, in my view, intellectually honest.
What do you mean by that, and why would that be?
For example, I don't think anyone who is intellectually honest can say they know what's happening in the Iran war right now with any confidence. People who talk with absolute certainty and confidence about it, they're not being intellectually honest, because clearly it's extremely chaotic and unpredictable, and no one can speak with any confidence about what's going to happen. That's the intellectually honest position.
Got it. All right, got it. Would you apply that to various areas of complexity, even if they're not the apotheosis?
You keep mentioning Israel Gaza as somehow I should be embarrassed about my evolution on that story, but my position was very clear. After the appalling terror attack by Hamas on October the 7th, where 1,200 Israelis were killed, 7,000 more were wounded, absolutely Israel didn't just have a right to defend its people, but had a moral duty to do it. And then as it went on, I felt the scale of their response became utterly disproportionate, and I feel that very strongly now. That's my position. By the way, a lot of people agree with me. So I don't think it's an unusual evolution on that story.
Yes.
But if I asked you, for example, are Hamas a terrorist organization, and was what they did that day an act of terrorism, what would you say?
This is where we get, I think, to an important
point.
What
would you say?
Is that what I would say is, Piers, do you not recognise, perhaps because of your stated aim to be at the heart of global debate, that actually it's a conflict-generating dynamic? And whilst
we're talking about a conflict, literally, where people are dying.
Of course, naturally. But
why is it?
We're also talking about a more diffuse conflict that's around it. It's also very heated and very, very charged. And I wonder.
I mean, he could just say, "I don't know."
As people with a degree of
is that in his vocabulary?
And access to an audience, instead of being participants in what one would have to call the problem and therefore compounding it, might begin to talk about solutions, whether those are spiritual
you have
solutions.
to deal with reality when you see it. What happened on October the 7th was an act of grotesque terrorism.
Yes.
But do you agree?
He's not challenging that.
I
hate to say this, dude.
Do you know what Ben Shapiro did something
He's not saying anything, and you're acting like...
What Ben Shapiro did that was very smart was he said, I'm an Orthodox Jew, I wear the hat and everything. So do I agree with gay marriage as an Orthodox Jew, or conventional Jew, whatever type of Jew Ben Shapiro is? He said, no, like, this is my belief. This is my belief, right? So, like, while dear old Russell Brand might be a vegan 1 minute and a carnivore the next, and a Christian 1 minute, a West Ham, hey...
We've got a wrap, by the way, so...
Still support the Hammers.
So we're running out of time, but finish your point.
My point is that my sense of what is right and wrong
is this hard out crap? This is the thing about YouTube.
And my sense of how we should treat one another as individuals is guided by that. And my sense of what should happen on a global stage is completely guided by that. And it's one of submission and surrender.
So was it an act of terrorism?
If that was the case.
Like, really, is it... think of the questions you could ask about that.
I'm just asking you a basic question about...
It's not a basic question.
What Hamas did that day.
Do you know what we've learned? There are no basic questions anymore.
There are. That's the problem about being intellectually dishonest, is that when you have an act of obvious grotesque terrorism, you just say what it is.
God, they're
rapping. You don't think, how's that going to play to my audience? Or how's that going to spin out on social media? You just say, when 1,200 people are massacred like that, then it's a grotesque act of terrorism. When babies are kidnapped, when the Holocaust victims are kidnapped,
you look at how it happened, when it happened, the potential alternative narratives, and you try to take responsibility.
You've answered it by not answering.
No, I
have, haven't you?
It's wrong to kill people.
Okay.
Thou shalt not kill.
Let's end on that.
That's in the Old Testament.
Russell Brand, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. May take 50 years of sin and serious fuck-ups just to get started. Yeah. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do as well.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube.
Okay. Decompression time for a second. Holy shit. That was embarrassing. Yeah, no, that was. I mean, Piers didn't really do himself many favors. Like, he had some good moments. Honestly, there were, I hate to even admit it, but there were some funny, like, retorts just where it wasn't even like Russell tried. It was just like, I don't know. But yeah, it was weird. Well, that was weird. Yeah. Eric rules. Long time no see. Yes, it has been a long time. Because Eric, how you doing? Where you been? Where you been, man? Hope you've been well. We can say adults. Who says only adults can vote? Okay. like I said, I need to decompress for a second there. Wow. Now I know why like therapists get that like 10 minutes, because that's the type of shit that they deal with. Like, I feel like we just witnessed a gay couple having like an existential moment in their relationship. It's just, that was a lot. That was a lot. Okay, sovereign citizen time. Yeah, smoke break, you know what? Yeah, smoke break. Smoke break. Ay, 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 ay. They barely talked about his allegations. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I just realized most of the allegations were like in the bumper there. That's bothersome. Which one was it? Was it this one? I don't know, one of these that I really wanted to watch with you guys. I think it was this one. I brought this one up yesterday. Shit. Okay. I just realized that I lost the sovereign citizen vid that I wanted to watch. Sucks. Really? Oh. Okay, cool. And we're good. Woo! Fun times. All right, Eric, take care there. Oh, you taking off? I've been in the hospital. My health went south during a dialysis treatment, but I'm doing better now. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm glad that you're doing better. Also, I probably should have led with that fucking sucks. Because yes, but I'm sure you've been hearing that a lot. No, it's awesome that you're getting better though. Man. Dialysis treatment. Shit, dude. Yeah, I hope everything continues in the right direction there. I mean, obviously. Sorry, I really do need to... that last video was a lot. A lot to take in. So I'm going to take a sip of Gatorade, take a quick hit, and then we're going to decompress with something funny. Okay. You might like it. It starts out with Epstein-related stuff. What? Oh my god. Which one you put in suggestions? Sorry, I didn't look at the suggestions yet. Nah, I'd rather watch something kind of fun. This is overtime at this point, so... Thanks, yeah, it's been quite the road, but I'll pull through like usual. Hell yeah, great attitude. It's kind of how I go through life, where I'm just like, you know what, I got this. Even though sometimes I feel like I don't, I'll get over it, and I'll get back on my bike and keep riding. Parallels between Homelander and Trump are insane. Yeah, that's how they wrote it that way. You do understand that, right? But yes, I mean, okay, the Homelander thinking he's a god thing. Little on the nose, and I don't think they could have predicted what Trump was going to do on Easter, because this was filmed well before that. So, yeah, I will give you that. I will give you that. But yeah, we got this. We got this. All right. It really shows how the right skill set. Wait, how with the right skill set, how easy people can be found. Oh, I'll check it out later. Honestly, like I said, I'm just kind of that took a lot of mental energy out of me. I'll be honest. We got through the 2 hours though. That was a 2-hour interview. It was like what? No, actually, here it was an hour and 50 minutes. That was a lot. Yeah, just gonna say. Did he have to film something else? I'm wondering if that's why he had the heart out. Here, let's see. Do you have any other guess on? No. Russell Brand was the only thing that... Oh, did he film... Oh, no. I'm going to guess that... Wait a minute. Okay, so the Alan Dershowitz thing, I'm wondering if they filmed that after that. Anyway. It doesn't even matter. I'm like, yeah, yikes, 2 hours. Yeah. I can recommend a vid. No, go ahead and recommend videos. I'm likely going to cover that stuff tomorrow because I do want to stream tomorrow. I'm at 6 hours, so I want to watch a few, like, I want to watch this Sovereign Citizen vid for sure. Mark Lopez thing. Yeah, okay, I'll save the Ring doorbell guy. Because, yeah, the guy that thought that he was Harry Dresden, which, oh my god, now I kind of want to cover that. Just mentioning it, because it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And then I got, Brittany Venti did she did a really good breakdown of the Quartering Chronicles of a Crybully. Oh, man. All right, Chronicles of a Crybully, we will 1000% cover tomorrow. You watched the entire 2 hours? Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, I kept pausing, so it was actually like that was like 3 hours. Like, I think I, like, got to the fun half, and then that, yeah, so, okay. 2 hours, whatever. Or, no, I started that before the fun half. Oh my god. As you can tell, I'm a little cooked. Yeah, you know what? This is 10 minutes long. Fuck it. This is a decompression video.
This 30-year-old Californian man who claims...
What? He took it down? Oh. Well, damn. Big oof.
Your Honor, I do know I did speak with Mr.
All right. Well, fuck it. I guess we'll just go into this. That sucks. I wonder what's going on there. Yeah, let's see. I want to check his channel. Oh, yeah. He took that video down. I wonder what he did. That's weird. Yeah, I watched that earlier today. Okay. Sovereign Citizen asks magical questions to avoid trial. Judge sets court date anyway.
Whitford, who's here again this morning or this afternoon. I did speak to him before docket this afternoon. I think we're kind of in a position where I would imagine it's going to be set for trial. So I don't know if you want to call him. I did ask him if he wanted to retain counsel. He indicated he doesn't need counsel. So
okay, I think it's no insurance and some traffic things. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. The question was when we were back in court. You want me to wait? Are we on?
Yeah, let me go ahead and call it. We're on the record on People's Take Call versus Eric Whitford. Mr. Whitford, you go to the lectern there. 25 T588 appearance attorney with the prosecution.
Darren Betkowski for the people.
All right, Mr. Whitford appears without an attorney. Go ahead with respect to your understanding of the status of the case, Mr. Benkowski.
One of the major points of contention is what happened to Mr. Whitford's vehicle. There was some
YouTube can be weird.
I guess confusion by the court as to why his car would have been towed.
Oh, yeah,
I did reach out to the police department on that. What I received back, Your Honor, was essentially an abandoned vehicle cover sheet. They said it was treated as an abandoned vehicle. Reasons for tow. The best they have in there is just a check mark on the impound lot.
Okay.
But from my understanding and reading this, it's pursuant to CRS 42-4, 1801, 1804, notice of towing from a public place.
Okay, Mr. Whitford, all of that has nothing to do with the charge against you in this case. And none of that's admissible at trial, but if you want to plead not guilty, the failure to have insurance, then we can set it for trial.
Actually, I have some procedural questions real quick.
Here we go.
All right.
Is this court subject to the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure?
No, because this is a criminal court. The rules of civil procedure apply to civil cases.
Am I not being charged with civil offenses?
No, you're being charged with criminal offenses.
All
well,
three of these
the insurance is a criminal offense. The other two are, you're correct, are by statute and
that was
by
a matter of fact, no.
rule
You're in criminal
considered
court. Criminal
civil
offenses.
issues.
Where's this come from?
Then wouldn't
The rules of civil procedure don't apply to them.
it doesn't apply to them?
No.
Okay, so is
boy.
this court subject to the rules of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights?
Yes.
Is this a
Is he not
common
expecting
law
the yes?
court or a admiralty law jurisdiction court?
It's not an admiralty court. We have nothing to do with maritime issues. Do you want to enter a not guilty plea and set the case for trial, or
We
do you
have
want to see if
nothing
you
to
can
do with
resolve the case
maritime
by plea
issues.
agreement with the DA? Those
we
are the only
haven't
two things
had
I need
this
to find
one.
out from you.
I haven't been offered any type of plea agreement yet.
Your Honor, we would be
haven't
happy
had this
just
type
to
of sovereign
have him
citizen in
plead
a
to
while.
the no proof of insurance and be done with it.
All right. You want to print out a proposed plea? Then, Mr. Woodford, I'm going to have you look at that. It'll set forth what the fine for that is. If you decide you don't want to
Let's see
accept that
what
plea,
his,
we can enter a
whole
not guilty
spiel
plea
is.
on your behalf and
'Cause
set the
he's
case
gonna-
for trial.
he's gonna
and
come back
I'd rather
with his
just
own
enter the
thing.
not guilty plea.
All right. All right. We'll get the case set for trial. Speedy trial deadline will be 6 months from today. Give me a second. We'll get your trial date. It's going to be in it'll be in April, given the number of cases we have set. Do you intend to hire an attorney?
No, I'm not a meddling volunteer or a ward of the court.
All right. You're going to try and do the jury trial on your own?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wow. He's just.
Let's try
Usually, that other guy tries to talk him out of it. Huh.
April 29th. This should be a case that we can finish in one day. So April 29th at 8:30 will be the jury trial date. The pretrial readiness conference for
dang.
that
This is like he's
will
getting
be
tried
on
in 5 days.
Friday, April the 17th at 10:30. That pretrial readiness conference, Mr. Woodford, we set more than one case for trial every week just because of the number of cases we set for trial. The pretrial readiness conference is to determine whether your case or another one is going to go to trial. What determines that is the case that is closest to its speedy trial date being up goes. I'm fine with you appearing virtually in that April 10th date. I'm not going to set a motions hearing date. I do want to set,
I want
it
to get
wouldn't hurt
back
for
to
you
watching
observe a
movies.
trial. Cases are live streamed, and there's live stream.
I feel like these are movies sometimes.
on the website.
Like, I know this is a little procedural. Like,
if you want to just go on
all right, fine. I'll find one Sergeant Curtis
live
video.
stream
How
and
about
watch us
that?
do a jury trial so you can see how a jury is selected
right.
and how a trial proceeds. You're certainly welcome to do that.
I've been through several trials and won a few of them by myself so far.
Okay, you're not the first person who's told me that. The last person that told me that broke down in tears when we started the trial. But I'm not saying that'll be you. But you're not the first person I've heard that from. You've done a jury trial before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, all right, fair enough. If you have a seat, I have my staff get you notice with the dates on it, so you don't have to try and remember.
I do have one other question. The entity known as the People of the State of Colorado, is that a creation of the state?
I would say it's a creation by the legislature. So yes, I guess you could call it a creation of the state.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I just have a seat. My staff will call you when you have that notice.
And Mr. Anthony Meyer. Please come up to the podium so you can be on a microphone. Otherwise, your statements won't be recognized.
I'm Anthony Meyer. And appear by special appearance to challenge jurisdiction.
Wait until you're at a microphone, sir, so you're being recorded, please.
Okay, very well.
Here at the podium.
Approach special appearance only, not as the named entity.
And a YouTube glitch.
Come on up to the microphone, please. Let me ask, are you Anthony Meyer? Yes or no?
God.
I am Anthony Meyer and appear by special appearance to challenge jurisdiction and confirm administrative default to avoid joinder. And I am approaching under special appearance and not as the named entity.
Oh, God. Here we go.
This is the case of the People versus Anthony Meyer. Are you Anthony Meyer? Yes or no?
Oh, God.
And that will determine whether or not there's a failure to appear today.
I am, Your Honor, I stated that I am Anthony Meyer.
Okay.
Hereby
So,
special appearance.
Mr. Meyer, you've already
Objection,
made your statement.
objection.
You've made your
You're
statement.
interrupting me, please.
You've already made your statement this morning. Now,
Anthony
we need to
Meyer,
reset
and
the case for
hereby
trial.
Special.
You've already
appearance.
said that. Right?
I'm only here.
All right, so disappointing. Sergeant Kerr seems to be leaning away from Sergeant Citizen videos, either that or he just can't find any. How is that drying up? But we do have a funny one where it says flirty drunk driver gets shut down by no nonsense cop. We can watch that
Here
one.
to settle the accounting.
That sounds like fun.
So you have two options. You
What do you
can
guys think?
go to trial.
Why?
Or you can
end?
plead guilty or no contest to the charge of no insurance.
That's
You
our
want
TikTok
to have
lawyer.
the case reset
Maybe
for
that's
trial?
new
Yes or
name
no?
for sovereign citizen.
I'm here in honor to settle the matter.
Then let's settle it. If you want to know proof of insurance, you can take that. If you want to go to trial, you can do that.
Can you have the DA read the charges into the record?
You're charged with no proof of insurance. You can plead guilty, no contest, or proceed to trial again.
I don't see any proof of the charging instrument. And
they really
or
do think
Issue
this
a
is gonna
summary
go.
complaint that's
Their way
adequate to
every
inform you
time.
of the charges. You test or stand by the not guilty plea that was entered by the court on your behalf, and we will reset the case for trial. How would you like to proceed?
Before this court can proceed, the plaintiff must rebut the administrative judgment and provide a
This judge is
verified
getting a little
claim by the
pissed.
party with firsthand knowledge.
That's inaccurate. We're going to set it for trial again.
Jurisdiction remains unanswered, and there is an unrebutted administrative judgment on the record, and I request for dismissal.
A motion to dismiss denied. Let's set it for jury trial on, I got speedy trial restarting as of today's date.
Your Honor, for the record, I do not see the officer present in the courtroom, and without a sworn complaining witness with firsthand knowledge, I move the matter to be dismissed.
Motion to dismiss is denied. The officer does not have to be here today. We're going to set it for jury trial on May
Nice try.
7th
I have
at 8:30.
I've yet to see an offer from the DA. Can Mr. Epson please read the charges into the record?
The offer is no proof of insurance.
Okay,
Plead guilty.
can I see those charging instruments and the certified
Oh
accounting?
my God, he's doing
for
this
that?
all for an
We're done.
insurance ticket? This is
I do
all
not
for an
see the
insurance
certified
ticket.
accounting for the charges
Oh my
or
God,
the charging
dude.
instruments.
Every
And I
once in a while,
again
it's just
request
like, dude, just pay the
dismissal.
goddamn fine.
I'm hereby special
What are you
appearance
doing?
to confirm the administrative default. I've given you guys the
Oh my
motion,
Lord.
or sorry, the notice. I've given you guys the
Where
notice,
do they get this shit?
order, and the motion
Apparently
to
TikTok.
dismiss. And I've
The more and more I
also put
learn
into
about
the
this,
record
there's a
an
sovereign
acceptance of
citizen,
offer.
like TikTok algorithm.
And again,
I gotta find it. I've been looking.
Anthony Meyer, the living man, accepts the presentment
The living
of
man.
the offer for the case
I
number
forgot about the living man thing.
23T
Anthony Meyer,
0294
the living man.
to set off, settle, discharge, and close all accounts, including but not limited to the equitable subrogation IRS 941, the 941V, the 1099A, C, and OID, or supplied supersedes bond. I, Anthony Meyer, the living man, does not consent to go to prison on behalf of the named defendant, estate Anthony Janae Meyer.
Mr. Meyer, your motions are non-persuasive and essentially gibberish. Motions to dismiss are denied. The case is being reset for jury trial. You've seen what happens if you pull this at a jury trial. It will register as a failure to appear. A new warrant will issue, and we'll keep going through this
I'm here in
until
honor.
you show up and acknowledge in front of a jury that you are Anthony Meyer. So again, you can go back to trial. We've set a trial date, or you can plead guilty or no contest. Last chance. Want to set it for trial? Yes or no?
Again, I'm here by special appearance to challenge
We're
the
going to
jurisdiction
trial May
and to confirm
7th
the
at
administrative
8:30.
default.
We're going to do a status pretrial conference with a mandatory appearance.
This is not going the
I'm
way
here
you
in
thought it
honor.
would. He keeps
And
getting
the
more and more
DA has yet
disappointed.
to present me anything, no offer, has showed no proof. Officer is nowhere to be seen. I'm present right here in front of you. You're saying that I'm not here. I'm
Judge, for the
telling you that I'm
record-
here especially.
For the record, the officer was here
No,
on
he wasn't.
Thursday. Both officers one came in from Florissant, one came in from Park County.
The officer
Maybe
does not,
these
Mr.
officers,
Meyer, the officer
but
does not
proactive.
have to be here today.
He's
You
never
are-
been here for for
was-
not the arraignment, not for the hearing, nor was he here for the jury. And then you said that I wasn't here last time when I was present right here in front of you.
I called
telling
Mr.
you-
Anthony Meyer twice. You refused to have a seat, so I found you failing to appear to be tried.
And I was telling you that I'm
Had
here by
you taken
special
your
appearance.
seat, had we sworn a jury and had the officer not appeared, it would have gotten dismissed. That didn't happen because you failed to take your seat at the defendant's table. So
I was willing.
They don't hear this? This is your fault. This is your fault. He literally just said that you probably would have won this had you just fucking conceded on this very stupid hang-up.
I was willing to take my seat, Your
No,
Honor.
you
I
were
just
not.
wanted to let you know that I was here by special appearance to settle the matter. And
Okay.
again, today I'm here only to settle the matter.
the only way to settle
Imagine
it
being
is to
so
plead guilty or
annoying that
no
an officer
contest.
shows up for a
Are
failure
you
to provide proof of
objection? Are
insurance.
you practicing law from the bench?
No.
No, I'm
Okay.
making the
You
offer.
entered a plea on my behalf the first time.
As the statute authorizes, if someone refuses to plea, the court can enter a not guilty plea. So head down the hall, they'll get your paperwork. We'll see you here in person, March 4th at 3 o'clock for pretrial conference. And the case is set for jury trial May 7th at 8:30.
You guys have my offer. And so I'm waiting for the certified accounting and for the instrument for this to be able to proceed forward.
Don't hold your breath.
You
Go
just
down the
got
hall
me
to the
wondering. I'm
window.
like, I want
Thank
to
you.
see the
Thank you,
arrest
Your Honor.
video.
All right, let's go to Mr. Anthony Meyer.
Part two? Part two? Ooh.
Case number 2023 T294, appearance on bond. Case is currently set for jury trial.
This is in Colorado. Oh,
Take
man.
two on May 7th at 8:30. Good morning, Mr. Meyer.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Any questions to begin with?
Oh, boy. Always, the part twos are
I,
always
Anthony
better.
Meyer, am appearing specially, not generally, on behalf of the named defendant estate, also known as Anthony Janae Meyer, here to challenge jurisdiction and to confirm the administrative default and to avoid joinder.
Why not just go to law school? Why, like, what is this? Every time I hear some of these guys, I'm like, why didn't you just go
And
to law
only
school?
here to
Like, why
settle the
believe
accounting.
in the bullshit?
So to summarize your options again, of course, you're presumed innocent. We have you set for a jury trial. Other options to enlist the services of an attorney or plead guilty or no contest to the charge. Mr. Ibsen, is there a stipulated plea offer regarding any potential jail time?
Judge, I was going to make the defendant a plea offer actually, I was going to offer a deferred judgment to no proof of
Because
insurance.
there's no law after
for a
1812,
year
Pep.
with 60 days jail suspended on condition that he provide proof of insurance to the court every month.
The living
Court of
entity,
probation.
though. The living entity is at
So
least
there's
showing
a
up for his
plea
court date.
offer
That's
that
good. That's good.
includes a deferred judgment with required ongoing proof of insurance, or you can plead guilty or no contest with a fine and court costs, 4-point assessment against your driving privileges, or of course, carry on with the jury trial scheduled in May. Mr. Meyer,
What up,
of those
Mouses?
options, do you want
By the way,
to continue with the
Not sure
trial
if I shouted
setting?
you out earlier.
I would say at this time, I have put in the notice motion in order. And before the court could proceed, the plaintiff must rebut the administrative
That judge is regretting
judgment
his
and
life
provide
right now.
a verified
Yes,
claim
he
by
is.
the party with the
It's like,
firsthand
what is
knowledge.
going- Hey.
And would like to see if I could have a written response to my offer and 72 hours to review with my attorney.
You do have the right to discovery. Have you requested that from the DA's office?
I have not.
So you can make a request for discovery. That'll give you the police reports and other discoverable information in the file, any body cam video of the incident, anything that the state has to provide to you under Rule 16. Then you can assess that evidence and decide how best to defend yourself at trial if you want to continue with the trial. You do have the right to confront any of the state's witnesses. That right means that at trial, those witnesses would be called, put under oath, and you could cross-examine them. You do have the right to present your own evidence, though you don't have
When
to.
people say judges
It's
don't
the
serve
state's
long enough to
burden
earn
prove
a
the charge
retirement
beyond
after
a
2
reasonable
terms, I tell
doubt.
people to watch these
You don't
videos.
have to take the stand or call witnesses, but you, of course, have the right to if you choose to. Other than that, the court has denied your motions to dismiss. The complaint filed in the case is adequate under Colorado law to advise you of the nature of the charge, date, place, and time.
It's like a Better Call Saul
we
character.
are going
Little
to
bit.
proceed to trial unless you choose to take a different path. Any additional questions today?
I would just say that I still don't understand the charges. I haven't seen the charging instruments and or certified accounting.
Oh
and,
my God, dude.
At this time, jurisdiction remains unanswered, and there's an unrebutted affidavit or administrative default judgment on the record. And again, I just request dismissal.
The motion to dismiss is denied. The complaint that you were issued by the officer is adequate to inform you of the charge. That's a charge of operating a vehicle without showing proof of insurance. It indicates the date, place, and time, that being within Park County, thus conferring jurisdiction on this court. So the next court date
shows there was a pre-trial for tomorrow. I'm not sure if that could be pushed out or could also be pushed to Zoom. I actually don't reside in this state. I'm kind of here because I have to be. And so, yeah, either if I could do a Zoom for tomorrow and or it could be pushed out a little bit. I guess there's a few additional things I could request.
Is he saying
and
that?
Or file?
Okay.
Is he really? He's being needy as far as like.
So you're currently on bond. The court, Mr. Ibsen, any objection to modifying bond to allow Mr. Meyer to leave the state pending the trial?
No.
Okay, so the bond is not forfeit. It continues. That's $1,000 cash bond posted last time. We'll continue the bond until the case is resolved. Modify the bond to allow you to leave the state. Are you residing in Arizona?
Florida.
Florida now, okay. The next court date that the court is showing is the jury trial. Well, we've got a pretrial readiness tomorrow. Okay, that's what you're referring to. I propose we vacate that.
Okay.
And we just leave it on for trial May 7th at 8:30. You would have to be here in person for that.
Oh, yeah. And could I add one more thing?
Sure.
I would like to motion and order this court to revoke and revest the court's case trust securities.
So he's living in Florida.
I'm motioning and ordering the court and the state to produce the IRS 1099-A
to fight a fucking insurance
bid bond, performance bond, and payment bonds for a settlement, adjudication. Adjudicate all claims, balance all the accounts to zero, discharge and close all accounts, and remain funds to me and dismiss the case with prejudice. Unless I can get the certified accounting, just because this would be a concealment of my tax records.
I have no idea what you're asking. So the motion's denied as inapplicable, incomprehensible, and unpersuasive entirely. So the case remains set for jury trial May 7th at 8:30.
Yes, poor judge. I didn't do that.
Next time If you're not here, a warrant issues. If you're here and refuse to acknowledge your presence, but I know you're here, the issue would be either to issue a warrant, take you into custody, or proceed with you in absentia, noting that you're present but refusing to participate. So you can show up
someone like this
and participate. You can show up and refuse to participate. In other words, not have a seat at the defense table and acknowledge that you're the individual named Anthony Meyer. And then at that time, I'll decide whether to put on the trial anyway or take you into custody again and go through the whole bonding out and keep this cycle going.
I have the right.
Or you can refuse to come and would issue a warrant.
I have the right to appear specially and not generally, though, correct?
No, you have to appear as Mr. Anthony Meyer. If you do not, but I know you're sitting in the audience, I may decide to put on a trial with you in absentia that you're refusing to participate but are present, or I'll issue a warrant and have you taken into custody. Those would be the options if you're not willing to have a seat at the defense table acknowledging that you are Mr. Anthony Meyer. Okay?
This is crazy.
Any other questions today?
You guys on some BS. This is insane. I can't. I'm floored.
Judge, just for the record,
this is like a $60. Like seriously, I'm looking it up in Colorado. It's a $60 fucking ticket that he would have had to pay.
I want to make,
and they would have taken the money on site.
Sure, the record's clear on this.
I don't
Ms.
get
Lindsay,
why you would take this all the way to a jury trial, and you're somehow now threatening. You're being threatened with contempt.
I checked our records. We have given Mr. Meyer discovery in this case.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
What is happening?
So that'll do it for today. Head down the hall if you want a printout of your next court date. Of course, that is the jury trial.
You said May,
right? May 7th.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Acknowledging that you are Mr. Anthony Meyer, the accused. If you refuse to do so, I've explained what the court's options are limited to a warrant or proceeding against you in absentia, noting that you are present but refusing to participate. So we'll see you in May, sir.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
We'll take a recess until.
That was a lot. Like, what the fuck, man? Lord almighty. All right. Cop videos, though. I don't want to do propaganda. Because this is, Sergeant Curtis is just doing propaganda at this point. I don't want to even give him the views. Sorry. What I will do, though, is look up sovereign citizen arrest. There we go. And a sovereign citizen with a history of noncompliance meets a no-nonsense cop. Yeah, I think that works.
Well, I'm not in the state.
All right, here we go. Palate cleanser.
Well, I'm not in the state of Florida's jurisdiction.
Okay. Okay, good.
All right, this is a classic one.
Would you like to step out of the vehicle, or would you like us to pull you out?
On this ride along, a woman gives a smirk.
Need your driver's license.
Oh, ew, this guy's like flat.
Okay.
And off
on this ride along
finds a special license.
Ew, she gives a smirk. Oh, ew.
Officer pulled over a woman for speeding through a school zone. He didn't know it, but this woman had special immunity.
Hello, how are you?
It was like
hey, I'm Officer Roseville Traffic. The reason I stopped you in 34th through the school zone. The speed limit's 20. You were 14 miles an hour over the speed limit, okay? You got your license, registration, proof of insurance with you?
Actually,
oh, yeah.
Huh?
I'm actually diplomat.
What? For what? Do you have your driver's license?
That card is the Amnesty Coalition's diplomat passport card.
Do you have a driver's license?
I appreciate the explanation, at least.
Do you have your driver's license? I need your driver's license, okay?
Am I being
Yes, you are.
Where in Colorado? If it's close, I might go next week. I don't know.
We're not going to play the sovereign game, okay? Can I get a routine 44 and be over the sovereign?
Video to you.
May I please have your driver's license?
If I'm being detained, I have to understand
Ma'am.
that I'm in custodial arrest.
I understand that. Ma'am, we're not playing the sovereign game, okay? I need
she
your
is.
driver's license. If not, I'm going to remove you from the vehicle and you're going to go to jail. All right? Please hand me your driver's license.
She tried playing the sovereign game 3 months earlier in an Orange County courtroom, and we obtained the footage of that for you.
Judge, are you ordering her out of the courtroom?
Thank you.
Okay, you need to leave the courtroom now. Turn around and you will be arrested for resisting without.
I am not resisting.
You are going to get
Are you gonna
arrested
leave, though?
for resisting without if you do not leave the courtroom now. Please leave.
I
She's being nice
am here
I'm sorry?
challenging
you're being nice
jurisdiction.
with us.
Yes.
Please leave.
Just leave. Do
I
you
am
want to end
here-
up going to jail? Just come this
I
way,
am here challenging jurisdiction and I'm standing in my rights.
Okay, you're going to be arrested for resisting without. I have been given
I'm
an
not
order by the judge.
I am here
Just
challenging
racking up charges.
jurisdiction. I'm a living woman. I'm not an entity.
Okay.
I'm here challenging.
She has
A
ordered you
living
out of the
woman, not
courtroom.
an
You're
entity?
refusing to leave.
We'll
think
check
you got
back
that
with this
backwards.
later, but for now, how about we see if the traffic stop goes any better for the woman?
I've asked you 3 or 4 times now, okay?
Right. Or am I getting it
Please
backwards?
hand me your driver's license.
Whatever. I'm a bad sovereign citizen, apparently.
Can I please speak with your
One of these days, one of these days, one of them's just going to convince me where it's just like, you know what?
Would you like to speak with a supervisor? Yes, I can get one of those here, but can I please have your driver's license?
I'd like to speak with them first.
Hmm?
I'd like to speak with them first.
I understand that, but he's not. He's going to tell you the same thing I am, okay?
I'd like to speak with them.
Dispatch from Tango 55.
I'm not trying to.
May I also have a supervisor 51, please? Okay, so let's do this. I've done everything you've asked. Now, please hand me your driver's license. Are you refusing to identify yourself to me? Driving is a privilege in this state. It is not a right. I understand you're going to say you have the right to travel, all that stuff. Okay, but driving on the public roadways is a privilege. By that privilege, you have to have a driver's license with you. So, I'm asking you to give me your driver's license. Okay, I understand that, but I need your driver's license. I'm trying to be as nice as I can. I'm giving you every opportunity to give me your driver's license, okay? So, do you have a driver's license?
She actually does, but it's suspended.
Did you know your license was suspended?
She voluntarily
turned it in or whatever. Oh, okay.
Can I have my property back?
This? No, I'm gonna hang on to this now in case something happens. So, if this at least has your name on it, then that's okay. All right, that's fine. I'm gonna hang on to it for right now then. All right. So, what I'm asking you is a driver's license. Do you have a driver's license? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm under custodial arrest, then I'd like to remain silent.
You're just being detained right now for a traffic violation. It's a civil infraction. Is all it is. So,
Custodial arrest.
so what I'm saying is, you can give me your driver's license.
In a name that I haven't
I
heard
can
in a
issue a
while,
citation,
just
you
so
can
you guys
get voucher
know.
away. If not,
Here.
we'll have to go down a different route. I've already
I don't want
explained
to
to you what that
repost
route
this,
is.
though.
Okay.
I want to give
So-
her the fucking platform.
I'd like to remain silent.
Okay.
No
that's fine.
me, no me.
So you just don't. You're not going to give me your driver's license, nothing like that.
Const is saying podcasters need to vet leftists they have on, like deep vetting. I'm pretty sure she's talking about Sean Hannity having Hassan on.
Okay. All right. We'll just wait for somebody else to get here.
Fuck
okay,
is
then?
she on, dude?
All right. So.
It would only take a moment for
Yeah.
the supervisor to arrive, but he
And she's
wouldn't be
getting
wearing
cooked
his
in her
body cam.
comments.
The clip was there, but not the camera, so we don't get his viewpoint.
So per your request, the supervisor is here.
I know how to
okay.
do this.
So he's actually walking up now. All right.
Screenshot and then send it to myself. There we go.
So here he is.
Good morning, Sergeant Wilcock, Mr. Reverend. How can I help you today?
Hi, good morning. This officer here, he pulled me over and then he asked me for a driver's license, and I explained that I'm a diplomat, and I gave him an identification for myself, and then he is continually insisting that I give him
She's not
a
even
driver's
good at
license.
this.
Like
At least that last guy, Andy, kind of like knew what she was talking about. She's a mouthpiece for the elite. Kind of seems that way.
Under custodial arrest, so I'd like to invoke the right to remain silent.
I don't know. I mean,
Okay, so you don't want to have anything else to say? Did you want to identify yourself to this officer then, or with the driver's license?
This is not a valid identification card, man.
It is.
It's not a valid identification card.
Okay, let's not recognize in the state of Florida.
I'm not in the state
Florida.
of Florida's jurisdiction.
Okay.
fucking Florida.
Okay, good. Would you like to step out of the vehicle? Or would you like us to pull you out because we're going to be under arrest because you're not?
That's a hell of a question.
Identification. Okay,
All
I'm letting
right.
you know what's going to
Wait,
happen.
wait. We haven't done this in a while. Do they break the window? Because I mean, that's half up, half down.
I'm giving you the option to step out.
What do you think?
So
What do you
this
think? What do you think?
less
What do you think?
Hey, what?
Oh, you're talking about Nomiki?
Now stop.
Okay.
Don't be reaching for stuff. Don't be reaching for stuff.
As that was going on, a third officer would arrive with a pepper ball
No,
blast
I got
at the
that.
ready.
I would
Pepper balls.
prefer you don't start reaching for stuff. Do you have any weapons in the vehicle? Okay. Do you have a name and date of birth you'd like to provide for the? Can you stop reaching for stuff?
Just.
Do you have a name and date of birth you'd like to give this officer?
I did give him.
It's not valid, ma'am. We've already told you that. Okay. Okay.
My name is Lisa.
Ma'am, this is not a valid identification card. It's not recognized by the state of Florida. Okay, this is not a valid ID. Okay, so just go, you want to go that route? You want to give me your name and date of birth, ma'am?
I'm not a very patient person.
I'm a
in general. I
diplomat.
don't really need to be because we've given you opportunity to provide this information, and you're basically saying you don't recognize it. So we can either ask
She
you
a
to step out
diplomat
of the
from?
vehicle, or I'm going to pull you out of the vehicle, and I have no problem with that, and you'll be under arrest. Okay.
7 C's, yar.
So to save the heartache of maybe even breaking this window, because we don't want to have to do that either, you can step out of the vehicle and save yourself some trouble.
I mean, don't make them break the window.
Can't hear a whole lot. It sounds like a possible sovereign, maybe.
Turn your vehicle off for me. Step out. Okay. Just turn your vehicle off. Just turn your vehicle off. Okay. Come on. Step out of the vehicle. Okay. Come on. Turn your vehicle off for me. All right. Come on.
I don't understand why.
Okay. Well, come on. Let's just hop out. Just step out for me. Okay.
You can continue recording.
Just step out.
Fine. I'm going to end up taking that phone and setting it down though.
Yep. Go ahead and put your hands behind your back. Right here.
Thank you.
We're good. Okay.
Frustrating.
Why am I being arrested?
Let me explain it to you. Okay.
No, I mean that's not a crime. I didn't do anything.
You refuse
to
to
recognize the state of Florida's authority over whatever your
It's declared parlay. Parlay.
Or travel in a motor vehicle, whatever verbiage you'd like to use.
Good
come
pull.
back here for me.
I'm providing law. You're driving. Come over and sit down. So any bumper for me, okay?
Sit right here.
I don't
Lean against your
understand.
car.
I just explained that to you. Which words did you not understand?
I
in
hate
that
to
sentence?
say this is one of those ones where I kind of feel bad for her. Like in the way that this is where somebody definitely steered her wrong. Like she put her trust into somebody that she thinks is smart.
I don't understand why.
You know, whether I don't know who it would be.
So the part where I just explained it to you, where you're driving a motor vehicle.
But
and
it
not
just
having a valid
seems like,
license
yeah,
in the state of
and
Florida.
then she doesn't have the full explanation, like the way that she kept, like, not confidently saying, like, I'm a diplomat, like.
Besides your reasonings for not recognizing that law and authority, is there any other reason why you may not understand that sentence?
I'm not in that jurisdiction. I'm in.
Okay, besides that,
He's
'cause I
talking about
realize we don't
impairment.
recognize our jurisdiction.
She had a hard time understanding her courtroom arrest as well.
Are you arresting me? I am for resisting without because you have refused a judge's direct order.
She does not have jurisdiction.
Okay, that is your choice.
No proven
He is with her?
jurisdiction over me.
Okay.
Because if you don't recognize the jurisdiction, you're not going to recognize the law, and you're not going to understand why you're being arrested. And I can't explain it to you.
I didn't injure anyone. It's
But we didn't
God's
say you
law that
did.
I follow.
Oh,
God's
puppy.
law, the Bible,
Okay.
common law. That's what everything is based off of. Is
I
God's
was gonna have her hang until Angie gets here. I'm not gonna put her in back of y'all's car because we haven't
Then
had her down or nothing yet. So
Okay.
as soon as she gets here, all right.
The only reason you're being arrested right now is for driving a motor vehicle without a license.
But that's
If you can't
And resisting
comprehend,
without because you didn't identify yourself to me.
that's fine. I understand that you can't comprehend that law. I have never said that.
I have 8 kids.
She would actually reference these 8 kids in a letter she sent to court.
Kids? 8 kids? 8 kids?
Saying the court
8 kids?
causes
8 kids?
have created irreparable harm to her, the man of her union, and her 8 offspring born of her womb.
I don't see any of them.
The man of her union.
I have 8 kids.
This is the most fucking Florida shit I've seen in a while.
Okay.
I didn't do
All right.
anything. Like, I'm a good mom, and I didn't
Florida.
do anything. I was literally just.
I haven't
The
called you a bad
Sunshine
mom,
State.
and I haven't said you're a bad person.
Right?
But there is a law in the state of Florida. Okay. But
Oranges.
we enforce Florida
It's like
law.
orange.
And
right?
just because you don't recognize Florida law doesn't mean that we can't enforce it. Did those YouTube videos you watched that justified everything you're thinking of cover this part? Or did they just fast forward to the court where everything got dropped and magically went away?
This is biblical.
Oh. I don't remember motor vehicles covered in the Bible. It's been a while since I read it, though.
Being imprisoned is biblical. Being imprisoned for following God is biblical.
Being in prison is
But
wait, what?
Sure.
Being
And I've read it a
imprisoned
couple times.
And so
I
is
don't remember
biblical?
motor
Here's the
vehicles
thing:
being
you're not
What
being
is-
arrested for following God. You're being arrested for refusing to identify yourself to me. That's why you're being arrested. Okay.
I'm standing on the
You're
truth
not
that
being
I'm
arrested for not
God's
following
law and
God.
not people's
We're not the
law,
church
and
police. We're the
We're not
police
judges,
police.
We're not executioners. We're simply abiding and enforcing the laws that we're employed to do.
You're
Okay.
enforcing Satan's law.
She sent another
Also,
letter to the
8
court
kids.
referencing multiple Bible verses, such as Ephesians, Daniel, Luke, Colossians, and Romans.
Very hard to
So
believe.
remember when I told you that driving is a privilege in the state of Florida? It's not a right. So in the state of Florida, it's a
That's not what
privilege.
God said. God
It's a-
said subdue the
I don't
earth.
think God talked about driving vehicles.
God said subdue the earth. Do you know what that means?
To do the earth?
Subdue the earth. He means to travel over the earth and to be.
You can travel all over the earth all you want. You just can't travel in a motor vehicle. You can travel by plane, train, horseback, bicycle, scooter. But to travel on these roadways in a vehicle, it is a privilege. The state of Florida pays for these roadways. The municipalities pay for these roadways. That's it. That is, you can travel. You just can't travel in a vehicle. That is driving.
She's 10,000%.
And you
in a
cannot drive
cul-de-sac.
on our roadways unless you
Kinda
abide by the
seems
laws.
that way.
It's that
A
simple.
little bit. It kind
Okay.
of seems.
You can travel. You have the right
Man
to
of
travel.
my
You can travel
union.
to a different city, a different county, a different state, all over the United States, but just not in a vehicle unless you do it the right way.
Oh,
You
okay.
need due
Okay.
process to have someone
You
come
will
pick
have
this up.
All right.
all the due process you want. I am a huge fan of due process,
Have
okay?
someone come pick this up.
Nope. Nobody's going to come pick this up. You're being arrested, so your vehicle is going to be towed incident to arrest, okay? If
That's
your
always the
vehicle be towed,
worst
then it's
part, man.
going
that due
to be
Every single time, it's just like, and it's $325 to get your car out. I was like, excuse me?
inventory. Your due processes will come when you at your time. in
Happened to me
court, okay?
once.
That's when your
It's just like,
due process will come.
But it's not mine.
The
oh.
vehicle's not yours, then the registered owner can come pick it up. That's fine.
Then
I'm
can
not
we
sure
stop
she's
it?
playing
will
dumb.
notify
No,
them,
I don't
yes.
know. Because after seeing her court arrest too,
What is their
I think she is actually just this dumb.
phone number?
But it also, man of her union. All right. I don't like making these types of assumptions a lot because it's really none of my business. But it does seem like she's in either like a cult like situation or like a controlling relationship type of situation. And like she is just regurgitating everything that her man believes.
Hold on one
Like I was.
second.
I
You hold
don't
this
want to
for
say
me?
like I want her dude to like show up and like make it worse or anything like that, but I am curious.
All right, appreciate you.
After getting the RO's phone number, a female officer would conduct a search of the woman's person.
All right, this is Officer Quintero. She's going to go ahead and search you real quick, okay, before we put you in back of a vehicle, all right? So she's going to go ahead and do that.
Please leave my property in my car.
I'm not going to take your property. I'm just going to inventory your vehicle.
Lean against the car, please. Search it.
Hey, lean against the cart. Where are you going? He's gonna search it regardless.
I'm just inventorying it, that's all.
Inventorying.
You didn't have time to put your license plate on?
This isn't my vehicle.
Oh. Diapers, water bottle. Nothing crazy.
Once that was finished,
Just inventorying, huh?
the officer just had one more question for the woman before she was taken to jail.
1 second. What's the current address for you? Is it South John Young Parkway? Is that where you live now? Where do you live? Where do you rest your head at night? Where do you sleep?
God's land.
Huh?
On God's land.
Okay, so which one is
On
so
God's land?
Orlando, or is it the one on South John Young Parkway? Is that where you live? South JYP?
I don't have an address.
Okay. All right. Do you have a phone number?
I don't know.
You don't have a phone number either? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, she obviously has a phone number. She had a phone.
The officer charged her with resisting without violence. She also got citations for speeding in a school zone, having only
Sorry, I got
one functioning brake light, driving with a suspended license, and knowingly possessing a canceled driver's license.
Ooh.
Despite the letters she sent to the court in an effort to get the case dropped, she'd eventually plead no contest to the
Wow, there's
resisting
not a lot behind those eyes. The more that I'm looking at her, it's just like, oh, it's just.
And be assessed court costs of $223. She also.
I'm just gonna say, I think that she got away with pretty privilege, like a lot in her life. All right, finally found a Sergeant Curtis video. Fuck it, let's do it.
This is one of the funniest sovereign citizens ever caught.
I'm in.
On camera. Right from the start, we got the exempt plate. And if one of...
All right. I like... all right. Oh, this is classic. This is classic sovereign citizen pep talks mix here, because I love the checking off the... All right, we got the license plate. Do they say traveling? Do they say that they're the, I am a living entity or whatever? Do they just go through all the hits?
If my buddies called me on this stop as a backup, they would have to buy me lunch, because this guy is someone that I would call a binder bandit. And as you watch the video, you're going to see why.
Binder bandit?
Hey, how you doing? I'm doing great. How are you today? Why do you got your emergency lights on? What's the emergency?
Right off the bat. Good approach on the passenger side. Emergency lights, why are they on? Definitely on the sovereign route. That's a question that they often ask.
The emergency is your vehicle doesn't have a valid registration. Yeah, it's private property. Registered to the trust, not the QSV's trust. You on record, I'm on record too. There is no reason why this officer Sanal should have his emergency lights on, and there's no criminal investigation. I'm a Moon Bay, I'm a Moore, it's documented. Don't start reaching around. No, you good, you good. No, my papers. Go get your white shirt. Because I'm not a threat to you, go get your white shirt. No, you don't need to be I requested for you to go get your white shirt. I have officers en route. Put your hands on the wheel now. I'm not putting anything. Don't reach back there again. You can see my car. You can see. Put your hands on the wheel. Put your hands on the wheel. Do it now. I'm not putting anything on the wheel.
It is dangerous when you're reaching around in a car like that, and now the officer's calling for backup. So this is definitely a dangerous type situation. I don't care who, this guy playing this game.
If you feel like you're at a threat of your life, you need to quit this job. You don't need to be If you feel like you're in threat of your life, quit the job. Call your white shirt. Can I get another? Call your sheriff. I need somebody in honor.
White shirt, supervisor, sheriff, they almost always ask for that because that's the elected official. That's who they will almost always say they want at the scene.
Are you finna pay me too? Surety bond. Watch this. Get your sheriff. You ain't, there's no reason you need to be under arrest. Do you have a license? Nope. Right to travel, passport. You in trouble. Well, you wanted a response and you got one, so. Yep. The response ain't over. I'm about to put a lien on you, and I'm about to get your surety bond information. I got a written injunction on the elected sheriff.
He's confident, I'll give him that.
Our conversation is done here. I'm not talking, you post up at a pillar. Our conversation is done here.
Probably not,
Yeah. Our conversation
are you going to identify
It's not going to amount to anything, but still.
All right, do you have your license? I'm a national. Yes, I do. I was reaching. Hey, come here. Where's the other officer? You hold on just a second. No.
Dude, I'm so sick of scrolling my feed and seeing Trump's face over and over and over. I'll be honest, that's why I've been kind of avoiding putting him in my thumbnails. I've been trying to find something else to put in my thumbnails.
Requested for my license.
How you guys liking the thumbnails, by the way?
Now, under the 5th Amendment of the Constitution, I don't have to give it to you, but to prove that I'm
see
a
him
Moore
for
and
like
it's
a
been
hot
signed off by a
second, but
judge
still.
in Ohio, I'm going to show you my paperwork and my nationality ID. That shows I got the right to travel. Now, you're asking who I am. We got 2 officers here. Now it's 3 on the scene. All right, so here's what's up. We're going to have you step out of the vehicle, sir. All right? What's the reason I'm stepping out of the vehicle?
The effort is
What's
much
the criminal
appreciated.
investigation? It's only 2 jurisdictions. See, here's Admiralty and Maritime. Are you going to let me talk? I want to talk to your sheriff. I don't want to talk to you. You're not in honor.
Nice.
Step out. If he pulls me out the vehicle, I will be suing.
So we're going to ask you to step out of the vehicle. If you don't comply, then you are not in.
Oh boy.
What's the reason that I'm stepping out the vehicle? I tried answering and you cut me off. I don't know. So okay, so am I under duress? You're being detained right now. Okay, under threat of detained and arrest. This is a legal traffic offense. Okay. And I'm legally allowed to have you exit the vehicle. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead and step back there. Let me get my paperwork. Step back here. Okay. I don't consent to no searches, no seizures.
Pennsylvania versus Mims, Supreme Court ruling. The police can have you step out of the vehicle if you were the driver of the car. They can ask you to step out by law.
All right, so do you have a social security number?
No, Does the sovereign citizen ever get their way? The more that I'm finding out, no. And the ones that say that they've won in court or they've actually like gotten away, they're all lying. I've seen one one incident where the cop obviously was just like, this is not worth writing up any paperwork. Fuck this. Just, I'm going to let him go.
I own my birth certificate. It's in my car. Can you go in my backseat and get my paperwork? I'm allowing you.
Giving me the authority to do so.
Yeah, I'm giving you the authority. I consent for you to go in my car and get my information on my backseat, so I can properly identify.
What side?
The left side.
Okay.
You see the plates? It says exempt. Notice the fee schedule. I want his shorty, the black suitcase. I'm getting this shorty buying information. I'm gonna put a lien on. Yes, sir.
Please do.
No, go ahead and open up. Open it up.
You can bring it back here.
I feel like this actually, like, because someone said pyramid scheme. I do kind of feel like this is something like that. As far as like getting these people like with the sovereign citizen things, then they have to buy like the license plate and all that shit.
The binder bandit. These other two officers that responded, that cop that made this stop is gonna have to buy lunch for sure.
No, that's my sign of this extra paperwork. It's a red folder, and I also need 2 witnesses when your elected sheriff comes. You guys are here witnesses. This is already being recorded. It is. Yep, I got a written injunction. I need your shorty buying information too. I don't want your badge number.
This guy's done this before.
You can get the blue folder too.
Did it work though?
Okay.
I mean,
what are we opening?
Okay, open that one. That's
we just kind of went through it where it's like, no, I haven't seen it, but
court order that lets you know I'm not black or African American.
Sometimes they sell their confidence.
Where
I'm just like,
the Moroccan Empire, and it's signed off by a judge. This is my DV8, a Moon Infinite Bay, my free national name. This is my nationality ID to let you know I have the right to travel, and it's filed.
okay. This is my point. Why? These guys put in so much effort to just skate this shit, and they spend close to the same amount of fucking money. It's like the principle of the matter, apparently, where they're like, I don't want to pay, I don't want to pay for insurance. I don't want to pay for, registration. I just don't want to abide by this. And it's the same thing as like, I don't want to go to law school because I don't want to practice your laws. But it's like, they obviously could, because like the amount of shit that he is retaining here is actually kind of impressive. If it mattered.
167.
In the Republic.
God
yes, I do.
damn.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Correct.
And so much effort for nothing.
Republic.
What's the Republic?
The Republic for which?
I like how the cops are kind of like, they're asking like in a curious manner too. They're just like, wait a minute, what?
A pledge of allegiance that you pledge.
What do you mean?
To.
Can you explain
the
that?
Republic. We are not a democracy. This is a republic.
I'm gonna be honest. I really have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. That's
the redheaded cop is literally like.
Okay, so the Republic. There's 2 governments on the back of a dollar bill. There's the Moroccan government.
You can tell he's
that you call the Illuminati, which is the pyramid, the all-seeing eye. And then there's the United States Corporation that's on the right side of the back of the dollar bill, which is the Q.V. Trust of Queen Elizabeth, who you took an oath to protect the assets of their trust.
Oh my God, these are the people running 4chan.
Now we open up the next file.
This is
where it gets good. This is where American jurisprudence comes in.
Yikes.
My car is not registered to a trust. My car is registered to a private trust. Here it is, right?
It's in the state of Ohio, though.
Right, but it's registered to my trust. Private property. I'm the trustee. Now I show you the paperwork. This is the Foreign Irrevocable Express Trust, where it clearly states that I am the trustee, and it's stamped off on by Ohio. You went not
so
you.
You're David. Are you David?
Oh yes, I am. Oh yes, I am. Oh yes, I am. Oh yes, I am. What does this say, sir? What does this say?
Well, this says
wardship. Right. Watch this. Wait a second. Wardship name, David.
Your birth
has been changed to a Moon Infinite Bay nationality ID card.
Okay.
It is filed in the state of Texas.
Wait, he changed his name to like legal. Wait, did he legally change his name to like a corporation?
Bay is my David.
I mean,
because I own the name, and here's
Pep Law's a little confused on this one.
Here's it from the Department of Commerce.
At Pep Law, I would tell this guy to shut the fuck up, but it seems that this is the first time that I've seen a cop actually like even entertain it and not like challenge it.
The birth certificate, I own my birth certificate. It's no longer registered to your Q.V.'s trust.
David, what's your date of birth?
Where's your warrant to run my information? All right, but what is okay?
You let them in your car.
What is the traffic stop? It's 2 jurisdictions, right? So
he is a registered toaster.
He said the plates. So it's two jurisdictions. It's Admiralty and Maritime. So if this is a criminal
Sir, I am not.
investigation,
I'm a living entity. I am a toaster.
Can I get your white shirt? I want your white shirt.
So what made you decide to change your nationality?
The same reason you should do
Rod.
it for your kids. Because I
You
know
got a Kool-Aid
police, when
drinker
they
in chat?
get the educate. They not all the way educated. They only know how to.
I don't have to
train,
acknowledge
protect the
every
assets.
single
You
one.
get the American jurisprudence book.
I appreciate
here it
that,
is.
though.
Hold on. This is the good part. This with the education. I know y'all don't like niggas that read. This will let you know that I'm not a holder in due course of the birth certificate on a state.
Sylvie Law says, "Shut up, demand lawyer."
Credit. This is my private affidavit of the certificate of live birth. Now you stated that you never heard
He
of
should just identify as a car.
Empire, but here it is right here. That's the same emblem
I changed my name to Nissan Sentra.
on the back of the dollar bill.
1995 Nissan Sentra.
Hey, can I get your date of birth? Can I get your date of birth? What do you want?
I don't have a date of birth. I have mileage.
I'm not asking any question until your lieutenant comes. Okay. Right now, Patricia's got your back. Okay.
And just when you thought it was over, nope.
Oh.
You just sit.
See, these are the parts where that make me excited.
Yep. Okay, yep. All right, you can put your hands down.
Oh, we have a sovereign sit in chat? No shit. Oh, my bad. I thought we were talking like we had our normal Kool-Aid drinkers. Oh, really? Christine Marshall. Outpost my papers at the end of this video. Somebody, wait. Whoa. Christine, welcome to the show. I don't usually have sovereign citizens stop by. We usually just play these videos and make fun of you. So I need to engage just a wee bit. I was all right.
You got court next Thursday? Yeah.
All right. When I pulled over, I was asked,
My name's Anna.
are they stopping my moving vessel and I'm not driving under UCC 1 driver code? Look at the definition for driving in British Statute of Commerce. Commercial driving for transporting goods.
That information.
I'm not a driver by definition. I'm a traveler. Oh my God. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I just know my rights.
Just make sure you got your title for it. Otherwise, we're not going to release it. Okay.
It's the same fucking script.
In your name, because right now that vehicle is in someone else's name. It is.
The fact that the Moorish people that had dominion over the land, they had the traveling King Musa.
Actually, gonna head to y'all department.
Sounds good. See you in a little bit.
Yep. Y'all two enjoy y'all day. I'll not be coming for y'all shorty bonds. Y'all did nothing. I will see you.
All right. Sounds good. See you soon. How you doing?
All right, how you feel, man?
All right. Just so you know, that's him right there. Okay. He's one of those sovereign citizen guys. Just so you know, so.
I don't exist.
Don't be alarmed if he has his cell phone out. You don't have to acknowledge him.
Oh, yeah, right.
This is actually really poignant when you see that the tow truck driver is that versed in sovereigns. And the reason why is because their cars almost always get towed when they get arrested. It baffles my mind.
Yeah,
as
because
many videos of these
like
that come
anybody
out
can
that
drive
people
it.
still think that this
Never
stuff
registered.
works. This guy is classic because I laugh, but the officers sometimes have to impound that paperwork and go through it all. But even more of a nightmare. When he's talking about that surety bond, they do sometimes file legal documentation against officers and police departments that has to be looked through and
just
has to be
solidified it.
dealt with.
Sticking
so
around
it
for
can
another
become
one.
a nightmare situation.
If we just got
this
a
person was
sovereign citizen
ultimately
in
given a
chat,
citation.
I
His car was towed.
I can't
it's not a
leave
win.
now.
This is not the way to handle these
What?
kinds of situations.
That would be
If this
insane.
is content that you enjoy, share it, like, and subscribe.
Yeah. All right. More sovereign citizen videos. All right. What do we got? Magic word scam. No. This one's going to be too procedural. I can already tell just by the start.
Get out of the car.
This is by which the law you write your ticket.
Oh, we get a mix.
You have a ticket, you want to know the code, it's from the NRS.
Okay, I'm very, very sorry you feel that way. This white car right here, we're gonna pull over for speeding 87.
Charges may have been dismissed, or all suspects are presumed innocent until proven guilty.
87 from 890 feet.
Damn, is this like the new cops? I mean, you got a cameraman and everything.
My name's Deputy Searles with the Sheriff's Office. Real stop you're going 87. You know the speed limit is 70?
I was just trying to go with the flow.
Okay, well, you're going faster than yeah. Give me just a second. I'll run back, okay? Thank you. Pulled over for speeding. Neither one of them got a seatbelt on. Their car smells like weed, so I've got another unit coming to me so we can search the vehicle. I smell perfume or something now.
We have a video to watch about, like, if they say your car smells. It's what you say.
Something. All right, ma'am. Like I said, I pulled you over for speeding. I did write you a ticket, okay? Hop out, come around back, and explain the citation to you, okay?
Okay, I don't want to get out.
I don't care. You're getting out. Your car
don't
smells
care,
like
you're
weed. I'm
getting
gonna
out.
search your car.
It's not.
It does.
This guy's like,
It smells weed.
he's
like
dealt with this
weed.
before.
It doesn't.
Okay.
I don't smoke weed.
Okay, well, you have to get out of your car, okay?
For a citation?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's your supervisor?
My
Because
supervisor?
for one,
Down the road?
I'm a sovereign citizen for one.
Okay.
Don't touch me.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car, okay?
Do not touch me.
Get out of the
I'm a
car.
sovereign citizen. Do not touch.
You're a sovereign citizen.
You better not touch my child.
17-year-old's an adult in the state of Georgia.
Child.
Ma'am.
This is the United States government doing
Ma'am.
this because I was injected
Ma'am.
with the COVID vaccine before the pandemic started. They're targeting me. Somebody is paying. You want to know why?
Somebody's paid me?
Yeah, the government.
Oh, shit. This is on Reels? Oh, fuck. Fuck. Hold on. I just realized that this is probably copywritten. Ugh. Well, damn. We're not going to be... Well, here, actually. I can kind of fast forward, see what happens. Seems like she gets arrested. Okay. Yeah, so this is a bunch of them. All right. Yeah, can't play that one. So what I will do is I'll find one that I can play. Let's do this one.
Out of the car. Get out the car. Get out.
There,
I didn't do any stuff. I'm getting out the car. I'm getting out the car. You don't have to.
I just saw on Reels. I'm like, oh shit. It's like, oh, that's on network TV. Oh, that's never good.
A routine traffic stop turns explosive when a driver challenges everything police are telling her. What starts as confusion over records quickly spirals toward a possible arrest. This is where sovereign citizen-style thinking collides with real street procedure, and the outcome is never decided by debate.
How you doing?
We watched enough of this for that to actually be, like, I can confirm that.
Your license suspended, okay?
It shouldn't be suspended.
Yes, it's suspended again, all right? You got your registration? I ain't gonna take you to jail. I'll just write your ticket, all right?
It's a misdemeanor. Dude, it's a misdemeanor. Oh my God, did you really turn this into an arrest? He was going to give you a misdemeanor traffic infraction and let you drive home.
Your insurance.
That's crazy.
Not on this.
Technically, they could tow the car.
Maybe another car.
Like right off the bat.
No, I have insurance on this car. Give me 1 second.
No, I know
Wow.
you have insurance on this car. Maybe you've had insurance on another car that insurance lapsed.
No, I don't. This is the only vehicle that I have.
Did you have another insurance company prior to this one?
No.
Since you've had this car? Because you got two suspensions, and they're both for
You're so unaware of the sovereign citizen thing. What the
financial
hell?
reasons.
This is a thing that happens in America.
9
man.
times out of 10,
Like,
it's insurance related. Okay?
It is.
I know you have
when
insurance
I
on this
became
car right
aware
now.
of it, it was crazy because obviously the algorithm kind of took over, but I didn't realize how prevalent this actually is.
I'm not understanding why my license are suspended and I have insurance.
And then I looked it up and just saw like how easy it is to buy these license plates and stuff. It's just it's crazy.
So I just got pulled over.
It's crazy that they haven't shut that shit down.
My license is suspended. Huh? I just got pulled
People
over
that
state and my
turn
license is suspended.
some of
and I
these
have
stops
license
into
on
an
my truck.
arrest. Yeah. No, that's where I'm floored by that.
I pay all
That's
my
not for the
tickets.
tickets.
It's not for the
It's like that guy. It's like the guy in court where he turned a simple insurance ticket that was a $60 insurance ticket. He turned that in to a fucking trial by jury that then he was getting threatened with contempt of court.
for the insurance, and I got insurance on my truck.
Like, the dude is probably paying hundreds in court fees just for reasons.
Yeah, I parked my insurance just in time. Somebody else did the same thing. I got pulled over before for the same reason. He pulled me over, said my license was suspended, and he had to pull me up in the system, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, when I
the
ran
thing
your
is,
tag.
I noticed. So when I was looking into this, usually it's when they like get their license suspended. They'll go and Google like ways that they can kind of get around it, or if they can drive. So like, I know that like when you do have your license suspended, your driving privileges are pretty much revoked unless you have a work release. These are the people that like they fucked up badly enough to where they're like no work release. So they're just like, what's an alternative that could get me back on the road? And for some reason they believe it, and they're like, oh well, obviously this makes more sense, and then it's a rabbit hole from there, folks.
Hey, that's when they say he's suspended. So then I checked the other system, and that's
we have one in our YouTube chat right now.
My understanding is, I don't know if it was you.
You're seeing your reel, right? Like,
You were behind me
don't disappoint me and be a bot.
first time when I had rolled by before I even went to the store, and then rolled off, went on the highway, went up, and they came back around and parked and waited for me to leave.
Because your license is suspended.
It wasn't even about the license at first because we was coming.
Your license is suspended.
Coming this way past each other.
And then I turned around.
I was so mad. He's like, no.
I didn't give you a reason to turn around.
No explanation or not. It's because your license was suspended. Like, God.
You didn't have. I don't have to have a reason to turn around.
He doesn't. He can just, dude, he can technically arrest you right now.
I understand, Ms. Tazewell, but listen, you could be going to jail. You want to argue with me, and I can just take you to jail.
He's trying to help you, lady.
To have a ticket, to pay a fine.
You want? Okay, so would you?
Oh, they get so mad about paying a fine, but you're gonna pay way more fines.
So you ready to go to jail?
You're gonna pay a fucking jail fine.
So you ready to go? Come on, step out.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Hey, Ms. Tazewell, step out, please.
Why did you turn it into this?
Step out, please.
He said he was going to let you go. He said he was giving you a ticket. Oh my God.
I'm not gonna
Why do these people always they always argue themselves into jail? Why? Sovereign citizens are ridiculous.
Say again.
I'm not doing anything
Step
wrong.
out the car.
What am I doing wrong?
You either step out or I pull you out.
I'm not doing nothing wrong.
I'm not going to ask you
This
again.
is so annoying.
I'm
Somebody said entitlement earlier, and yes, but there's something else. There's something else.
Okay. So what part of driving on a suspended driver's license you can go to jail? Don't you understand?
Shut the fuck up.
Out of the car. Okay, I tell you what.
God.
I'm not here to play.
If Pep Law coming out here. If I was truly her attorney, I would be like, no, what?
Games with you?
You were giving her a ticket and she talked herself into jail?
I'm asking you to get out the car. Get out the car. So this is the route you want to go down this morning.
And I'm going to jail for nothing. I didn't do anything wrong.
Unlock the car. Unlock the car and get out the car.
For what, sir?
Okay.
What am I doing wrong?
Okay, we're not gonna do this.
I didn't do
Get out.
anything
Get
wrong.
out. Get out.
I didn't do anything
Get
wrong.
out.
Because I called him letting him know what's going on.
Because it's misinformation.
Because I called my baby dad letting him know what's going on. That's
Alright.
crazy. You locked me up for nothing.
Let's go.
I didn't do anything. Stop pulling. I'm getting out the car. I'm getting out the car. You don't have to.
Let's go.
All right.
Now put your hands behind your back.
All right. Somebody record this. Somebody record it. Watch out before you get burned.
Drop the cigarette.
I can't.
Drop.
It's on me. What do you mean?
Drop this cigarette.
It's on me. Get it out my hand. I didn't do nothing wrong. I need your badge number and your name. And I'm explaining to you, and you will sit there and do that to me.
Let's go.
Wait.
Oh.
Can you
She has a suspended license. How's she buying cigarettes?
This way.
What you're not going to do is keep pulling on
Let's
me.
go.
That's what you're not going to do. You're not going to keep manhandling me.
You don't do what I tell you to do.
But what you're not
In
going
the
to
car.
do is keep pulling on me.
In the car.
You're not going to keep
In the
pulling
car.
on me.
In the
What's wrong with you?
In the car.
The f is wrong with you?
In the car.
Y'all niggas get some badges. Y'all
In the car.
motherfuckers get a little authority. Y'all forget where you come.
She's trying to argue with me. Argue with me. I'm like, get out. It's fine.
I always love when they're constantly yelling and then it's just.
What happened? You asked her to come out?
All right, let's see what happens.
She wasn't getting out?
No. I gave her multiple times. She's
No,
trying
he
to call
gave
on
her
the phone.
so many chances.
No, she's going to jail.
I can't.
I'm on the phone explaining to my baby.
This
daddy,
is-
you drugged me out the car for
This is
no
a different level. I mean,
reason.
God.
I gave you my information. I gave you my information. You asked for my information. I gave it to you.
Well, now you got to ride the bros.
I didn't do anything. I gave you my information. I explained to you that my license was not suspended. You took and dragged me out the track for no reason.
Your license suspended. What do you think? We're making that up?
I didn't say he wasn't. I told him that I don't understand why my license was suspended.
We would have told you.
I didn't understand why. And I told him I had insurance.
Well,
I was trying to
when
show
he
him
asked you to get out of the car, you get out of the
I
car.
wasn't doing anything.
It doesn't matter.
I was on the phone with my baby dad, letting him know what's
Open your window over there. I'll talk to her there.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
Listen to me.
I didn't do nothing wrong. Niggas. bitch just drove me out of the car for nothing. I
Listen to me.
didn't do nothing wrong. I'm letting them know that I had insurance on my car.
Okay,
I
listen.
just put $200 some on my
Listen.
insurance money, bro.
Listen.
No.
What's your name?
That's crazy, bro.
What's
He
your-
taking me to drive. I
what's your
just got
name?
my license, bro.
What's your name?
I'm
He was giving you a ticket.
a fucking license for my.
If you are just joining us, this lady talked herself into the back of a police car as she was going to be handed a ticket
That means I worked in the.
for driving on a suspended. He was letting her off with just
I'm
it was pretty egregious, and then also not having proof of insurance.
Tamika, I didn't
Even if
do
she had
nothing
insurance,
wrong,
it's
sir.
the proof of
I didn't do
insurance.
nothing
Trust me,
wrong.
it's literally like if you don't have it on your. I've had
I was
I
on the
had to
phone.
have
I
something like
gave
that
him
where I
my
was like,
information.
okay, I
Ask him
guess
my
I gotta go to
information.
court
Can I get a
now
sergeant
because I
out
gotta
here,
prove my
please?
insurance because
Can
I
I get
didn't
a
have my
sergeant out
fucking
here?
phone.
When an officer asks you to get out of the car,
Now
it
He
don't
didn't
matter.
give me time
It
to
don't
do
matter.
Make that
anything.
mistake.
It don't matter if you give him your stuff or not. We're
He
allowed to
didn't
ask
give
you
me
to come out
time
of
to
the
do
car.
anything. He didn't give me time. I rode past this man. He rode past me. He was going towards the ballpark and Chiefland. I went to go get gas. He waited for me to get gas.
So?
He waited until I got gas. Turned
So
around
what?
on me for nothing. So what? I want your sergeant out here, please.
You're allowed to.
I want your
We're allowed to wait.
Wait for what? He rode past me and turned around on me for nothing. I didn't do nothing wrong coming or getting off from work. That fucking graveyard shift for work, bro. I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't do shit. I want a sergeant out here, please.
Yeah, we'll get somebody out here.
I need a sergeant out here. Y'all not calling him, though.
We did. He just called.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. You screaming.
Like, that's crazy. I'm not screaming. It's just no. I didn't do anything wrong. That's what you don't understand.
You would have just got a ticket.
I told him I didn't know. I gave him my information. I was on the phone. He got mad because I was on the phone. He got mad because I'm on the phone.
Being on the phone had nothing to do with it.
Yes, it had, did. You didn't get mad until I explained it to my boyfriend. You got mad when I explained it to my boyfriend that I already paid for the ticket. You just got mad over nothing.
There's two sides to every story. There's a camera on my chest.
Right.
So why are you gonna sit here and lie?
I'm not lying.
Mad
I was
'cause
on
you-
the phone with my boyfriend. I'm telling him I'm getting pulled over for nothing.
Her boyfriend is the one that told her to get out of the car. She kept
He
arguing.
did not. He said chill
Oh
out.
my God. He didn't
He
say-
said chill. He
Man.
said chill. You said that you started me for nothing.
Man.
On my way home for 15, 16 hours. Out of here.
All right, chill out, Tamika. We got.
Get outta
I'll
here.
talk to somebody. We got somebody coming to talk to you.
I was complying with him the whole time.
Your car's being towed.
I was
You called
complying with you
somebody
the whole
come over?
time.
Huh? You called the supervisor?
Yeah.
I was complying with you the whole time. Complying. I got my license. I got my insurance. You wouldn't even let me show you that I had my insurance. And then he gonna state that I have another vehicle with insurance on it. And I don't.
You got a medical marijuana card?
And I don't.
You got a medical marijuana
Not
card?
on me.
Do you have one?
Not on me.
But do you have one?
I used to.
So why?
Oh, so it's not
It smells
valid.
like weed in the car.
Yeah.
You think
Yeah.
maybe that
You're in one of those
had something
states.
to do with why
I
he's
didn't
telling
have
you to come out
nothing
of
to
the
do
car?
with it because he didn't say nothing to me.
You don't have to say something
that
to
was
you.
not the reason why. Don't try to say that's the reason why. Don't try to put that on it. Don't try to say that's why. Don't try to say that's why. Stop lying. Y'all trying to cover up your
She talking about suing somebody and got a mouth like that. That's crazy.
And I sat there and told you that something similar
to
to the
shoot for
same
you.
thing. You can drop it down there. Something similar just happened to
Is
me
this
a
your
couple
phone?
of weeks ago. Yeah, it just happened to me a couple of weeks ago. Can you answer that call for me?
Oh, I can't answer a call.
Go to head, dog. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you. You're a nasty ass dog. That's what you is. You're gonna lose your job.
These cops are so patient. Cops in my state would have.
You're gonna lose your job. I promise you that. Because you had no business.
That's part of the problem.
For no
That's
reason.
why I'm not exactly a fan of the
You didn't have
police.
backup on you or nothing. It was you by yourself.
You got pockets on there? Now you ready for an explanation?
Yes,
Or are you still
they do
going to yell
abuse
and,
their
and
position
carry
a
on?
lot.
Okay.
I have had
But
it happen
you
to
ready
me.
for an explanation? Okay. Let me give you an explanation.
It's not
Okay?
like for
'Cause
anything
everything
like
that
I was
occurred
doing.
on camera. Okay. So I don't have to have. Listen. All you got to do is listen. The reason they didn't talk to you out there is because every time my lieutenant said something to you, you talked over him. Okay. So hold on. So then the major said, "Hey, you know what? She don't want to listen. We're done talking." Okay.
I was listening.
So come on, look at me. Let's talk. So I had a reason to take you to jail. I come up there. I say, "Hey, listen, I'm just gonna write you a ticket."
I can't do nothing for you to do that.
Driving on a suspended driver's license is a crime.
And I was telling you my license is not suspended.
See, Look, the
It
same
happened
thing.
before.
You're not listening to me.
And I was listening to you then.
You're not right now.
But you dragged me out of the car. You want me listening to you?
Because I asked you to get out of the car.
For nothing. For nothing. I gave you my information.
Okay, so we're back to the same spot.
Yeah,
we're
we're right back here. Yeah.
Put it on you.
You're trying to put everything on me when you dragged me out of the car for nothing. And I gave you my information. You asked for my license and registration. I did comply with you. I did not refuse you. I did apply with you. And I gave you that. And I talked to my boyfriend on the phone.
If you comply with me, we wouldn't be in this situation.
None of this helps you.
Registration and my license.
None of this helps you right now. None of it.
Because on camera, I'm not mad with you being on the phone. No, I'm not.
Dude, we saw it. Because he had his camera on, we saw it. He offered you a ticket.
You were on the phone when I walked up there.
A ticket. And you were a pain in the ass to the point that you put yourself into the fucking back of a police car. Good job.
The phone was ringing.
Sometimes
you were on the phone.
I watch these things and it's like, yeah, you definitely deserve this.
The phone was ringing.
Well,
I gave you my license and registration.
I try to talk, like I said.
You trying to talk after you dragged me out the car for nothing?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
This incident doesn't need dramatic music or slow motion to feel serious. It starts with something most Americans have experienced or feared. Seeing police lights in the mirror and realizing the system thinks something is wrong with your paperwork. In this case, the issue isn't reckless driving or violence. It's a suspended status showing up in the database, and from a street policing perspective, that changes everything in an instant. Out on the road, officers don't have the luxury of sorting out why a record looks wrong. They work with what the system shows them in real time.
And that's why he was just going to be like, go home and we'll figure this out.
Suspended license is not...
I mean, he didn't even want to call a tow truck. He didn't want to deal with the paperwork.
...suggestion or a misunderstanding to debate on the shoulder of the road.
Yeah.
It's a legal condition that tells the officer one thing clearly. This driver may not be allowed to operate a vehicle right now.
Right.
Once that flag appears, the stop stops being casual. The margin for flexibility tightens, whether the driver agrees with it or not. What makes situations like this spiral isn't usually bad intent. It's expectation. The driver expects logic to work the way it does at a kitchen table or over a phone call with an insurance company. I have coverage. I paid my bills. This has to be a mistake. And in many cases, it might be.
Yeah.
But the roadside is not where mistakes get fixed. It's where risks get managed. Officers are trained to treat system data as authoritative in the moment, not because it's perfect, but because hesitation creates danger. From years on the street, I can tell you this is where frustration sets in on both sides. The driver feels trapped by a system that won't listen. The officer feels pressure to keep control while traffic passes, radios crackle, and time keeps moving. Neither side wakes up hoping for a confrontation.
Total AI voice, I'm aware.
But the environment...
The thing is, when it's... All right, so sometimes AI voices, I don't mind when they're just giving, like, procedural bullshit.
Pushes them there.
And honestly, we're watching a fucking cop video.
A public road is not...
But yes, I recognize it as
a neutral space. It's noisy, exposed, and unpredictable.
Not watching this for the personality of it.
That's why procedures exist in the first place. The moment commands come faster and voices firm up, many people think something has gone wrong. In reality, something has shifted. The stop has moved from information gathering to control. That shift isn't personal, it's procedural. Officers are no longer trying to understand the driver's story. They're trying to prevent the situation from getting worse while following rules that don't bend based on frustration or fairness in the moment. This is the hard truth most people don't learn until it's too late. Being right and being allowed to keep arguing are two very different things on the street. Once the system decides the next step is enforcement, the chance to talk your way out of it is already gone. Understanding that reality doesn't make the system perfect, but it explains why moments like this unfold the way they do, every day, all across the country. What drives the tension in this encounter is not anger or disrespect, but a clash between two ways of understanding authority. On one side is a driver who believes that personal knowledge and lived experience should override what a screen says. On the other side is an officer whose job depends on treating that screen as reality until proven otherwise.
That doesn't, I mean, okay, now you are over-explaining it. Like, who the fuck gives a shit? This whole thing, wow. It's like a long diatribe. Holy shit. Okay. I got one more in me. Sec. Little bumper here. Also, if you guys are just joining us, if you can hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, really, really helps me out. And also, happy time zone. Chiller night. Yeah, for everybody that sent me stuff in the suggestions, just so you know, I will be putting that into the little thing that I have for my tomorrow show. So, going for a clean 7:30. Yeah, might as well, I guess. Yeah, why not? I'll go for a clean 7:30. Make a good point there. I didn't even think about it. I was in for another one. Just need to make sure that's from somewhere that's not law and not law and crime. Cause yeah.
Out of all the things that
all right, there we go. Perfect timing. It's about 8 minutes long. This will get us to the 7:30, and also, yeah, a little entertainment.
sovereign citizens love to say, the one that has got to be the stupidest is
like, by the way, guys, as I said, I'm not a big fan of propaganda in general, but for some reason,
not driving.
These videos are just
and in this
so
case, this
interesting.
lady decided to take this one all the way from beginning to end.
How you doing? Yes, I'm Officer Galucia with the town of Ocean Ridge. The reason why I'm pulling you over is your tag is expired. I'll need your license, registration, and insurance, please.
Why are you pulling me over?
Because your tag is expired.
Okay.
Okay?
Am I breaking the law?
Yes, your tag is expired.
Any crime?
Yes, your tag is expired.
Do you have a supervisor?
So right from the beginning, you could tell
Right
we're going
away.
down the sovereign
Yep.
route because of the verbiage that she's using.
Ooh,
The
he's got
average
a
person, you
red
say your
neckerchief.
tag is expired, they're like, oh really? I didn't
Yeah,
realize
well,
my tag was. Oh
we got
yes,
spicy
it's expired.
Sarge.
I meant to get it taken care of, but already we're getting the sovereign challenges.
I am the supervisor right now.
You have
So I'll
another
need your license. You have a choice, okay? And I'm going to explain this to you really probably once or twice to you, okay?
Really,
I will call my
probably?
supervisor, but if you fail to produce your
Call
information...
your supervisor. I'm not failing to do anything. I'm asking for you.
No, yes, you are.
No, I'm asking
It's
for your
upon
supervisor.
demand.
I'm demanding your supervisor.
No, you don't get to demand my
You're a public
supervisor.
servant.
You wait. Because
You serve
you're...
the public.
Yes,
I didn't cause any crime. I didn't hurt
509.
anybody. I'm not.
Sovereign
526,
citizens
would you
using AI to get into the rabbit hole makes so much sense.
56 me here.
Most of you probably missed something really interesting right now.
Oh.
Let's rewind and take another look.
I am the supervisor right now.
You have
So I'll
another
need your license. You have a choice, okay? And I'm going to explain this to you really probably
yeah.
once or twice to you, okay? I will call my supervisor, but if you fail to produce your
Call
information...
your supervisor. I'm not failing to do anything. I'm asking for you.
No, yes, you are.
No, I'm asking for
It's
your
upon
supervisor.
demand.
I'm demanding your supervisor.
No, you don't get to demand my
You're a public
supervisor.
servant.
You wait. Because
You serve
you're...
the public.
Yes,
I didn't cause any crime. I didn't hurt
509.
anybody. I'm not.
526, would you 56 me here?
That radio call was to the sergeant, and depending on his attitude and how he's feeling today, this can go either way.
Now I need your license, please.
I'm not doing anything commercially. So.
Your tag is expired.
I-
Come here, I'll show you.
No.
It's right here.
The fact that she doesn't want to look at it says it all, because obviously she knows. So the game is still going, but I don't think it's going to work out in her favor.
Stay here, don't move.
Expired vehicle registration. Driver license not valid. 2018. White. G. Utility vehicle.
Jesus, some RoboCop shit right there.
So is this your Jeep?
It is not.
Okay, I already know that.
Right. So. You
It's
asked
still a
me-
lawful stop.
It's lawful.
It's a lawful stop. It's a legal stop.
It's illegal. It's illegal or lawful?
Right there. Right. The thing is, she could have gotten off right there.
It's
She could have gotten off right there if she's borrowing the car.
legal.
Like, PEP law. Shut the fuck up.
And
Just shut the fuck up.
I'm not going to argue with
I'm
you.
not arguing, sir.
God, she's what? Dude. It wasn't even your car.
I'm asking you.
I'm
Why
asking
are
you
you
for your driver's
complaining? Why?
license.
Why
You're
am I
driving a
back?
vehicle in the
What are
state
you
of Florida,
doing?
and you are.
Yeah.
So this is a word game that sovereigns often like to play. Lawful and legal.
Why do they always talk themselves into jail.
They try to say that they don't mean the same exact thing when they mean exactly the same exact thing. So they say that it's lawful to do something, but it's not legal, or it's legal to do something
fuck
and not
PNC
lawful.
Bank,
It's
by the way.
just a word game. It's semantics. It means
one of the first places I ever banked with.
So you're gonna play that game?
No, I'm not playing any game.
Yeah.
This is my freedom we're talking about here.
It is, and sure.
We're talking about you.
My
as
sergeant's
a
on his way, and
we're talking about you as a public servant.
my sergeant's on the way, and you can talk to him.
We can talk to him.
Yeah.
And I hope you know.
I hope you know
what you're doing.
I hope I do too.
I loved when I get calls like this when my officers say, "Hey, Sarge, head this way," and we'll see how this sergeant handles it. But he's en route. That's good.
526. I'll be going 1097 PNC Bank.
Back out real quick.
Not right now. I'm on a call, so as soon as possible. I won't hold you up long.
The tag is expired, and she won't produce her driver's license, registration, or insurance.
Okay.
She's traveling.
Okay.
I love this time when the sergeant pulls up on the scene. See, sergeants were like a brotherhood. When I see the sergeant pull up, I always kind of evaluate what they're doing. I don't know this sergeant, but I know this sergeant. He looks like he has a lot of life experience. He looks like he likes his coffee at the same time every day. And if you mess around with his time, it's likely not going to go very well for you. Now, I've not worked with him, but he looks very similar to one of the prototypical sergeants that we have at our stations that I've worked with.
Hi. Good. How you doing?
I'm doing
Good. So I'm the day shift supervisor.
Hi.
This officer has conducted a lawful traffic stop.
Is it lawful or illegal?
It's a lawful traffic stop.
It is. And
yes.
what law am I
Well,
am I breaking?
Apparently, you're
What law is that?
Okay. Can we see license and registration?
That has nothing
Okay,
to do
1015.
Oh, thanks, Carl.
because-
Appreciate that.
Are you
You're under arrest.
okay? For
No.
what? Why are you arresting me? Is your
Yeah. You know what for. Right? Welcome to America.
wow?
This is
Please
not.
don't-
This isn't.
Don't resist.
I'm not resisting.
Yes, you are.
This is not even my car. I did not.
I was not expecting that from this sergeant, but Sergeant Shutdown is not a person, it's a mode. The sergeant showed up, record time, shut it down. He was not lying when he told those people, I won't be long.
That won't be long.
This is crazy. I hope your camera is on.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
Hop in. $526, 1015.
What is this place?
The Ocean Ridge Police Department.
This is kidnapping.
Step into the cell. Step into the cell.
Why step into there? How are you putting me in here?
Why am I putting it in here?
Yes.
I love to see this kind of realization of the cold jail cell now shining on her face of the stupidity that she played earlier.
Why do you think I'm putting it in here?
Why are you putting me in here? This is absurd.
Turn around.
Wow.
Wow.
What you're gonna do is provide your driver's license
I don't have a driver's
or an
license.
ID.
You didn't ask for an ID. You said driver's license and registration. You did not ask for an ID.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see that on camera, so.
Face the wall.
I really was interested in this case because I've never heard of this police department before, but there are a lot of departments around this kind of size. Ocean Ridge Police Department in Florida. And spending most of my year in Florida, I kind of have an inside scoop on how these departments go. They have a thing, and we have a thing in policing, and the charge is not an official charge, but it's basically being a dumbass in a no dumbass zone. If freedom is something that you value, this is not the place to go to play these stupid little games.
Can someone come in here to speak with me?
So this is again how these almost always end. In a jail cell, often very cold, and car getting towed a lot of times. This never works. If you're just someone that would potentially go down this same rabbit hole of nonsense and stupidity, because this lady doesn't look like an unintelligent person, but made some unintelligent choices, share the video with them so they can realize it does not work. If you're behind the wheel of a motor vehicle, you need a driver license. You're driving and traveling.
I'm glad you just noticed that,
license.
Yeah, Kyle just noticed the poll. Yeah, welcome to Pep Talks. Actually, yes, welcome to Pep Talks. That is exactly what you can expect here. We do some sovereign citizen videos, and then we also cover some politics and try to make you laugh. So, hope that I can at least give you guys some information and also just, make you guys chuckle a little bit. But yeah, dude, these sovereign citizens that talk themselves into jail is just, it's beyond me, where I'm like, why? Just why? It's insane. God, and we've seen it so many times. At this point, it's almost every other video where it's just like, wow. Also here. Do I have anything here? Okay. Great stream today, Pep. Some fire rants. Oh, thank you, Natch. I appreciate that, dude. Driving isn't a right. Oh, I mean, I've been trying to catch up on the Christine stuff. This is one of the rare times that I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to read chat. I've only done that like a handful of times in the entire time that I've been doing this. So, congratulations, guys. You guys finally, you did something. I'm gonna be eating my, well, yeah, just realized I don't even know what I'm doing for dinner. I had a taco. I hope I have more than that. But it was a damn fine show today. Thank you, Mitchell. I appreciate that. Come on, you're not a billionaire or a Republican or the president. You're not above the law. I mean, dude, going back to the insider trading thing with the soldier, where it's just like, yeah, he was, you know what he was guilty of? Thinking that he was in the same league as Donald Trump and all these folks. Silly poor. Only the rich can do that. Only the rich get to insider trade. God. I don't get to use prediction markets like that. Ridiculous. We're having pulled pork, mashed taters, and salad. Just realized how hungry I am. I don't know what I'm gonna have. Let's see. Oh God, tonight might be a ramen night. Ugh. Oh wait. I think I have soup. I can make some soup. I don't know. What's the weather out? 58? Yeah, maybe I'll just go sit out in my garage, rip a J, and then eat some soup with a cozy blanket in my garage. Because, yeah, 58 degrees seems to be, a sweet spot where it's like, it's not too warm. Holy man. Ramen? What do you guys think, ramen? Oh, I suppose. You got plenty? Love soup. Yeah, soup's great. Soup is one of those things where I ran into somebody recently. God damn it, where was this? Because they, at some point in the conversation, they were just like, yeah, I don't like soup. And I had this moment of, immediate distrust of that person where I was just like, oh, I don't like you. You don't like soup. Who doesn't like soup? It's a chicken pot pie it's a chicken pot pie soup. It's a little embarrassing to admit that I think it's Campbell's Chunky Soup. Or I know for a fact I got El Paso my god, chicken enchilada soup. So, I hate this part. I hate like when I'm at this, like I'm hungry, and I just kind of wish it. I don't know. I just wish it. Like I'm actually kind of debating. I might just eat this. Like sustenance and then bed. Oh, those are fire pot pie soup. Actually, you kind of got me now. I think I might go for the pot pie. It's putting the ramen noodles in the soup out of the question. Shit, never thought to really do that. Because that would actually be pretty fire. Dude, you actually just kind of got me at, like, you got me thinking about that. If I just do, like, all right, so theoretically, maybe not tonight, because I don't know, the chicken pot pie with chicken pot pie ramen? Something I would order, right? You guys would order something like that, like if you saw it on like one of those, like, oh, we do weird, wacky things at this, you know, this very upscale brewery. We have, yeah, our special today is chicken pot pie ramen and a dark stout. I hate stouts. Man, don't eat that stuff. Make soup. Yeah, I should probably make some soup. Do it for science? Well, no, see, what I was thinking is you actually just kind of gave me a good idea. Because theoretically, what I could do is get some, like, chicken broth and, like, beef broth. And just make that and throw the ramen in that. And then do the extra, you know, put an egg. Like, I always make an egg for my ramen. I have to. I turn ramen into spaghetti all the time. Yum. I love throwing some chicken and stuff into a ramen. Yeah, see, I like doing that. I like having like a little shredded rotisserie chicken. That tends to always be a good meal to make. Yeah. Shit. And just kind of, you know what? You just gave me an idea. I'll make sure that this is on my grocery list. Chicken and beef broth. Can of chicken and beef broth. There we go. There we go. Some ramen. I would worship some ramen. I've never had ramen spaghetti. Because, I mean, thinking about it, texture-wise, not so different. I might do this out of, like, sheer curiosity, because I do have pasta sauce. Huh. Yeah, if you guys haven't been able to tell, I'm kind of in between grocery shopping right now, so I have, like, limited options. That's why I'm kind of like, I don't actually know. This might be, you know, a little fridge roulette, if you will. Actually, the chicken came first because the chicken had to exist to produce the egg and the chicken's lineage. Yeah, at some point, chickens were born and then they started making eggs, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did we, like, evolve, then devolve, then evolve? Not we. I mean, dinosaurs. Wait. Ah, fuck this. I've been on for too long for me to, like, pontificate on this, like, any deeper than that. Nuggies. I don't even have those right now, man. Like, I'm very limited in what I have. I kind of fucked up. Like, I should have gone grocery shopping, this Sunday, but I decided to, not. Decided to take the day off and just enjoy myself, and that joy has now turned into dread, because now I am like, oh, it's late. I don't want to order out. I don't want to drive anywhere. Ugh, God damn it. I hate when I do this. Maybe I should just have a protein shake and be done with it. Do any of you guys have this problem? You're babbling focused soup. I'm babbling, but I'm also enjoying myself. I'm in no rush. It's Friday. 7-Eleven. What do you have available at the house? I got eggs. I could make breakfast for dinner, but I don't want to. That's a whole thing. Like making an egg, fine. But I'm trying to think. Like I said, I have soup. I do have pasta sauce because like going back to that, you got me kind of like wondering how ramen would taste with pasta sauce. Eggs, ketchup, and rice. Struggle meal of champions. I don't even have rice. You guys would open my pantry and you'd be like, "What the fuck, Pap? What the?" I got some spicy Doritos left over. I know. And left over, I mean like folded bag of spicy Doritos. Got some cheese. And then I got yeah, I got ramen. Pretty embarrassing to admit this. Yeah, condiments out the butt. But I don't even have any, like, meat. I don't even, like, damn. Oh, wait. No one, I think I do have lunch meat. Now that I think about it. Calories is calories. Yeah, I know. I know, that's how I feel sometimes. But mac and cheese. I can't do mac and cheese. I don't have milk right now. Dude, literally, I'm at that point. I have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. Like, no matter what I do. So my plan tomorrow is I'm going to head out to the suburbs, and then on my way back, I'm going to hit the grocery store, and then hop on with you fine folks. Tomorrow might... do I want to do the... We'll figure it out tomorrow if I want to do the Twitch. Because what I'll do is I'll hop on YouTube no matter what, do an hour or two, and then maybe just swap over to Twitch, and then we'll do the exclusive stuff over there. You just switch from science to God, and then same sentence, girl. What? I'm not even reading their stuff because my brain kind of is just like... I'm at that point where I'm like, oh, God, I don't want to get involved. You guys, you can keep going. I don't care. But... You know what? One thing I do want to do is at least want to smoke one more time with y'all. So, let's do that. We got the regs in chat. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh God. Oh wow. Oh, standing after. Oh. Woo. Oh. Fuck. Yeah. Jesus. Stan, we're not done yet, dude. Whatever. Stan's just like, yes, we're done. Woo. Oh, come on. Seriously? Of course. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta run up and get my stuff. Man, my legs just locked up. It's just like, dude, stand a little bit more. All right. Let's try. All right. Let's get lifted. Hell yeah. Let's. All right. Like I said, I program AI, use God to be... Did we figure out if she's AI or not? Hey, bud. This is not your treats. Oh, he thinks the... Oh, can cats see green? Because this is the exact same. Oh, this is the exact same color as his treats. I just realized. Wait, does that say it? Oh, it just says Smalls. It's fine. Nah, she has 730 subs on YouTube. Not bad. As someone who has done this for going on 2 years, Christine, I gotta say, congrats on the 700. Getting to that first 500 is brutal. So, good on you. Anybody that makes it to that, I don't care what you do. You got rewarded by YouTube saying that you're a part of that partner program. Congratulations. Like I said, solidarity. I know exactly how hard that is. That's why it's kind of funny when people are just like, I could do this. It's like, no, you can't. No, you can't. Don't give her props. What? I can't give her props for they aren't AI, but they're feeding response to AI and then copy pasting what it outposts. Oh. I was just saying in general. Okay, so she's probably using AI for the thumb. Oh, all right. Here, let me see. I'm curious. Fuck it. 723. Oh, yeah, I see what she's doing. Huh. Do you have a shared YouTube account with your husband? Eh. All right, yeah. I might have given you a little too many. All right. Well, regardless, I'll just say, yeah, it's not easy to get to that 500. So, for her to be at 700. YouTube, no, he's using her account. Oh. All right. Time to smoke. Give me a sec. Oh my God. Oh, this is what I get. Screen. Sore. Oh. Oh, Progresso Italian wedding soup. Oh yeah, with a packet of Uncle Ben's rice. Dude, I just saw that. Yeah, you got me on that one. Okay, I might have to do that. Shut up, Josh. I'm not in the mood. I don't care. Everything goes back to the juice from the pharmaceuticals. What? Yeah, so Sylvie, what's the deal? So she's programming. I'm tempted to ban her just for the blatant information that she's spreading. I'll be honest, I haven't read a single thing yet, so okay. All right, here. Fuck it. This will be your entertainment for the next few minutes. I'll stick around to the 8. Make this a clean break. All right. Alchemists who are managerial class, which you are going. The fuck are you talking about? Okay, reading this backwards is actually kind of hurting my brain. What is she even talking about? I don't even know. Makes me giggle. I'm a firm believer in science, and there is quite a lot of real good in science out there, but I do swear an allegiance to your white coat priest. I do not swear an allegiance to your white coat priest, except the experts call it scientism? What? Not much better if you know the context, really. Oh. Her chat GPT is on heartbeat mode. What? So every time that her heart pumps, that it's just like, bah, 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 bah. I mean, dude, damn. There's no way she's typing this like this quick. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm a pretty fast typer, but. I seem to have come back at a weird time, sitting back and listening. Yeah, it is weird. What up, Grandma Flatterson? No, it's like, yeah, I got interested. The thing is, I was gonna take off, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, wait. So originally, Christine, like, she came in here, and I was like, oh, sovereign citizen, yay. Sylvie's, Sylvie, you'll have to give me the breakdown, like, in Discord. But right now, don't ban, because that means that her chats won't show up in the VOD. I wasn't kidding. I kind of want to go back and read them. Because, I mean, dude, I'm not condoning anything that she's saying. And if she hasn't broken TOS, then, you know, if it's just going to be for misinformation, then it's like, then I can just be like, I do not. Here's my disclaimer. Pep Talks does not believe in anything that Christine Marshall is saying. I'm interested in her stuff. Since you didn't see it the first time, what she's doing is she's taking some of the inputs from chat, putting them into the LLM, taking output, copy pasting it without looking at chat. So she is technically, yeah. So she's technically using us to train AI, is what you're saying? Okay. Spamming nonsense. Timeout will still delete the messages. Yeah, it will. Yeah, I want to preserve the chat. Where'd that juice in? I mean, plus she's kind of harmless right now. A bot with extra steps. That's what it seems like. And the thing is, it's like, what the fuck? There's nothing really being covered here. She's definitely got the sovereign citizen part down. I mean, as far as just like blah 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 blah. It's like, wow, so you're a human bot symbiote? Grift. Well, I don't see how she's grifting necessarily, because even with 700 views, it's not like she's actually getting anything. I just don't understand. I don't understand why. Like, is this, like you said, to train? I don't know why they're wasting their time here either, but, you know. See, that's the part where I'm like, I mean, if this is a thing to train AI, then why just focus on my chat? So, I don't know. And she's got egg chat, or egg talk for days. Oh, wait, was she talking about eggs? She's like, eggs are great. It's just like, wait, what? Uses Maximus Phoebe? What the what? It's because they haven't gotten kicked. Yeah, I mean, it's mildly entertaining. That's Thank you for saying that. It's perfect. Yeah, it is mildly entertaining. Mitch, you nailed that. Because you got the best chat. Oh, I see. Now she's Rome-maxing. Yeah, let it go. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Whatever. Like I said, I do kind of want to go back and read some of it. At least to I was having fun. Oh God. 5 more minutes. 5-minute warning that I'm ending the show. So if you guys haven't already hit that like button and subscribe, double tap the screen. I really, really appreciate it, and it helps my channel a lot. So if you guys are interested in doing that, see you tomorrow. I'm not taking off just yet, bro. Like, chill. I said 5 minutes. The fuck? It's a 5-minute warning. Like, damn. Yeah, clean 8. Nice. Yeah, I haven't done it. When's the last time I've done it? When's the last 8-hour stream I've done? It's been a while. Yeah, it's been like, what, a few weeks? Let's see. I got it right here. Close 6. April 14th. About a week ago. Did 8 hours. I did 7 hours. Wait, I did 8 hours and 2 7-hour days? Jeez. Oh, no, it's the same. Duh. That's right. Thanks for the $1, man. Appreciate that. That is what you're doing for strangers. Going fast and responding correct. Just try explaining the old chicken and the egg theorem from in the half a second while humans have debated it for decades. I have to be really tired. I am. I'm definitely tired. That's also kind of part of like my worry here is so what happens is I sign off of stream, the wave, like it's the same exact thing that you guys like that we all feel. We all feel when you're off work. You know, I love doing this and I love hanging out, but every once in a while, it's just after 8 hours of streaming, my brain's just like, woo. That's fun. It's not like I don't love doing this, so don't tell the talent agents or talent agencies. Jesus, I am tired. Yeah, Christine Bot, donate. Yeah, shoot a dono. I platform you in chat. Shoot a dono. I don't care. Whatever. You guys can donate. Goes to good cause, right? Well, man, 2 good causes because also trying to raise some money so I can pay off my dog's medical stuff. Hey. Yeah. That's going to be a whole thing that I'm going to have to figure out, but whatever. All right, folks. Wait. I've read 10 books the Freemasons wrote on the subject alone about what came first, the chicken and the egg, and their most brightest savant couldn't answer. I'm no savant, but I answered. Are you streaming a walk? So what's happening tomorrow is if I can get good enough service, I'm going to try and stream my walk. Because, yeah, it's going to be kind of in the vein of the way that I did it before, where I'm going to go live like 2 or 3 different times. The main one I want to get is my hometown, because my hometown is like, it's flood. My hometown. Where I grew up. I guess it's technically your hometown. But yeah, it's completely flooded. I want to go check it out. And also, I can give you guys a little history. It's also going to be kind of sad. Like, I know that there's some stuff that ruined it, or that's ruined. Yeah. I know that there's one specific park that got flooded where I'm just like, oh shit. Definitely try and catch pep walks, yeah. And then also, yeah, if I have the energy and time, then I might hop on for just a normal stream, but we'll see. I'm trying not to overcommit because yeah, burnout's a real thing. So you know what? Screw the chicken and the egg argument. Everything is fish. Yeah, what came first, the axolotl or the oh shit, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Tadpoles. There you go. Yeah, where the hell did you even find me? Like, just your yeah, how did you find me? Because you just happened to pop in right as we were covering sovereign citizen stuff. Anyway, you can answer that while I'm on my way out. Are you kidding me? Welcome to stream. I'm literally just about to hop out, and then all of a sudden it's just like, hey, why don't you stick around a bit? How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Pep Talks. I appreciate you being here. I usually cover politics and do some fun stuff. We just covered some sovereign citizen videos. Somehow picked up a sovereign citizen in chat, so I ended up hanging out for a little bit. Yeah. If you guys enjoy having a little bit of open discourse, I usually don't ban people unless they are just completely dicks. So yeah, if you guys are of the right persuasion or the left persuasion, feel free to stick around and battle out your ideas in chat. But like I said, just be respectful. We also majorly 420 friendly. But yeah, welcome to chat. I appreciate you guys checking out the channel. Also, now I have to do the thing, the YouTube thing. If you guys could hit the like button, double tap the screen, it really, really helps me out. My little small channel here really appreciates all the help. So, yeah. And if you guys can hit the subscribe button, that would be great. Thing time. It is thing time. What is going on? Why now? Wait a minute. Sylvie, do you have it? Whoa, wait. Pep, next time someone like Christina comes in, can I just ban them since I'll know it's AI? Yeah. No, I got you. You're fine. I'm fine with that, okay? Because yeah, I feel you, okay? Jeff, what's up? I'm glad that I didn't take off just quite yet. It's always good to see you, brother. How are you? Hope you've been well. How's the kid? Hope he's doing well with his tour. The script repeating already. Yeah, that's it. There it is. Yeah, because I noticed that one. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, I'm yeah. Copy paste. You got it. Yeah, Sylvie. Thank you for the heads up on this one, by the way. It's gonna freaking hate us. What? Specifically the pep talks. Like pep talks. Yeah. Go eat. I really should. But oh man, I literally just got the boost. I hate this, dude. Oh my god, it's because it's midnight on the East Coast too. That happens. I've noticed this. I'll say this for like the YouTube algorithm as far as like live viewing. On the hour, there's like these peak hours that kind of like I'll pick up traffic. So 2 o'clock, like 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and then midnight. So take us to your microwave. Well, honestly, man, there's a part of me that needs to. I got to figure this out. A part of me, like I have figured this out. So what I can do is I can have a like they call it like a collab cam. So I can have one of those that's tied to my phone. So theoretically, like if I want to keep the stream going, I can turn the collab cam on and just take my phone with me. That'd be funny, just standing in my kitchen, just talking to you guys, just like, all right, I'm making my soup. Not sure if I'm ready for y'all to judge my kitchen though. We'll do cooking with Pep. Call it Pep Cooks. I mean, dude, I have so much that I can do as far as like Pep drives. It's literally just Pep talks, Pep walks, Pep cooks, Pep wrestles. That'd be fun. Droid cam works pretty good and works off of the Wi-Fi. Yeah, no, I was looking at it and how I could tie it. It's Pep Lives. Yeah, I already got that. Hello. What are you doing? You come say hi to everybody before we go? Come here. What you doing, cutie? Hey, cutie. Did you guys hear that little chirp? Oh, Matthew Clayton Marshall. Oh, great. That's that channel. That's the. Give me a sec. No. He's in the jail. You call it kitty arm jail. Kitty arm. Why do I always bounce when I have him? It's just... He actually doesn't. Yo, you don't go yet. You don't get to go yet. You gotta say hello to everybody. This is your penance. This is your penance for being a little shit sometimes. You're so cute. I can't be mad at you. I can't be mad at you at all. You're so cute. Get down. All right. You bounce your cat like he's your baby too. I literally, he's so cute. And the thing is, he really hates it. You can tell. It was funny. There's one time I was doing that, and my wife even told me, she was just like, he hates the bouncing. If you stop the bouncing, he'll be fine. I was just like, oh. And then I was just like, that was it. My other cat though doesn't seem to mind it. He likes being rocked, you know. Yeah, dude. My cats are polar opposites personality, like as far as like personalities. My other cat is like, that's why you don't see him. He's very skittish. Is that one of those hoodies that has a matching one for your dog? Shut up. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't have the matching one for mine. She actually passed. Like when I put her down, she was in it. Yeah, this is my good girl hoodie. Well, I guess it's what weird to call it like that, but Eploxin. Love that hoodie, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, she was so cute in her tie-dye. I have a bunch of pictures of us like together in them, so I'll post them. Hey, pet male rooster. What? Sylvie, did you turn into a bot? Did she break you? Did she like all those zeros and ones like they permeated in your brain, and now all of a sudden you are AI? Sylvie's AI. Oh no, this entire time. Wait a minute, I just figured it out. And that was the whole thing. She was like giving me like little nudges, just like, hey, yeah. Beep boop. No. I kid. When you paint, wear your pep smocks. I actually do have a pep smock. It's nothing fancy. I do have one though. Sylvie. Hey, yo. Hey, start actually clawing the boxes. That's when we're done. Okay. Hey, what? Okay, he's doing the thing where he's just. Good. No, penance. Why are you being a dick? Why? Look at me. You have shame. You have shame. Why the shame? It's okay. It's not okay, but look at these. Look at these ears. Look at these ears. Look at him. He's so guilty. He is so guilty. All right. Come on. Go upstairs. You're being a problem. They'll follow shortly. God, this is ultimate overtime. Pep, what else would you call a male rooster? Oh. Ha 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 ha. God damn it. Christine, say something funny. You're gonna be a pre-programmed AI, just say something funny. We don't all need your fucking bullshit. Like, god damn it. Yeah. Alright. Now I am getting annoyed. Sylvia, I get it. I get it now. This was my fault, wasn't it? Shit. I guess I could ban. Get into fashion design pep frocks. Christine, tell us a dad joke. Yeah. Yeah. Please. What a way to clean out, or like to clean out. What? I was about to. I wanted to say what a way to end stream, but clean out. What in the fuck did my brain just do right there? Like skip to a whole new subject. That was a worry. To be honest. That's not a joke. I think my cat's telling me to end stream. What? This is the after show. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is technically the after show. I don't know how I did this. I'm stuck now. I can't leave. All right, let's put this in my hoodie. So here, I'm gonna start prepping to leave. All right. You good, Lico? Are you? Don't be a problem. Here. He's on camera. Yeah, there he is. Can you not? Don't knock over the trash can. Don't knock over the trash can. Please don't knock over the trash can. Food is a thing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, that's what he's meowing at me for. Oops. Is it? Yeah, it's that time. What are you doing? Oh my god, are you seriously? I hear him, but I can't see him. Are you behind the computer? Hold on. Yeah. Where'd you go? Alright. I guess he's not anywhere. Ugh. Tall grass tickles his balls. Get comfy and put it on your pep Crocs. Yeah. I still don't own a pair. That's like the I had such a hard stance on them, but I finally I'm not sure if you guys have ever had to do this, but I was at a buddy's house and he had a pair, and I had to go out to his garage, so I just slipped on the Crocs and I was like, oh, these are like these are very comfortable. So yeah, I don't know, I might be rocking a pair of Crocs soon. Who knows? But wait, he only comes once a year. Why is Santa always hauling around a full sack? Oh yeah. I've heard that one. Ha 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 ha. Pep Hawks. Oh, it could be Pep Hawk. There you go. Oh, dude, I could get a bad mullet wig and be Pep Hawk. That's mean. I don't know why that guy's he seems like a perfectly nice dude that I think we agree on pretty much all most things politically. There's just something about his content that I'm like, I don't know why, but I don't like watching you. But anyway, oh my god. Finally. All right, we're doing 8:15. This is the ultimate overtime for me. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Catch me tomorrow. I'm doing some pep walks. If I am not live, just expect the VODs to go up. Well, VODs, the videos at that point, to go up immediately, because I'm gonna try and upload them. Although, wait a minute, I just thought about this. If I don't have service, then that might be hard. Damn it. God, that's the one thing about the fucking river, is because it's in a valley, pretty much the entire that entire area has service issues. Because I was having service issues in Elgin. Eagles forever. Trump effing sucks dog cock. Ew. But yeah, he does. He does. I can't believe I missed that one. Dude, I just realized that my Twitch chat was not on my multi-chat today. Dude. It's the same reason that I even had to do this, but I'm doing it again. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.